হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইম বার্নার গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। চলে এসেছি পাবজি মোবাইল প্রো লিগ সাউথ এশিয়ার সিজন 4 এর প্রো টক সিরিজ নিয়ে, এবং এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করছে ফিউচার স্টেশন 1952 এর সি ওয়াইন। সো সি ওয়াইন, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
ধন্যবাদ টাইম বার্নার ভাই। অ্যান্ড আমি হচ্ছি এফএসসি ওয়াইন ফ্রম ফিউচার স্টেশন স্পোর্টস।
ওকে, সো কেমন চলছে দিনকাল? পড়াশোনার ফাঁকে ফাঁকে পিএমপিএল এর মতো একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট টুর্নামেন্ট, প্রেসার কেমন যাচ্ছে তোমাদের?
প্রেশার বলতে এখন তো হচ্ছে লকডাউন শেষ, কলেজ খোলা, অ্যান্ড তার পাশে হচ্ছে পিএমপিএল সিজন 4 স্টার্ট হয়েছে, অ্যান্ড আমরা এটাতে ইনভাইটেড ছিলাম, অ্যান্ড হোপ সো উই আর ডুইং গুড।
সো আমার কাছে যে ব্যাপারটা মনে হয়, আগে কোয়েশ্চেনের আগে তোমার কাছে একটা জিনিস জিজ্ঞেস করার আছে, যে যখন তোমার ফ্রেন্ডদের সাথে দেখা হয়, মানে আগের সিওয়াইন আর এখন পিএমপিএল প্লেয়ার সিওয়াইনের মধ্যে কি কোনো ধরনের চেঞ্জ আসছে?
ওটা অবভিয়াসলি থাকবেই, কজ আগে
অবশ্যই।
তো এভাবে হচ্ছে কখনো খেলা হয় নাই এত ডিপলি। অ্যান্ড এখন হচ্ছে যখন পিএমপিএল স্পোর্টটা খেলতেছি, তখন ফ্রেন্ড সার্কেল যখন দেখতেছে স্ট্রিমিং এন্ড এভরিথিং, দেন হালকা চেঞ্জেস অবভিয়াসলি আসে।
ওকে, সো আই গেস তোমরা পুরো ব্যাপারটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি হ্যান্ডেল করার মতো পজিশনে এখন চলে গিয়েছো। সো অবশ্যই সেই জন্য তোমাদের জন্য, মানে যাতে প্রেসার ফ্রি থাকো সেই জন্য, মানে ফ্রেন্ডসদের জন্য কোনো ধরনের মেসেজ, এনি স্পেসিফিক থিং?
ইনশাল্লাহ যারা যা এক্সপেক্ট করতেছেন আমাদের থেকে, তা পূরণ করতে পারবো আশা করি। ভরসা রাখেন আমাদের উপরে, ইনশাল্লাহ ভালো কিছু হবে।
অবশ্যই অবশ্যই ভালো কিছুই হবে, সেই ভরসাই রাখছি তোমাদের উপর। বাট আমার যে প্রথম প্রশ্নটা, দ্যাট ইজ, তোমাদের প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্ট খুব ভালো আসছে, বাট এগ্রেসিভ সিওয়াইন, এগ্রেসিভ ফিউচার স্টেশনকে আমরা কেন দেখতে পাচ্ছি না? কারণটা কি?
আসলে বলতে গেলে হচ্ছে আমাদের এই লবিটা অনেকটাই নতুন, মানে এই সিজনেরটার জন্য, এন্ড এটা স্টাডি করা এভরিথিং, এন্ড যেহেতু আমাদের বাংলাদেশে একটা প্রবলেম চলতেছে, এবং এটার জন্য হচ্ছে পিং ইস্যু এন্ড লেটেন্সি ইস্যু থাকেই একটা ফাইটের মাঝখানে, অবভিয়াসলি আমাদের একটু ব্যাকফুটে থাকতে হয়। এন্ড এই জন্য হচ্ছে আমরা ফার্স্টে ফাইনালটা সিকিউর করি, এন্ড তারপর হচ্ছে দেন স্টাডিও কমপ্লিট হয়ে যাবে আশা করা যায়, তারপর থেকে এগ্রেসিভ দেখতে পারবেন।
অবশ্যই। সো তোমাদের যদি জোন মুভমেন্টের কথা বলি, মানে তোমরা কিভাবে কিভাবে জানি সবসময় জোনের ভিতরেই থাকো, এটার মানে কারণটা কি?
এটা কারণ বলতে অল ক্রেডিট গোস টু ম্যাগনেট ভাই। আসলে উনার স্টাডি এন্ড উনার রোটেশনস এভরিথিং টপ ক্লাস পুরা, বলতে গেলে এটা নিয়ে তো আশা করি কিছু বলার নাই, সবাই
অবশ্যই
অবগত আছে।
সো তোমরা কি মনে করো যে তোমরা যেই লবিতে খেলছো এখন, সেই লবির যে এরকম আসলে অ্যাডাপ্টেশন তোমাদের দরকার, সেই অ্যাডাপ্ট কি তোমরা অলরেডি করতে পারছো? তার কারণ এখন পর্যন্ত আসলে কিন্তু আমরা পর্যাপ্ত চিকেন ডিনার তোমাদের হাত থেকে দেখতে পাইনি, মানে পোডিয়াম টপ 3 ফিনিশ কিন্তু আমরা তেমন একটা দেখতে পাইনি। সো হোয়াট আর দ্য চেঞ্জেস তোমরা নিজেদের মধ্যে যেগুলো আনার চেষ্টা করছো?
মাত্র হচ্ছে প্রথম একটা কমপ্লিট হয়েছে, এন্ড আশা করা যাচ্ছে কালকে থেকে আপনার নতুন লিগ স্টেজ স্টার্ট হবে, এন্ড আশা করা যাচ্ছে ভালো কিছু দেখতে পারবেন, এন্ড আরো চিকেন পাবেন, এবং এগ্রেসিভনেস থাকবে আমাদের মাঝখানে, সমস্যা হবে না।
সো তোমাদের যে গেম প্লে স্টাইলটা আছে, যেটা নিয়ে আমরা শুরুতেই কথা বলছিলাম, ইটস কাইন্ড অফ প্যাসিভ এখন। সো তোমরা কি সেই প্যাসিভনেসটাকে পাল্টানোর জন্য কোনো কিছু অলরেডি প্ল্যান করে রেখেছো?
অবভিয়াসলি আমরা এখন ট্রাই করতেছি পেসিভ থেকে গিয়ে, মানে একটু এগ্রেসিভ প্লে। এখন লাস্ট ডে যদি দেখেন তাহলে আমরা একটু অন্যরকম স্টাইলে খেলছি পুরা।
সো ইজ দ্যাট হেল্প করছে?
হেল্পিং অ্যাকচুয়ালি ফার্স্ট ডে ট্রাই করা হয়েছে, এখন আশা করা যাচ্ছে সেকেন্ড উইক থেকে আরো ভালো যাবে ইনশাল্লাহ।
সো তোমার কি মনে হয় কোন মানে টিমগুলো সবচেয়ে বেশি অ্যাডাপ্ট করতে পারছে, এবং কোন টিমের কাছ থেকে তোমাদের থ্রেট সবচেয়ে বেশি?
আমার মতে এবং আমাদের টিমের মতে অবভিয়াসলি এসটিএ যে 2 এর টিমটা আছে, এই টিমটা এন্ড হচ্ছে ডিআরএস এন্ড জিউস, এই তিনটা টিম হচ্ছে টপ ক্লাস। ওরা যেই লেভেলে পারফরমেন্স করতেছে, and ওরা যেসব জায়গা থেকে পারফর্ম করে আসছে অলরেডি, সো ওরাই আসলে টপ ক্লাসের মধ্যে। সবাই সমান কম্পিটিশন, বাট হচ্ছে ওরা একটু আমাদের কাছে বেশি এগ্রেসিভ মনে হয় ওদেরকে।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ওকে। সো তোমাদের টিমের মধ্যে যদি কথা বলি, তোমাদের টিমের লিমিটেশন এখন তোমরা কি মনে করতেছো, এবং সেই লিমিটেশনটা ভাঙার জন্য তোমাদের কি কোনো প্ল্যান আছে?
লিমিটেশন বলতে ভাই কিছু নাই এখন, আসলে লাক এন্ড এভরিথিং, নিজেদের ভুল ত্রুটি শুধরিয়ে যদি আমরা ভালো কিছু করতে পারি, তাহলে হচ্ছে আমাদের লিমিট আমরা নিজেরা ক্রস করতে পারবো, আদারওয়াইজ তো পসিবল না।
সো এটা কিন্তু একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা ছিল যে তোমাদের লাকের সাপোর্টটা কিন্তু লাস্ট পর্যন্ত আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। সো হয়তো এখান থেকে পরবর্তীতে মানে শেষ ভালোটা তোমাদের জন্য হয়তো অপেক্ষা করছে, সেই আশাই রইলো, সেই দোয়াই রইলো তোমাদের জন্য। সো থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ সিওয়াইন আমাদের সাথে যুক্ত হওয়ার জন্য। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা কিন্তু কথা বলছিলাম ফিউচার স্টেশনের সিওয়াইনের সাথে। সো সিওয়াইন থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ আমাদের সাথে সময় কাটানোর জন্য।
ধন্যবাদ টাইম আনোয়ার ভাই, এন্ড থ্যাঙ্কস পাবজি অফিসিয়াল।
অবশ্যই। সো থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ গাইজ, আমরা কথা বলছিলাম সি ওয়াইনের সাথে। দেখছিলেন আপনারা পাবজি মোবাইল প্রো লিগ সাউথ এশিয়া সিজন 4 এর প্রো টক সিরিজ। আমরা কিন্তু পরবর্তীতে নতুন আরো একজন প্লেয়ার নিয়ে চলে আসবো খুব তাড়াতাড়ি। সো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Welcome to day 2 of the finals week right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. An incredible day is what it was yesterday, and today it's going to be that much more fabulous because this is where this journey is going to get that much more intense for all the 16 teams that are going to be participating right here. But along with that, it is a huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm your host Baro. Joining us of course are these two incredibly fabulous dudes who are going to be taking us through all the analysis. It is going to be Ocean Sharma and Isaac for joining. How you guys doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing really good, but in my mind, it's just that one thing, 30 points lead right now,
Yeah.
which one team
yes.
has over the other. And again, I was just crunching a few numbers here and there. And season 2, it was dominated by a Nepali team. If you talk about season 3, it was dominated by a Nepali team. Season 4, well, will it be a Nepali hat trick? That's the thing.
I mean, it's looking like it is going to happen and it is going to turn into a reality. And as Ocean pointed out, I mean, there is a difference of 30 points between the first and the second, but the chase for the second spot right now, it is underway as well. We do see Stalwart Esports, Esports, I8, Wizzes as well, all these teams competing for that spot. And it is going to be really exciting to see what the storyboard is going to look like at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Along with that, when it comes to what they're competing for, we have the massive prize pool to talk about. $150,000 at stake right here. $150,000. That is a huge undertaking indeed. Again, along with that, when you talk about those super weekends that we had earlier, right, in the past 3 weeks, I mean, the teams have already made a lot of moolah right now.
Yeah, they filled their bank. But right now, there's that one thing, tournament MVP, that one lad that we have just, will be seeing obviously by the end of tomorrow. That lad's going to get 1,000 for his own self. That's his own because he earned that.
Yeah.
But as of now, we'll have to see what today's performance is for all these individual lads the snow brings for themselves.
Exactly, and along with that, when you talk about these teams, well, of course, the prize pool is being segregated amongst all the 16. But alongside all of this, there is also this thing at stake. Top 6 teams. Top 6 teams, Warren, are going to be moving on forth to MENA and SA Championship, dude. Take us through this. Talk about this.
It is going to be really exciting. As you said, top 6 teams will get an opportunity to move to the MENA and SA Championship, but let's not forget that the winners of the South Asia Championship have already been invited, and that is going to be the squad of Stalwart Esports. It is going to be really interesting to see who the other 6 names are that are going to be joining them on the next big stage that we will have for ourselves to witness. And along with these teams, we will have the teams from the HTM region, the PMC Africa 1 team will be moving forward from there, and 6 teams from PMPL Arabia. So when all these names come together, it's going to be really interesting to see what the final roster of the MENA and SA Championship is going to look like.
Oh yes, but there's still a few matches to go through. A few matches for these 16 teams that are participating right here in the South Asia PMPL for Season 4, and here they are on our screens. Ocean.
DRS Gaming, T2K, Wizzes with vibes and vibes. But if we talk about these teams, right, DRS had a really good start yesterday.
Yep.
They kind of faltered down after that here and there, but still they are maintaining a pretty decent amount for themselves. I'm in the top 3 again. But T2K, well, Johnny, this has been a storyline that we have discussed previously as well, right?
Yeah, I mean T2K, we're not really seeing them show up, and it's not just them. It is another big name. They're still doing a little bit better than the next team that I'm going to talk about, and we're going to see them on the next page. And well, I mean, you guys know what we are talking about. You guys know the name we are speaking of. It is ZEUS Esports,
or rather not speaking of, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, but so the conversation that I was going to talk about is T2K has been a team every time in the finals. The team kind of has choked here and there.
Oh yeah.
And yesterday, as the day started, they kind of did. I hope they recover. But talking about ZEUS, well, I'll only talk about them if they recover.
I mean, specifically for T2K in the matches yesterday, we noticed. I mean, the play style they were playing with up until yesterday's matches is not really working out. Yesterday, in a few games, they tried to take up a few critical fights and ended up getting wiped out. So it's going to be really interesting to see what game plan or change of game plan is going to be there for T2K when they step into the battleground today. But I'm really happy with IH's performance till now.
Oh yes, definitely. And along with that, DE, of course, is going to be the team to talk about and, of course, look out for, because they are on top of their performance.
I mean, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, you cannot forget this name right now, because when it matters the most, the finals, they are just stepping up their game. And to be honest, blah 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 with those nades, Joker with those clutches, Vishal with the survival select, the lads are doing really good for themselves. And it looks like, again, if they continue this today as well, tomorrow they will be rewarded for this for sure.
I mean, talk about that reward again, Ocean and Varun, from the side of Raw indeed, right? 14 kills, 1 placement point is the kind of performance that they've been able to bring up. So, incredible day 1 for this team, but as we move on forth to the next set of teams, now this is where we can definitely bring up the side of A1 Esports, because the final game, they were finally able to bring up the Bangladesh region with style and in ease as they stepped into that perfect chicken dinner position. But on the other front, let's bring up that same conversation for R3D 7C Esports as well.
Oh, well, I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see where these teams end up by the end of the day. R3D, there were signs of recovery, but we see them struggling still. A1 Esports, at the end of the day, we saw an incredible performance. And let's not forget the one we saw from Dante yesterday.
Oh, yes.
So, A1 Esports, the signs of life are there. They're sitting in the top 8 as of now. So today, for them, it's all about closing in the top 5 and getting themselves inside the top 5.
Absolutely. With that, let's take a sneak peek at the storyboard. That's going to be the overall ranking, where we do know, as Ocean was mentioning, a 30-point lead is what the pole position team has been able to create for themselves, and that's going to be none other than Deadeyes, guys. But along with them, we do have the next set of teams, rather, is what I should say, because, well, from the 2nd position all the way down to 8th, there are still, those possibilities that one good game, and there will be a lot of fluctuations on that first page itself.
I completely agree with that. Especially, I mean, look at Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. They are definitely living up to their name. 33 kills secured. And they find themselves inside the top 8.
3rd highest skill points for this team, if you talk about it. 14 kill point difference between DE and DRS at this moment, and the rest is obviously the placement point market difference, if you just talk about it. But vibes, well, top 3, they have been just performing really good. If you talk about the previous Super Weekends as well, and now again coming down to the finals, they are doing really good. Stalwart, last game was pretty decent for this team, gives them a jump of 2 placements. But now they'll have to go for more and more, because top 3 points are secured just by Nepali teams as of now.
Indeed, that is true. And on the other front, as we move on through to the next set of teams, the 9-16 position holders, we have Wizzes with vibes right there on the 9th position, looking pretty neat as of now. Of course, there's a lot more that can be anticipated from their side, but you guys were already mentioning 14, 15, 16 position holder teams. They need to pick up their pace today, and today is the final opportunity for them to do so, because, well, tomorrow is going to be a bit too late, I think.
I mean, tomorrow, I mean, tomorrow maybe depends on how the matches today go, but still, last day it's too much pressure to deal with. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's better to cover up the difference as much as you can in the 6 matches that these lads are going to be playing, and especially for a team like T2K, R3D, ZEUS Esports. I mean, we've talked about them enough. Also, we did see Future Station over there as well. They started off really nicely yesterday, but they were not able to continue and build up on that momentum. It's going to be really interesting to see what exactly works out for Future Station today.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the
True.
one thing that we know them for is those survival instincts that they had, and even they
Exactly.
were missing.
But on the other front, talking about momentum, one team
Yeah.
that has been definitely working on that momentum front is going to be the team that is sitting on the top of the leaderboard. It's going to be none other than Deadeyes, guys. With that 30-point lead that they've been able to create, this team is definitely racking up quite a lot of points for themselves.
Yeah, they definitely are. Just look at on top, right? 21 kills, 2960 damage by this one lad, and he has been just getting those points for himself. 6 matches played by each and every one. Obviously, these were the lads that were just giving up results, and the minimum KPM that they have is 1. The maximum, well, 3.5. It's
Wow.
actually amazing 3.5 KPM right now. Even if they have bad games or something, the KPM still by the end of tomorrow, if they still perform and minutely have bad games here and there, it'll still be more than 2. That will still be brilliant. Just think about it.
I mean, Deadeyes guys yesterday had an incredible run in this tournament, and they just had a few bad games, a few hiccups here and there. Apart from that, yesterday's day was an incredible performance, and I believe on top was a really important reason, because as Ocean, you pointed it out, he is doing really well in terms of those kill numbers, and I believe he's also sitting on the first position as far as the MVP rankings are concerned as of now. So it's going to be really important to see that the momentum for Deadeyes guys, it carries over to the matches today, and
So
yeah.
So you're telling me that the lad is definitely going to get $1,000 as well as the 10,000 that they are going for. So it's like an 11,000.
Maybe, I mean, he has a massive
yeah.
lead, right? He has a massive lead.
And look at the way, even when the players were charging in on the open areas, this shows how confident they were looking, because they missed out on one super weekend. That was a big deal at that moment. That took them down from top 3 to 10th position. That was indeed a big deal, though. And now, once they are back, it's like, they gave their time and energy to focus on what went wrong.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, talking about that on-top performance, 21 kills is what that dude has, and that certainly does give him a big, massive lead. But on the other front, as we look on to the performance graph itself right here, those Miramar games right there, right? That third game that was, or rather, Erangel right there, did not actually favor them. But overall, the team is looking pretty furious and ferocious right now.
No, I mean, you're right, Blotter. There was one Miramar and one Sanhok game that just did not work out for them. Erangel games did favor them really well, because if you remember, in the first game they were in top 3. And then in one game they got that chicken dinner. Then there was another one of Erangel when they were again in top 3. So positioning is really critical, because the team drops down around the areas of Rozhok. From there, they gather their loot. This time there's no other team that can just contest Rozhok against them. And from there they start moving inside the circle. They play a bit from the back lines. Just like DRS was doing the day they had a triple chicken dinner for themselves. Playing from the back lines and then getting inside the circles, they're doing the same.
They most certainly are. On the other front, as you move away from this region towards the Mongolian, which we anticipated to be a different team to dominate, well, nevertheless, we do have one team that is definitely bringing up the consistency from one game to the next. It's going to be none other than Stalwart Esports.
I mean, Stalwart Esports, they have been incredible. I believe they are the only team that are sitting in the top 5 with no chicken dinners to their name, but still the consistency, as you said, is the thing that's keeping them in the fight. Now, again, Stalwart Esports, we do see Action doing the same thing that he was doing during the league stages. Top has picked up the pace this time quite nicely, but Pika, we saw him go for those survival points time and time again. A situation that we have not really seen him in during the league stages. Now, if the team sort of comes back to the same old form where we know they are more comfortable, Stalwart Esports, we know they like to fight. We know they like to be aggressive inside the game. If that happens, I believe we're going to see them climb up even higher and maybe get quite close to Deadeyes guys today.
Probably. If that happens, then yeah, definitely it'll be a really good thing. But today they'll have to have consistent games. This clutch was really brilliant. The way they managed to save all the players. So yeah, a map like Sanhok where you see those aggressive stance fights. And yesterday's Sanhok was actually a treat to watch, because there were so many aggressive fights happening with A1 Esports. So many aggressive fights happening with A1 Esports starting up their fight. Then A1 Esports their fight. And IE8, so many teams is taking up the fight. So yeah, if today the same story and IE8, so many teams is taking up the fight. So yeah, if today the same story happens, not just in one map but the entirety, Stalwart, they might as well even contest for the first position.
Well. It is going to be a tough situation because ZE is definitely in the momentum, but today is going to be that critical day for all of these 16 teams to showcase the best of the best that they possibly can. And for the side of Stalwart Esports, again, as Varun did mention as well, that consistent play from one game to the next is definitely always working in this team's favor, as we did see them glued to that 5th position on the storyboard for quite a long time.
Well, I mean, yeah, the consistency was there, but it was those off maps that were causing a lot of trouble for this team. Now the Erangels are going their way, and it's going to be really nice to see if they can push it even further, because I believe the maximum we saw them get in a match was 15 points. It is going to be incredible to see Stalwart Esports getting those chicken dinners again. But, I mean, one thing that Ocean pointed out during the matches while we were discussing the games was the fact that yesterday teams were being extra cautious because it was the first day of the finals, and I believe today all the reads are going to be done on everyone.
Yeah, but we saw 2 bad games out there in the performance graph, and both of those were Miramar. I want to see what they do on Miramar today specifically.
And yes, it is kind of shocking that Miramar is not going there.
Yes, exactly.
Miramar used to be their strongest map.
Because bolt action, top coming up with Mini 14, maybe today.
Perhaps today would be the case. On the other front, I mean, as we were discussing, the top 6 teams are going to be moving on forward towards MENA as well as the SS Championship from the entire storyboard. The top 6 is going to be critical, and right now when it comes down to the 6th position and the 7th position team, that is where I want to take the conversation towards, because we do have ZEUS Esports and A1 Esports contesting for that exact same position.
55 points, 52 points. Like, such a close contestation. So we won't, even now, we can't say it's an actual contestation, because one decent game for A1 Esports, one bad game for Seal can just change this all around as well. We'll have to see what happens. But right now, the one bad thing that's going against A1 Esports is, they definitely got a chicken dinner. But look at this, the damage received, it's actually higher, and that's the reason, because they are aggressing in the kill department. They have more kills, like 1 kill more, but the average survival is where they're lacking right now.
Exactly, that was what I was about to say. I mean, the survival time itself is a very big difference, because A1 Esports, we saw them take a bounce to the 7th position after the last game yesterday, and that was the match where they got the chicken dinner. So it was a really big finish from them. But yeah, they were doing quite nicely throughout the day as well. This clutch moment from Dante was incredible, taking out the entire squad of ZEUS Esports. But a few seconds later, we did see A1 also getting destroyed. But as I was saying about it, A1 Esports, we saw the big bounce from them. On the other side, ZEUS Esports, the way they were able to keep themselves afloat was, again, with the consistent performances.
So A1 is like that kind of a machine, or that kind of an AI code, that starts up with its own pace. Because I remember yesterday's last game, just like you said, Johnny, they definitely had a chicken dinner. But before that, I believe they definitely had kills here and there, but they never had, convincing points for themselves. I remember this for sure, because last game they popped off brilliantly, because obviously they had that one decent area for themselves inside the circle from where they were taking the fights. This one is what I'm talking about. But I guess we'll talk about that more in the performance draft for sure, because the way the lads were playing, right, as compared to the last game, their previous games is where I guess they kind of struggled a lot. And yes, they did. Look at this. They did struggle a lot. That's where Seal did accumulate their points, but then Seal went down in the final games.
I mean, quite a nice little collision between the two teams in the 5th match yesterday. But still, I agree with what Ocean said. I mean, ZEUS Esports started off the day quite consistently, and they were getting a decent number of points from the matches that they played. But towards the end of the day, there was a little bit of fall-off. Now, it's all time to see, have the teams recovered, have the mistakes been fixed, jumping into the second last day. And, with 12 matches remaining, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on these lads to secure, I would say minimum 10 points per game.
True. They have to. They most certainly have to, and especially the team sitting on that second page of that leaderboard, rather talking about the second page 14 and downwards. But along with all of that, it is now time to move on to give our viewers the benefit. It is time to talk about the rewards. We have some perfectly set up rewards. Starting right off the bat, it is going to be the White Rabbit skin for your org, and this is going to be won every single day in chat. 100 of these are going to be spread across the chat, but keep in mind, viewers, that you have to be logged in to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page. Once again, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page is where you need to be joining in for all of this action. And as you do so, keep an eye on the chat, because in the chat the codes are going to be spread, and as they do, just quickly get them noted down and the org skin is going to be yours. But that's not it. There are 100 of those that are going to be spread all across the 6 games that are going to be played, but that's not it. As I move on forth, the gifts just keep on coming. We move on to this perfect, awesome looking PMPL 2021 fall parachute, but only 10 of them are going to be distributed. And for that, like it says, there's going to be a live chat Q&A, and if you know your game, if you know your team, if you know and have been rooting and following and supporting, it's going to be easy questions, no problem at all. As soon as you start participating, you can very well get that wonderful looking parachute for yourself. But be careful, you have to be logged into PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page to participate in all of that, and all this rewards is only for the duration of this week? No, that's not the case, because as you can clearly see, the celebration rewards are also going to be coming on from 24th October, on the 24th October itself. So once again, you have to stay tuned through the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Once again, this is going to be the most crucial thing. If you are already following that, do click that bell as well, because that's going to be that much more easier as you get those notifications for yourself. With that, let's get our day started off. Let's move on to the schedule, where we've been talking about it. 6 games are going to be played. To start things off, it is going to be Erangel. So, dudes, what are your expectations? It is going to get real hectic now.
So what we have decided on the analyst desk, guys, is that we're going to root for the same team. So
yeah, that's true.
Ocean, we're going to rely on you.
DRS.
All right. So
because
DRS.
because we want to give fixes the masala as well. If DRS wins, they'll get close to DE, the point difference and everything. Look at map chance. If you talk about the way they have the Erangels were played yesterday, obviously DE again. We were talking about the consistency. They had a really good consistency for themselves. 13 points in average. That's
incredible. That is absolutely incredible. It's absolutely understandable as well. With 30-point lead to that team, it is certainly going to be there. But along with that, dudes, I do not want to go against you. I just want to ask you, what about T2K? No? Maybe? No?
not right now. Not
Maybe
right now.
in the next game.
Maybe in the next game. We shall see if they've been able to, just get that.
I want to see the masala
greased.
instinct first. That's why I want to pick DRS.
All right, fair enough. The real soldiers certainly are going to be right around the corner, and hopefully they'll be able to, from this game on with itself, push on to that paradigm and push on along to be on the top of that totem pole altogether itself. But with that, it is time to get our day started off. It is time to jump into the action, and for that, it is time to move all the way across the virtual house and the studio. It is time to introduce Play and XP.
Well, thank you for that, as we are going to be jumping into the first game here, XP, of Day 2 of the Season 4 Finals of South Asia. Listen, man, yesterday was insane from Deadeyes, guys. Like, I don't know what they're on, but holy shiza, I don't know.
Well, it's just pretty simple. They're dead set on the target, and they're going to achieve it come hail or high water, and they've been doing perfectly. I mean, that lead that they've got is just insurmountable. And again, they've been playing consistent. Again, we know that they would do this, right? We knew that they're going to get the points somehow, but they've got the kills to back it up as well. I mean,
they didn't even qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend, man.
Because they did so much in 2 Super Weekends, Blade. They could actually sit back, relax, have a pina colada like we love doing every now and then, and just enjoy the show. But with that, of course, the games are going to be underway on Day 2 of these amazing finals in PMPL Season 4 now. As that big bird is going to fly through the skies, soaring high above, Blay is going to take you to the flight path. And I'm pretty sure he'd do that because he loves something like this.
Oh yeah, I love this one. We've seen quite a few of these in some of the Super Weekends as well, XP. Starting from right over Quarry next to Primorsk and kind of ending in no man's land between Milta Power and Nova Rep Noise. So I do wonder if this is going to lead to some interesting changes with the drop locations. Obviously, everything on the line here, XP. The top 6 will make it through to the MENA finals. So there's a lot on the line. And if you look at the standings right now, sure, Deadeyes guys are like head and shoulders above everyone else, but look at the rest. DRS on 74. The 8th place team is Raw on 51. The difference is a measly 23 points. Look at 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th XP. 5 points difference, right? So anything can happen. We can easily see a few of these teams in the 8th, 7th, 6th, or even the 9th position immediately catapulting themselves all the way up there. So yeah, every map matters, every game matters, and every decision you make is definitely going to lead an impact as to whether you qualify or you don't. A team does catch my eye, XP. A team who has unfortunately disappointed not
On
me,
the bottom rung of the ladders.
not just me, not just you, not just the fans, not just the analysts, but I gotta
Oh,
say
boy.
a lot of people. They have, to put it very
Well,
bluntly, they've sucked.
I guess that is just what happens, because when pressure is put upon us mere mortals, we sometimes crumble under it. And I guess that is something that ZEUS could be, going through right now, because we've got a lot of expectations from them. And, they have to perform every single time the pressure does get to them. And I think they've kind of cracked. But again, like the analyst desk says, that if ZEUS does something phenomenal today, they're going to be right back in the spotlight, because for now, it is, of course, going to be Deadeyes guys who are going to be riding high with that 30-point amazing lead on all their opponents. But something it is going to be striking me a little different in this map is the fact they haven't gone to Rozhok. In fact, it's kind of like ZEUS has done a switcheroo with Deadeyes guys. I mean, Deadeyes guys are now going to be calling shelter their home, and oh boy, action is going to start early. Jiggle was caught all by his lonesome, and Raw definitely knows that as Joker is going to go in with that SKS. He doesn't need the scope, he doesn't need the sight, all he needs is up close and personal with Jiggle, because he is going to put those shots in. And well, there you have it, first blood coming in pretty quick in Erangel.
So I was at a gym earlier today, and there was a guy who had the exact same green-colored dreadlocks. So I don't know if life is now just a simulation, XP, because that caught me by surprise.
That's actually kind of surprising. I haven't seen the inside of the gym since I was with you last in Season 3, Blay. That was the last time I went to the gym.
It's been a while.
Oh boy, I'm looking down at myself right now. I don't want to do that. Anyway, coming back to the game, green dreadlocks aside, I guess we are living in a simulation of source play. At the end of the day, we're just staring at our screen pretty much 24/7. So who knows what's real and what's not? I mean, are you real?
I don't know.
Am I?
I don't know. We could all be living in a simulation. We ourselves could be the simulation. Maybe the characters inside the game right now, maybe they're living in a simulation and they're unaware of it, right? Anyway, getting back into the game, though, we do have.
You do know Matrix 4 is coming out, right? So
I do.
I'm just saying.
I do wonder which direction they're going to take that movie.
Right, because apparently everything's done. But anyway.
I mean, listen, man. Like the amount of sequels and remakes Hollywood's been churning out, like they just make a sequel out of everything. But considering it's Matrix, I really do hope it does pan out well. Speaking of panning out well, I was scrolling Instagram earlier today, and I saw I think it was it a MENA finals or something? I saw a guy get a chicken dinner with a pan. He threw the pan and he got a chicken dinner.
It happens. I mean, that is all the confidence he had on his weapon, especially when you want to throw it. You got to hit it, because otherwise, if you don't hit your mark, you basically...
No, it was a 1v1, XP. It was a 1v1 for the chicken dinner, and he throws a pan.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know another way to kill your opponents in this ever-going battle royale, because there's no right or wrong way to get the job done. And it looks like now you can throw pans to get a victory as well. But... of course, as we are going to have a look at the circle, not a lot of action is going to break out just now, but have a look at the circle. Everyone is pretty much going to be happy inside it. I mean, even I-8 all the way down at the Sosnovka military base are not going to have to move anytime soon. Now, of course, we did see an early clash. Well, not an early clash per se, but, Vibes Jiggle getting caught out, because it does look like RAW have gone to their preferred drop spot of the containers at Georgia Paul, and ZEUS Blay are right next. Now, I know that we weren't really going to talk about this particular team in case, unless they don't do something spectacular. But again, I do believe, all that pressure was mounting off. I do kind of believe, dare I say, infighting. But, I mean...
look, you need to...
It has taken a mental toll. It has taken a mental toll on the players. And as far as breaking it up goes, Fixes actually said it perfectly yesterday, Like in the chat, everyone was talking about the new coach. But again, Rome wasn't built in one day, right? So it is going to come down to the players' individual skills. And I'm pretty sure it is going to be some sort of mental anguish, if I can say so, because that is all that is lacking in their game. But again, like you said, we still have a few games left, only 6 games done out of the total 18, and things can be turned around.
We are a third of the way through though, right? 33% of the games have been done, and there is one team. Now I agree. I think that's a dead horse at this point. You're talking about ZEUS, but T2K, considering their domination in the Super Weekends, 14th place after day one of action, considering it's only 3 days. This isn't a marathon, XP. It's a sprint. So for them to have a bit of a quiet start yesterday is definitely going to be rankling in their minds.
See, if you look at what T2K has done in the past, right? I mean, this is their usual progression. They don't really start right off the bat, strong like a team, say Deadeyes guys or DRS. They do take the time gradually, but again, it is only 3 days that they have to do all this in. So, we don't have the privilege or the luxury of it being a league play. You have 3 weeks to mess around. And of course, they did dominate the entirety of those stages. But again, this is now when they need to actually start popping off. And once they do, Blay, T2K is a team that once they get that momentum rolling, once the ball is rolling, it is kind of almost unstoppable, unless of course you make a few mistakes on the inside. Because again, the moment I said you make a few mistakes, you know what just flashed in front of my eyes? Wizzes with wives and that little kerfuffle yesterday.
Yeah, considering they managed to, I think they're in the in the 9th position right now, and considering the first couple of games they had, how disastrous it was for them, I guess they'll still be pretty pleased with the way it turned out. There we go, 37 points, not too shabby at all. Definitely a real chance of them cracking top 6 if they continued to play with the form we've seen from them in at least during the league stage. Bottom half of the table though, XP, it's kind of played out the way we all expected, right? Like High Voltage Future Station, 7Cs, BABLU, these are the guys who, kind of, I wouldn't say they were in the middle of the pack, so to speak. They didn't have the highs that a T2K or an I8 or a DRS had, or a Seal Esports for that matter. So it's kind of expected to see them at the bottom half of the table. The only two outliers, obviously, being ZEUS and T2K. But the usual suspects you can see over here, they're all in the top 8, and I'm not too surprised at all.
Oh yeah, and just to add to the T2K point, again now. It became in the group stages, it became as such that they didn't really have anything to lose. Right now, Blay, there is a lot on the line. So I know we sound like stuck records when we keep talking about the mental aspect of the game, but you got to realize one thing. All these players are going to be on this stage. They have the skills to back it up, right? It all comes down to the mental acuity. It all comes down whether you can hold your nerve, because looks like DRS are going to be not only holding the nerve but their trigger fingers as well, because Seal are going to be driving dangerously by in the blue zone. And that is in fact quite an interesting route that they've taken to go all the way up north above Yasnaya, and they're going to have that real estate right at the north, just under shooting range. But now there you have it. I was kind of thinking, what if the circle kind of shifts down south? Well, they're just going to have to drive a little bit more. Now I do hear shots in the background, and of course I do hear vehicles, but have a look at that. Pretty much everyone in this map right now is in one vehicle or another.
Which is a bit surprising for me, considering you look at the zone, you look at the way it was, basically following the plane path. You would have expected teams to just slowly inch on in. Most of them really didn't have to make too much of a move, but yeah, as a circle does close in further rather, teams opting to go for a vehicular rotation, which I guess it makes sense, XP, but I don't see the haste. I don't understand the haste as to why they really want to just zoom on into the interiors of the map. They could take the time, they could clear out the closer angles, and there's no guarantee the circle's going to be shifting on towards Pochinki, but if it does collapse in itself, XP, we could be in for a treat. It might be a Pochinki final circle.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen action breaking out in Pochinki. One of my favorite cities in this map, to be honest with you. The first I actually dropped down to. But Jam, Pochinki could be a little bit of a hotspot right now, as we do have a few teams really close by. But right now, Wizzes with Wives are going to be letting some action off on action itself, as Stalwart are going to lose one member, as Apex and the others are trying to hastily get something done. But it looks like they're going to come under fire from elsewhere, because T2K are going to be laying some lead in their direction as well. Now, this is again what happens, right? When you suddenly start migrating this early on, yeah, you are going to get caught off in rotation. But if you get separated from your teammates, and if you get picked off one by one, well, there is nothing much to be done, as Stalwart Esports have just realized that, losing 2 members. And, I guess, Blade, just to answer your question that you kind of posed a few minutes ago was, I get it that everybody wants to go for the center because, it's going to be easier to predict what's going to happen later on. But again, you are putting yourself in a position that, you're surrounded by the enemy. There you have it. He was coming for a little bit of a recon swing, but of course, a little too close to the buildings for his taste. And
There we go.
he gets taken out, as does his teammate.
I do wonder if Delta X is going to change his undies after that, because if I have a car...
That was scary.
Yeah, just
that was
coming in
scary.
at you, that's an instant
He
knock
soiled
right
them, Blake.
there.
He soiled them.
He definitely soiled his pants, but he got the kill, and it's like, all right, probably took the underpants off the corpse of the body in the car. Wow,
Fresh ones.
That's fresh ones.
You're a dirty boy.
Might be a little bit of blood there. You never know. Anyway, all things. But
It's
yeah,
just external though.
but
All right.
but all
Back to the
things consider, XP, like we were talking about vehicular rotations, and there you have it, right? Like Stalwart losing 2 members, and R3D as well. They're just gonna make a run for it. And considering how it's such open terrain, it is risky. But they got the the nose on.
You know what's
Sorry.
interesting? Just because the map is one, I'll just point one thing out. Have a look at what's happening. Everyone, in fact, around Pachinki is going for the hills. Now, they all realize, you do want to play the king of the hill game, but Blade, there's a lot of cover as well, and you can literally hide amongst the tall grass and the trees, and again, have a good 360 vigil. So they are keeping their options open, but have a look at Pachinki. It's pretty much desolated. It's deserted. No one's there.
Interesting, though, as the zone will move on in. The next one, I feel this one's going to be a bloody migration. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? Look at Zeus.
Zeus are going to be coming down from Mount Olympus. Now, they are going to have those 6 houses all for their taking. That is where they are most definitely going to be heading. They've been most comfortable in that situation. Now, for teams like A1 Esports, on top of that high mountain right to the southwest of Pachinki, that is going to be a dangerous spot, especially because teams like I8, they're going to be coming right towards you. Teams like T2K are heading in that direction. In fact, in a few seconds, you might just see on your kill feed, Deadeyes guys go up against A1 Esports, and any second now, Blay, it is going to be a bit chaotic. It's going to kind of remind you of Sanhok.
Yeah, and I love that. I do enjoy that. Also, I do believe it is it Nima's birthday today?
Well, happy birthday if it is.
Yeah, happy birthday if it is. Hope you get at least 1 chicken dinner. No one's got 2 chicken dinners yet so far on day 1. Everyone got not everyone, but 6 teams got 1.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring, but no one wants to share the money. Yeah, Shifu is going to unload onto Dante. It's going to be an early knock. I don't think they've been able to confirm the kill. And look at Deadeyes guys, though. Immediately repositioning themselves. Now, I think you're right, XP. Like, the fact that even, despite the fact that this is, like, 3rd circle, and the fact that they are in the zone, all the teams seem to just be gravitating smack center. I'm looking at my secondary monitor, and smack center, XP, there's nothing. There's a road and open fields. Meanwhile, however, A1 are coming under heavy fire, and on top doing a fantastic job, just being the lurk, XP, as Vibes are going to join the fray. A1 are in a bit of a pickle, and it's not looking good so far, but T2K has arrived and knocked down 1 member of Deadeyes guys, giving a little bit of respite temporarily for A1, but they do lose 1 member.
They do lose 1 member, and looks like they're going to be threatened by another loss because they are going to have to back out just ever so slowly. I do believe only 2 members from A1 Esports are going to be up and kicking. Now, T2K did realize something's happening. They're going to join the fray as well. Again, we did just call out this particular point, which A1 currently had. Like I said, it's going to be a mad dash for the hill, and everybody wants to be crowned kings. A1 Esports are doing the smart thing. They've kind of lost this battle, but they haven't lost the war, so they are going to be retreating. Tactical retreat in this sense, and they're going to be hoping to fight another day. Now, what Deadeyes guys did that was smart was, they were going straight up for the hill. I do believe A1 Esports kind of had a little bit of preemptive fire that kind of gave the position away. They did capitalize on it, but now they do realize that, wait a second, some other team is coming in. And if you have a look at how T2K are trying to spread out, they are going to have a little bit of a jump on Deadeyes guys, especially if you look at Jane's position. But what I am worried about for Jane is the fact that he was getting shot at from behind by Vibe. So again, it is going to be a high-stake, high-reward game for that hill right now because you can't really stay in one place for too long.
You really can in the next zone. Moving on in, and let's see who's going to get screwed. Oh, a few of them are getting screwed here. But RAW and Vibes, XP, pretty solid position. The circle, it's not been a drastic shift, but it has moved away from Pachinki. It has moved away from ruins. I see a cluster of small little houses you can see over there, northwestern side of the next zone. Apart from that, XP, these are fields. These are open fields with some hay bales for cover. some trees, some bushes. That's about it. So expect to see a lot of bodies hitting the floor and starting to crawl ahead, doing their best impression of a snake. As A1 is driving behind a team, but hold up. A1 unleashing onto I8, but now they're trapped inside the little shed. And bear in mind, there are only 2 members alive for the side of A1. Make that only 9 by now standing. Smokes have been deployed. They're going to try and get the res, but look at Raw at the distance. They can pepper these smokes with their bullets, but instead, they're first going to go for I8. And I8, they have suffered a multiple casualties so far.
Raw definitely have a good position. I'm going to come and break that down in a second because High Voltage are currently fending off an attack by DRS. Now, you did kind of say that it is the birthday boy who is going to be fighting his battles right now. Let's see if it's going to do him any good because Mafia Ninja is going to try and set up a grenade. Now, he switches to the weapon because he does see a little bit of motion in that smoke. Now, what DRS is going to do... Oh, Mafia Ninja is going to have to go on the other side. Had he been on the left side of that vehicle, possibly he would not have been knocked out. And it does look like the Wizzes with wives are coming into play, which gives Aussie enough time to be patched up, to be picked up, and, well, administer that first aid. They do have that buggy, but I do believe the rear tires have been knocked out, which means escape by vehicle is going to be a little tricky. They are going to have to deploy some more smokes and just get out of harm's way. The fact that is working for them in their favor is that DRS play has come under fire, which has given them kind of time to revive and reposition themselves. However, they are still outside the circle, and, well, getting in the circle is going to be way too open right now, unless they make it to that single red house down below, but then they're going to have to bypass 7C. So for Aussie, I like the fact that he's still trying to position his buggy. They need vehicles to get out of that little tricky situation they're in.
Yeah, the teams do move on. And Stalwart trying to be very cheeky, XP. They're trying to move in very, very late into the zone, and they've managed to do so. They've somehow managed to avoid 7C and DRS and High Voltage, but these 3 teams, these names I mentioned, alongside Wizzes with Vibes, are the 4 teams still out of the zone, so they need to make a move. And DRS, they've had enough of just dilly-dallying around, taking fights, and they're just going to put the pedal to the metal and just ram their way in through the safe zone. In the meantime, BABLU going up against ZEUS. Now, ZEUS, they are kind of in the zone, but they want to ensure that they are comfortable. And right now, they're not comfortable, because in those trenches, all 4 members of BABLU lie in wait. And we've seen BABLU go toe-to-toe with ZEUS in the past and come out on top multiple times. So the Mongolians, if there was ever a time for them to step up and deliver, now is the time, as DRS are getting mowed down, XP. I do believe they have been wiped out, and indeed that is going to be it for DRS. They will no longer be in the server, joining R3D, as BABLU are going to unload onto ABLU, and I do believe ABLU should be taken down here pretty early. He's out in the open, the Blues moving in as well.
Now, what went wrong for ABLU was he did try to set up that smoke, but the angle was so off that, you know, of course, he was spotted out early on, and BABLU are going to be quick to the triggers with precision, getting the job done. And talking about precision, looks like Godless has been spotted in the distance. He gets taken out as well. Now, this is where ZEUS is messing up, because, again, they are trying to play that spread out game. Now, Zeol's position has been given away as well. I like what they're doing now. Now they realize, you know what, this front is completely decimated. They might go and pick up Godless. From there, they are going to be heading towards the eastern front of the zone, because, well, the south is definitely not going to be friendly to them. I like the fact that the Clarity BABLU are using those irrigation ditches to make sure, you know, they have plenty of cover. ZEUS, as I said, Godless has been picked up, but now they are going to have to weigh their options. The only option that I do see working for them is either A, they go back and face BABLU with full force. They got to hit those irrigation canals, try and get around and get the better of the enemy. Meanwhile, I8 over here looking like they might be trapped in something of the wrong making, because Crypto blew up his teammate, and now he is on fire. Lucky for him, the fires have abated, but first aid does come in. He's the last man standing for his team, and, well, he is like a wild animal cornered. And I think, was that a grenade play?
No, I think it was a smoke. Oh, that was a nade. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. By the way, we've lost 7 Cs to the blue. I don't know why they took so long, and Future Station just arrived. They're like, all right, screw this. Crypto's timing his nade. Out the door. Gonna take care of the buggy. I love how Future Station aren't even like pushing in to take the fight. Oh, nice damage there. Where are they getting even shot from? As finally, Crypto will be put down, but Future Station are taking damage from elsewhere. As BABLU, they were going up against ZEUS XP, but now they're just annihilating Seal Esports, and I do believe that's it for Seal as well. They barely got a single kill, and BABLU, they're raring to go. They're taking the fight to every single one on their path as we're down now to the final 10 teams, 30 alive. That's an average of 3 alive per team, and a clean shot coming in for the most in the contest.
I like how BABLU's playing. They're playing the sector game right now. They're making sure they're in the periphery. Wait a second, that's Sanhok is going to come under heavy fire. It is going to be the DK28, and Sada is going to make sure that he puts his man 6 feet under. Coming back to BABLU real quick. So they are playing from the periphery, but they're making sure, Blade, that they have their backs to a solid wall. Nothing is going to be finding them as Killer comes under fire. Lucky for him that Haydale might have just saved his life, but now they are going to have to escape from that little compound that they were holding on to for so long out in the open, and this is when they are going to be picked apart one by one as Prabeen goes down, Assassin goes down, which means that Killer is the last man standing for his team. Elsewhere, Future Station, we did see them wipe out IA just moments ago. They do have the still Shack for cover. Blay, A1 Esports, we saw 2 members early on, still in the game, pretty much at the center of all the action. They have their work definitely cut out for them.
Oh yeah, and the zone shift, it's on them. They got a little bit of a that drop to work with, but that zone XP, it's bereft of any cover whatsoever. Well, barely any cover. I'm sure there'll be a couple of hay bales and a couple of rocks and whatnot, but
they have the only shack though.
And the one shack, but that could make them a sitting duck, right? Sitting target. As ZEUS Esports, somehow they managed to escape. I mean, they did lose a member, but ably to BABLU. And look at BABLU. They haven't moved from the trench. And look at the way they're arrayed all across that massive trench as 9boy unloads on the ZEUS Esports. And ZEUS, they're not even taking any fights, XP. This is... I know, like, I need to give up hope.
Hey man,
them,
you gotta call it like you see it. There's literally target practice right now for other teams in the center. They're all getting shot at for all directions. Shooting back. I guess they want to be pacifist. I guess, again, it all, we got to kind of knit and, pick their brains, Blade, to see exactly what's happening. But right now, there does seem to be a lot of indecision from ZEUS Esports. We're in a Sinister over here. Does spot Future Station in distance. He's going to lay down a few shots again. A1 Esports know that Future Station are going to be pushing in on their position sooner or later, as high voltage are going to be left out in the blue. Vadu's taking massive damage. He is not going to make it, but Havoc does. And now with the last ditch effort, trying to lay down some lead on Joker, it is not going to be successful. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, high voltage out with a
a second too late, and you read that one to perfection, XP. The zone being the Grim Reaper so far in the server, but BABLU are popping off. 6 kills for them, all 4 alive. Raw as well, 8 frags, 3 alive, and Future Station top fragging with everyone hail and hearty. ZEUS, Wizzes with Vibes, and A1 Esports down to 2-man squad each. ZEUS still sitting on a big fat 0. And finally, maybe Icy heard me. He's taking a couple of shots in the direction of 6'9 boy, but not quite able to land the killing blow. I think since I spotted out Joker, he has. He's seen him inside of that bush. And that bush, XP, I don't...
He's hitting his Waco.
Oh, crap. You don't want that to blow up. And yeah, like that bush it will obscure vision, but it will not block bullets, and that is something RAW have to be careful about. Now everyone's in kind of at the edge of the zone.
Oh yeah.
The direction it shifts, that's what's gonna decide which way this might go. And we have 2 drops smack center as well, XP. This is anyone's game. Look at A1. They're in the middle as IC will be spotted by 9boy, finished off. Zeol's gonna be left alone. The zone's moving in, and I do believe that ZEUS's days are kind of numbered, XP.
They are looking kind of grim out there because Roland is the last man standing. Bailey on an AHP, and in fact, it's going to be Pika P from BABLU who is going to spot him and put him out of his misery, which means now we're down to the final 4 teams. 12 people are still going to be alive. Future Station, still a 4-man squad as Wolf is going to knock Sinister off his feet, and Magnet from the distance.
One good nade.
Try to steal
one good nade.
Now, of course, one good grenade is going to come in. There you have it. That's going to be easy. You called it. Boom goes
10
the grenade,
kills.
and with that, A1 Esports are going to be down in the ground as well. Wait a second. Did you say 10 kills?
Yep, 10 kills for the side of BABLU. And 10 kills of Future Station. Magnet's got 7, by the way. And
these guys are popping off late.
Yeah, Future Station, man. Like, here we go. Chicken dinner again. It could happen, and look at them.
Slow and steady wins the race.
100%, and right now they are just unloading onto BABLU, XP. 2 members knocked down, Zubian and Wolf. Now, they have a lot of greenery obscuring Future Station's vision, so they can get the res on. In fact, Zubian will be found and res, and Wolf will also hopefully be back on his feet. Bishal, though, he's been kind of quiet. He's not showing himself. He's like, let these guys, let them fight. is what he's probably thinking right now.
And I'm going to have to agree with him because you are going to have two Goliaths in the distance trying to
cover,
battle it
man.
out. And, well, I love this. Everyone's going to have to hit the deck. And, you know, you want to be in the dead grass. You want to be in the brown grass. It's going to be taller. That is a beautiful grenade. However, there's no one behind the airdrop as they would have anticipated because Magnet has moved on a bit further in. Now, Bashal is going to be creeping and crawling his way in, but he's been spotted out by Entry.
That's it.
And Entry's going to make sure he has an early exit. Magnet does get spotted out. It is going to be a give and take from both these teams.
2v2.
As Future Station have two of theirs down. Clarity, BABLU have two of their members down. Like you said, it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Question is, that's going to go for the Revs. No! 6ix9ine boy, in fact, drove in that smoke, but his position was given away by that sound. And if you have impeccable sound sense play, you know exactly where to put it.
You can triangulate it very easy. One member remaining alive for the side of BABLU. It's the Wolf himself. Wolf's going to finish off Magnet, but now, with those shots, has given away his position. XP is down to half HP. He needs to decide what he wants to do here. Entry, taking shots in the wrong direction. He is so certain there's someone in that bush, but it's going to be his teammate is going to get the kill. And Future Station, ladies and gentlemen, a clinical win. That was just great stuff. And I liked how at the very end against BABLU as well, in a 4v4 to a 3v3 to a 2v2. But in the end, BABLU maybe a little bit more shots instead of just trying to rotate in could have potentially netted them a chicken dinner, but take nothing away. 16 kills. For Future Station, man, and I don't know how many kills Magnet got, but I believe he might have got at least 9, maybe 10.
Could be in double digits, but again, it is going to be 7 kills is what
Still not bad at all.
One of the voices in my head is telling me still not bad at all. And let's not forget that the other teams are popping off as well. I mean, Clarity, when we had a look at both teams play, Future Station and Clarity both had 10 kills apiece, which means again they were going for the kills. Now it all comes down to their placement in the zone as well. Future Station played it brilliant. I did kind of say that, Clarity and Future Station, in fact, were playing from the periphery, but they were clearing the sectors and moving forward, right? Making sure they have a back at their wall. And, well, it looks like it did work. But, of course, with that, it is going to be the end of Game 1. I'm sure you're going to be interested in what's in store for you later on, but that is going to be on the other side of this little break.
Welcome to the finals week right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are on day number 2, game number 1 just finished. A huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. But dudes, what a play that was. I mean, the predictions certainly going off the tracks, but on the other front, the teams that we wanted to actually pick up their, right? Just perfect play from both the teams.
I mean, Clarity, BABLU and Future Station, they were so aggressive. I just have one question. Who hurt you guys? Let's talk first. Like, it looked like they were so angry in their gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, especially the lads from BABLU, because, I mean, the way they were holding those trenches, absolutely not willing to let anyone step into the circle. And then Future Station as well doing really well for themselves, especially Magnet. I mean, we always call him the zone Magnet, but this time he was the kill Magnet.
He certainly was. Talking about the MVP, look at that. 7 kills to the dude, 978 damage along with that 1 assist. But in all of this,
Zero
healing?
Wow.
Okay,
that's a true medic right there. That's a true medic right there.
We used to talk about, less number of healings. How do you... This is the lowest number that someone can get.
Yeah.
What a play being showcased from the dude, of course. But with that, let's also have a look at the top players coming in, where I do believe his teammates are also going to be chiming in.
Yeah.
No. Oh, yeah. I mean,
C1
C1 is the... Oh. 911 damage done with 4 kills. That's good. Guelph coming down with 5 kills, 756. But then Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, yeah, they had a decent game in this one as well.
Yep. Exactly. Here's the thing, right? Future Station, BABLU Clarity, and Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, all the squads we talked about during the early stages, like these teams need to pick up the pace, and they did deliver in the very first game itself. And also, we saw a lot of big names take an early exit.
Absolutely. Just perfect start to day number 2. But as we move on forth, Future Station right here with 31.16 kill chicken dinner from the side of Future Station.
Okay.
Just what they wanted.
Yeah.
Riddle me something weird.
Yes.
Future Station got a chicken dinner, right? They had their players surviving till the end. I mean, 2 players were knocked down. BABLU Clarity, they had all their 4 surviving. 2 players were knocked down, then 2 other players were surviving on the other side as well. You get it where I'm going.
I know where you're going with this.
I believe
survival types.
Yeah, I believe Future Station's players were being taken down early. That's why, obviously, the player that cannot pick up a gun because he's knocked out, that doesn't count in the average survival. That's the reason that Future Station, they have 25 minutes and 31 seconds of survival time, but BABLU Clarity, they have 25-45. But the amount of damage that both of these teams have received is comparatively lower as compared to, what we most of the time see. That's really good. That's really efficient.
That is definitely, I mean, the way this was worked out for both of these teams has been absolutely ferocious. On the other front, the grenade kills coming in from both.
He has 5 kills in total and 5 grenade kills.
Who hurt him? Tell me already.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw those perfectly set up nades again, they won, and this is just what was missing from Clarity Esports. This is exactly what was missing.
Sorry to interrupt you. As you were saying, this is what was missing, but I'm going to take one more game. I want one more game like this before I say, old BABLU is back.
And look at this as well. Sinister, his utility usage as compared to everyone else in the lobby. That's also really good. Just trying to give his team a really good comfort spot. But, well, it kind of faltered down at the end when it comes down to those gunfights. And obviously, the way the players were bifurcated. But still, that's a good number.
Absolutely is, and with that, we do have Future Station chiming in back with that map chance, and this is what we were missing from the team. It is Erangel. This team has to be a part of the map chance, and this is how they deliver it. And not only based on placement points, but the kill department as well this time.
Let's try and figure out how many teams we have from the second page of the standing in the first page in this game.
Oh yes.
We have T2K. We have BABLU Clarity right now. We have Future Station just coming up. We have ZEUS.
We have Wizzes Vibes.
I don't know why I said that as a question though. But we have ZEUS here as well. We have Vibes as well. So this is the thing, right? Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they got 19 points, which is really good. Yeah. But I want to see with A1 Esports as well. They have 12 points. I want to see what happens in the overall when second position, what DRS as they have 0 points. Will it be contested or not?
And it's not going to be just DRS. It's going to be Seal Esports as well. Just keeping an eye on their position because as we did see. A1 Esports and Raw, both of them are slowly and steadily going to be moving up. That is going to put a little bit of pressure on CV Esports, and along with that, slowly and steadily on I8 and then Stalwart next. Yeah. So it is going to take a few matches of consistent performances like these, but the pressure is going to start building up already.
Well, we've got 5 games. We still have 5 games for today, and that is the opportunity that these lads certainly are going to be well eager to participate in. But before we talk about all of those things, it is time for Ocean to take us through the rotations that were made from the side of this chicken dinner winner team, FS.
Yeah, and before it all just even ended or anything, we saw Magnet already just getting those points for himself when it comes down to the kill department. But right now, look at this. These players like to just drop down at different areas for themselves. You see one here, second one's just here, third one's just here around a vehicle or something, and then there's a fourth one. So that's really good the way these players just try and move forward for themselves, because if you just have a look at these areas minutely, obviously, but now everyone just tries to move forward slowly and steadily, because first things first, they are inside the circle, they can stay here, but then they try to move around different areas. Look at them. This is where they are experimenting. Is this area really good for us? Once again, I'll just actually change my, what do you call it? Is this a pencil? I don't know. They try to just go for this area first, and then they try and move out on this area, which is the way you experiment around just to find out a really good spot around the circle. Because most of the times I heard Blaze saying this as well, Pochinki kind of seems like the center of the zone, right? Till this moment, but then the circle just shifts here, and it was kind of good for this team as a really good news, I would say, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, it did give them a really good position inside the circle, but A1 Esports, the secret to their success was avoiding those early game engagements. Yeah, this worked out quite nicely for them and BABLU Clarity. The only difference being BABLU Clarity had to deal with a lot of pressure on the other side, while on the other end, A1 Future Station, I'm sorry, they were left in a position towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and as they moved forward, majority of the clusters, majority of the teams were moving in from the west, so they had basically easy pickings of those teams, but they capitalized quite nicely on their position.
True that. I mean, the position capitalization was really good, and then all the players surviving till the end. That just again becomes really good news, because again it was kind of a 4v4 skirmish in which obviously the players were knocked out, but still, had you had a chance, obviously everyone would have wanted to revive their teammates, right?
Definitely, most definitely would have, and probably that is something that all the teams are certainly trying to work towards, to get all 4 members be part of that final zone and that final fight that they're going to be participating in. But with that, there were so many fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game. Right off the bat, in the first 2 minutes itself, we saw some action from Raw.
Well, I mean, it was an intense game, and as you were talking about early action, all the early action that we witnessed this time was the big names going out and getting picked off from the teams that were struggling yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a thing, right? There will be teams that would try and read, obviously, their first day's gameplay and try to just see what is it that they are missing. If some team is missing the movements around the circle, they would like to inculcate that. If some team is missing maybe good fights, they would like to take those fights. This time, Clarity BABLU as well. First things first, they had ZEUS on their back lines, but then they start taking fight against Seal. That's really good decisioning from these lads.
Yeah.
And if you talk about ZEUS, well, this time in the first zone, we don't see them already contesting for the center of the circle, but we see them staying at the hilly area, then slowly and steadily just moving in the circle. So every team was changing kind of their gameplay style, which was really good. But then there were a lot of teams just like Seal and all that we talked about. They were still just moving with their northern rotation that they already like to do, that they're comfortable with. So there were teams in the top 8 that were in the top 8 that were just not doing their actual gameplay, but then there were those teams that changed everything, and well, they changed the syllabus.
They certainly did. Amazing play from the side of Future Station as well as Clarity Esports. But as we move on to have a look at that damage graph, a look at the teams on the right side, as Varun was just mentioning, some pretty big names being popped off right in the first few minutes of the game.
I mean, exactly, and as we did talk about it as well, and Ocean mentioned this, ZEUS Esports, this time their rotations were a little bit different if you compare to their performances yesterday, and they were able to find a lot of playing space, but it did not really work out because they came up face to face against a team that was doing really well in terms of the momentum, that was BABLU Clarity, and just being able to witness this sort of aggression from Future Station, from BABLU Clarity, from Raw after a while. I mean, they gave us a glimpse of this yesterday, but to be able to deliver that consistently, I am very happy from these teams.
Most certainly, and with that, let's move on and have a look at that storyboard that's going to be dictating what Ocean was mentioning earlier, as to when it comes down to that pole position. It is Deadeyes, but what bigger leap have the other teams made? DRS did walk away with 0 points, but Ruthless catching up.
Wow. Me likey.
Yeah, not just you, man. I like this as well.
Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, 3rd position, Johnny, with 42 kills, just 28. They have the lowest placement points in top 8 right now.
And they have no chicken dinners in the top 5. The only team in the top 5 with no chicken dinners. But Future Station, they find themselves on the 7th. A team with 2 chicken dinners and sitting on 59 points. So the difference between them and DRS is also not that big. So top 8 is still pretty volatile, apart from Deadeyes guys obviously sitting with a massive lead for themselves. But things are definitely looking like there's going to be a lot of changes today.
Yep,
that's how it has started, right? Well, they have picked up the pace for themselves as well, just hitting up the half century. With those 3 placement jumps and 10th placement right now. 7C high voltage Wizzes, they have gone down for sure. But now 7C, if they don't perform again, T2K would want to get some good lead for themselves. Let's see.
Let's find out. Let's get the show moving on along. Let's have our schedule on the screen. We just got done with Erangel, and now it's time to shift the gears towards the hilly terrain of Miramar. And this is where maybe Stalwart could be the one that could maybe bring in that sort of a dominating affair from the Mongolian side.
Yes.
But I have a question for Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Ocean, we just saw Erangel. We just saw the amazing performance from BABLU Clarity.
Right.
And Miramar is coming up next. What do you have to say?
Oh.
So
That bandwagon it's a tricky affair.
it indeed is tricky. So as much as we know that team can deliver, we have another conversation going on. That is, well, Nepali teams have had chicken dinners for themselves starting from yesterday. Bangladeshi teams have done it. Pakistani teams have done it. Mongolian teams, when will we see that?
Maybe now. Maybe now, right? I mean, we
Stalwart
spoke about
or
Stalwart.
Seal.
Right. Could very well be the case. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Get in the pose. Let's get the game moving on along. It is time for XPN Play to take us through the second game of the day.
Well, I hope you're hydrated, all of you guys watching, because we're going to be jumping into Miramar again. Shout out to our analyst, great breakdown coming in over there. And yeah, XP, Ruthless aggressive warriors, top 3, without a second chicken dinner. So I guess they live up to the names, I guess?
I mean, they are ruthless. They have been kind of aggressive, and well, they are warriors, jumping 5 places on that overall leaderboard, which goes to show one game can make it or break it. Of course, you need to have those kills to back up all your talking. Now, the second game is going to be underway without further ado, and this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be flying to Miramar. Now, Miramar Play, much bigger map, much more options available to you right from the beginning, but it all boils down to where this big, beautiful bird is going to be flying. And, well, Captain, where are we flying to this time?
We're going straight to prison, XP. We're all going to
yes,
jail.
Sir! Woo!
Right at the end, you can see it.
It's
the
about
arrow
time.
pointing there. But XP, I've prayed, I've cried, I've even sacrificed stuff to the gods, to the dark gods. But we still don't have a prison circle. Why does this happen?
Well, I guess all of us are good boys over here, and no one's really going to end up in prison. Well, ask me that again in about 10 years. Forget that joke. I even said that. Now, the plane path is going down. Everyone is going to be dropping off to their favorite drop spots. Now, if I know my co-caster well, and of course I do, he wants something oblivious. He wants something in the northeast or the northwest. He doesn't want to come down south unless it's at the prison and there's a lot of water. So I'm actually hoping for a Los Leones circle just to, kind of tick him off. But let's see what the PUBG gods have in store for us. And quite interesting, right from the bad play, ZEUS Esports are going to be dropping off pretty early in El Azahar, making sure that they are kitted right from the beginning. Now, I'll say this one last time. What ZEUS needs to do is stop playing this new game of, chilling around the edge of the periphery, hit the center like they did once upon a time, and maybe, all those ancient powers that have been kind of gone. Well, the circle kind of just abrupted me
I'm okay with this.
mid-sentence.
I'm okay with this.
You are going to be.
I
want to see something further up. I want to see something around Trailer Park. That's what I want to see.
It is. I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, though, because it is very reminiscent for yesterday's circle, right? Where we saw half the teams drop here, right? And then we saw the other teams, like who were towards Puerto Parayo, the eastern side of the map. They waited for everyone else to move in further central towards El Pozo, near the Monte Nuevo and Craterfield. Then they moved on in. We saw BABLU drive all the way towards the ruins. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a very similar play take place over here as blah 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 will be run over by Jiggle. That's all the humanity. Praveen punches him to death, and that's going to be it. We lose a man very early for RAW, and we were just the desk, and we were just talking about them, XP.
Well, I kind of figured that, maybe Praveen would be a bit nicer because, it was like a same pin situation. They both had pretty much the same outfits on. I was like, hey, what's up, twin? Nah, sorry, I got to put you in the ground. Of course, they did add a little insult to injury there with the punches, but that is how it is. If you get caught out in the open, well, you are going to go down without any mercy. So right now, RAW, the team that we were talking about, is going to be the first to bite the dust, and they are going to be one man short. But again, knowing the team play, it shouldn't make too much of a difference if they can still keep their heads on straight and get the job done. Now, I did have a look at the blue zone, not the blue zone, at the zone. And I have a question for you, which I'm pretty sure you are going to concur with me. So 7C out in Puerto Paraiso once again, way pretty far away from the circle, right?
Yep.
Are they going to be in the blue for a couple of circles before we even see them in the fight, as usual?
But you gotta remember, they were in the fourth or fifth circle. They were in it. They somehow managed to sneak their way in, despite them being so far away initially, XP. So you never know. You never know. You just gotta believe in these guys. Although they do need to get a few more points here, XP. It's been a bit of a quiet day one. Yeah, I'm looking. You take a look at the standings. 13th position, not ideal. T2K as well. Again, XP, the first game didn't really get much done. Still stuck in the 14th position. But Future Station, though, they catapulted themselves all the way up to the top 8, top 7 right now. And again, reminding all the viewers, reminding you, reminding myself as well, only 6 teams who move on through to the South Asia MENA finals. There's a lot. There's a lot on the line.
There is a lot on the line. The stakes have definitely been raised. And, well, Future Station just goes to show that, they weren't a team that just got the job done because of good zone placement and rotations. They got 16 kills in that last game, with Magnet snatching 7 for himself. So, of course, a heavy-hitting team, and anyone can pretty much do it. Now, if we are to look at history, and, of course, history does teach us a lot, Play, I'm pretty sure Clarity BABLU are going to be driving up along that Western Expressway all the way to La Cabrera like they did yesterday, because, again, they're not going to be stopped midway. However, the fact that RAW is now moving into El Pozo could give their position away. But again, this is all speculation, because there's still some time for the blue to start coming in. Now, if you have a look at the bottom right of your screens, you can see the blue zone slowly and steadily creep its way in. And, well, 7C definitely are going to be caught out in the blue once again. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum, if you have a look right up north, Seal are making a move already, with 2 of their members having left Torea Humada, coming into the circle, with the latter 2 following up behind. Now, it is possible that R3D could spot some movement, I beg your pardon, in the distance, some, vehicles just going along the road, and they might be like, hey, wait a second, let me try and put a few shots down range and see what happens. But again, I doubt that's going to happen at this stage. You don't want to give your position away this early and, give the enemy a chance to kind of gatekeep you, because, again, R3D are going to be kind of careful as they come into the circle. Now, I do hear buggers in the distance, and it looks like the birthday boy is on a little drive. And turns out, I mean, again, I don't have 100%, it's not factual, but it turns out I think it's Ozim's birthday as well today, if the chat is to be believed. A lot of birthday boys.
Everyone's sharing birthdays. Look at that. I do wonder, like, are they birthday buddies? Usually, like, in our industry, when we know people share birthdays, we're like, hey, birthday buddies, yay.
I've never experienced that, and now I feel sad.
No one likes you, XP.
Yep.
Also,
that is it for me. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Also, I don't even know when your birthday is.
Wow. I mean, that was pretty. I mean, I thought, all right, we'll have a jab at one another.
I love you, XP.
Straight up,
you know
nobody
it.
Likes
you know
me.
how it is.
It's all right.
All
story
banter.
of my life, Play. Story of my life.
Yeah, now we're gonna have some one of those YouTubers you're chasing drama, like English caster tells other English caster no one likes him.
But the thing is, it's the truth, so it's all right. I'm already used to it.
That's why we work in esports, XP. That's why no one else likes us. That's
we
why
are not here to make friends. Of course, we're here to make friends. But anyway, let's get back in the game, because after all, Blade, this isn't about us. It's about all these lovely gentlemen on our screens who are fighting.
I just want to take a look at the map real quickly, and you can obviously continue what you want to see.
People driving on the road.
Yeah, but I could do that in real life. I could literally take my car out and wait, now hold up. Might be seeing a few shots being rung out here as Seal. They're kind of far away from each other, but they're all in the vehicles. And T2K, legend, he's got that itchy trigger finger.
He does have that itchy trigger finger, but he does show some restraint, which is the right call, because, again, he would have been caught out in rotation, but it looks like BABLU is going to fall to his own demise. He just has been knocked out. He isn't dead yet. Now, Reaperbot is going to open up on Seal Wally, as Seal are going to be jumping over these little ridges and just trying to get to safety, but looks like Pika has been taken out, and there we have the source of the little clash that we saw earlier on. Another one is going to bite the dust, and BABLU Clarity Blade are going to be reduced by 1 man. Now, DRS in the distance, they did hear the commotion, and I was kind of expecting them to push up on their position, but have a look at Gelden. He does have that high ground, also aware that, enemies could be driving nearby. This is kind of kind of dangerous. Now, because BABLU Wolf is all by his lonesome, right? DRS know this, but if reinforcements do come in, Galzin could be caught in the open. Let's have a look at what we saw earlier on. There we have it. Pika P was trying to get to safety. He flung himself out. Now, the bullets did do some damage, but it was gravity itself which finally brought him down. And now, the wolf, the lone wolf, is going to have to fend off against an attacking DRS.
Yeah, this looks impossible. This shouldn't be possible at all, right? Like, is it? No. Nade sails in. Oh, Mafia Ninja buff. Wolf running around, lying prone. Mafia Ninja, what's he doing? He's going to drop on down onto that balcony. He's going to take first contact. And immediately the wolf will make his, will howl his last howl. Now, they still have his teammates nearby. You could see them in the distance, but the moment Wolf gets taken down, the rest of BABLU are like, yeah, no, not worth it. So 420 Boy and Zebian, they're going to potentially try and make the way into the next zone. Maybe through La Cobreria, perhaps?
It is possible.
Look at 7Cs, look at 7Cs, look at 7Cs.
Yep, as expected, 7Cs. They're going to take their sweet time in the blue again. Whenever they drop down, right, guys, they are going to loot every single nook and cranny of whichever city, town that they fall in. And I'm pretty sure Puerto Paraíso is a dead city right now. Nothing over there, not a single bandage left because, well, it's going to be in those 4 vehicles that are coming up north. Now, if you have a look at the circle play, everyone except ZEUS and 7C are pretty much in the circle, and of course DRS, who are chasing BABLU. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of bodies in closed confined spaces, and sooner or later someone is going to just light that little spark that's going to ignite into a fire, and well, we're going to have teams toppling over one another very shortly. Now the question is, what is the best position? Do you want to go for a little bit of a fortification in the form of a compound, or do you want to stay high up on the mountains but then risk being, you know, spotted out like a little silhouette in the distance? So again, it is going to be a give and take, but right now Frag Boy is just trying to see which building do I want to park my buggy in. The race is still on. The race is still on. No, Mafia Ninja.
Who's gonna light? Who's gonna light? Oh, look at this. This is amazing. I love the cinematic view they're giving here. Oh, and BABLU's had enough. Zebian is like, all right, that's it. I'm done with you guys. Screw you guys. He gets off, takes the fight. It's like, screw this. I'm going to make my last stand here. 420 Boy is nowhere to be seen. So Zebian has to do everything by his lonesome. He's already taken away one member, and that has to be sweet vengeance. That's a great nade, but could have been a little bit deeper. And Zebian's going to reposition himself, trying to use the houses for cover. Look at the way DRS all grouped up together as well. They don't want to give him the individual 1v1s because we already know what happened there, losing a member early on. Zebian trying to bait them out, but Galzin, eyes of an eagle, spots out 420 Boy, and while 420 Boy is going to be, well, just healing himself up, that's the opportunity for the rest of them to push on in and take on Zebian. But that smoke XP, it's a bait.
It is bait. Now he is going to try and cut off his left side. Galzin, now he has given his footsteps away. He might just peek a little bit, overextend, and could get shot down. But what Nima is doing is smart as well, trying to cut off his rotation and basically get Zebian from every single angle. Now, what I would have wanted to see was Zebian try to get out of harm's way, but again, that buggy is missing a rear tire. So again, moving is going to be a bit of a problem for that vehicle. That means he is going to have to take the fight. Now he has given his position away. He does have that Tommy. Those 50 rounds could come in handy as he is going to go up against Galzin. Galzin bobbing and weaving, but not quick enough as he is going to be taken down by the Tommy gun. And I'm sure Zebian is feeling real gangster right now. Now, DRS play, reduced to a 2-man squad, are now going to be on the defensive. They realize, wait a second, we made a little bit of a mistake. As a result of that, they've lost their member and they've lost their position, all because they wanted to go and get 6ix9ine Boy.
Zebian's like, well, run away. Run away
like,
now.
It worked. Somehow it worked.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. 4v2, they were on the hunt, and how quickly the tables flipped XP. The hunters became the hunted, and now Nima and Mafia Ninja will have to make a move. And Nima's still paranoid. He's paranoid that 420 Boy is going to be coming on in now from the distance. This is something which you're going to be seeing very often on the map of Miramar. Teams atop these elevated positions, taking pot shots at the poor souls down below. Clutch Baba will be lost as we have a bit of a replay here. This was Malik taking down a member over there of his opponents, but Zebian though, just great work, man. Like I love like how at one point his brain just went from flee mode. Like when your adrenaline kicks in, you as a doctor would know, it's flight or fight.
Fair flight, yep.
He went from flight to fight in an instant, and he gets 2 kills. That's amazing.
Well, with that adrenaline coursing through your body, things would have been a little shaky, but he did hold on to his nerve, and well, got the job done again, boys and girls. A little PSA, the mental game, the mental aspect of this game is something that should not be overlooked on, as the god of death, Anubis, finds himself getting exploded to smithereens, courtesy of Stalwart Esports. Now, Stalwart are taking a fight on two fronts. They are going to be bombing down on R3D from this high position, like an eagle's nest kind of situation, but they also have a team behind them that they have to be wary about. And it looks like, well, Stalwart Esports have been relentless. And correct me if I'm wrong, is R3D reduced to a one-man squad? I think they have two.
They have two. They have Adil and Joker. So Joker's somewhere that city, but right now T2K are going up against RAW and Sada. Oh, this could be a free kill. There's no one nearby for Legend. And Sada is not going for the immediate knock. Sorry, for the immediate finish. He's making sure there's no one nearby, and that is going to be it for Legend. Suyog, the last man standing, and he is being surrounded. Never mind, sorry. I think Sada's last man standing, and Suyog and Sandesh. I'm not too sure why they're going in one by one, XP. They're giving him individual duels. Sada's getting shot from behind, though. You need to be careful. Molotov deployed. And I guess T2K are just wary about the other team uphill. I'm not too sure which team that is, but there is... that's Deadeyes, guys. There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that. And so Sada's using that opportunity, the distraction, or rather the unintentional cover fire from Deadeyes, guys, to try and stay alive in what is right now a 1 versus 3.
It is a 1 versus 3. Now, the thing that's going to be going in on T2K's minds are they the same teammates? Yoga is going to be down on his knees. They are realizing that they are going to go up against RAW, but since none of them have been shot from up top, they are going to assume that they're all part of the same team. Now, whether that is true or not, cover, and Sada goes on a little bit of a flank. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get the knocks that he wanted. A few bullets did connect, but again, I think he was just overwhelmed that, wait a second, there are two guns trained at me, and, well... He kind of did let loose a few bullets. Unfortunately, only one of them hit, and the rest just found there.
I love the attempt. That was a nice try. That was an NT. NT's in the chat, boys. That was a well-played attempt from RAW. And, well, unfortunately, though, we will say goodbye to RAW in this particular map. But, of course, they're right now top 3. They're still feeling very comfortable. Who's not comfortable is Mafia Ninja, as he is being riddled with bullets. Each bullet a nail in his coffin, and that is going to be it from Mafia Ninja. And for DRS, I have only one member left standing. He has a lot of work to do because XP, 49 members still alive, 15 teams still in contention. As the zone moves on in, though, it's an interesting zone. Like, there is this massive mountain smack in the center, but if it shifts towards either Hacienda del Patron or San Martin, you can clearly see over there, a lot of these teams are going to have to traverse some very treacherous terrain. So the next zone could be very brutal for a lot of these teams. The Seal are coming under heavy fire from Wizzes with Vibes, who right now, for the time being, have the best spot in the map.
Well, not for long, because in about 3 seconds, buddy, they are going to have to move 450 meters into the circle. Now, they have to basically ask themselves, do they want these kills, or do they want to go and make sure they have a little bit of a secure position in the circle? Because it looks like Delta X is out of there. Reaper Bot might, in fact, stay just a little bit longer because he knows Kill is right next. That is a beautiful grenade right on target. In fact, that grenade pretty much blew up right in front of his face. Killer goes down, which means Zake is going to be left for dead as well. Seal reduced to a 2-man squad. Could be a single man standing really soon, as now all teams are frantically going to try and make it to the circle. And let me tell you, for a majority of them, it is a long, long way out. You had a little bit of a gasp. What happened? Is it because someone fell to their own death?
Yeah, I think that's the... No, that's it's a little bit of a delayed feed. Thank God. Oh, Thank God. I thought like 3 members got knocked down there, but... okay, that happened. Now, BABLU, XP, Zibian, this is a man who's got... He's basically a one-man army at this point in time, but he's taking a couple of shots. If we take a look at the replay... Boop. Love it. Oh, man. Pika started with the snipers is so beautiful. And then that was Suyog finishing off Nima. That was how DRS got eliminated, mind you. The fact that BABLU is still a 2-man squad is so very impressive. For me, as ZEUS are going up against 7Cs and XP 7C, they took the sweet time coming in for the rotation, but they're walking straight into the Mongolians, but they're not quite done. They're not going to go down without a fight. Knocks are back and forth. ZEUS a 3-man squad against just a 1-man standing for the side of 7C, and fear will be found. And ZEUS Esports, oh my. Oh my, oh my. I do believe they have a pulse.
Well, they do have a few kills, but it was like a killing field down there, especially for 7Cs, because A1 Esports was on one end and ZEUS on the other. That is a mighty, mighty grenade that has been lobbed. It's just a bit short, but I8's Uzum from behind is going to come in and make sure Dante is going to find a few bullets in his backside. Now, this is going to give ZEUS enough time to recuperate and push in on their position. This is what they need to do. There you have it. Icy is going to be the first man. They do know if they've been keeping an eye on the kill feed, they know a couple of the members are going to be a little low on HP, as Sinister now is going to be a one-man army up against Icy. Icy goes from the left, but is taken down instead, and that is going to be problematic for ZEUS Esports, because mind you, one of the members from A1 Esports, Sinister, I do believe had a good angle. No, Jax, in fact, had a very good angle at the back. So, you know, even if he did come around, it would have been troublesome, as Sinister again unleashing hell on ZEUS Esports. And Blaze, ZEUS don't really seem to have an answer for it right now.
No. They got the knock XP. They're going for the finish as well. Godless taking down Sinister. And now, ZEUS having wiped 7Cs from the server. They've taken on 2 members of A1. Now, they have lost a member in the process. 9boy trying to make his escape. 9boy caught out by Zol. That's a guaranteed 3rd kill for them. 7 kills now for ZEUS Esports XP, and I don't know where this is coming from, but
4 kills if I'm not wrong, because again, like I said, you know, A1 Esports
yeah.
and ZEUS basically tore into 7.
True.
They were sharing, buddy.
But yeah, true. But now ZEUS coming out on top and finishing off 3 members of A1. A1 do still stay alive. Jax is making a run for it, but the vehicle, it's been heard. And unfortunately for him, you look at that map, the 7Cs, there is Future Station nearby, Deadeyes Guys is there as well. Or is he aware? I don't know where the nade came in from. Must be Jax. Jax getting shot at. That's a problem. When in the tippity top like that, XP, you're going to get potentially shot at from every single angle, every single direction. And that's not a good spot you want to find yourself in. But at least for the time being, he's somehow found the zone. As Deadeyes Guys, XP, 4 members alive on top of this mountain in the zone. That chicken dinner, it's beckoning them.
It is beckoning. I mean, these guys, if they play the cards right, they could walk away the winners in Miramar. But again, anything can happen. This is a battle royale after all. Now, Future Station are still in the game as usual. They are going to be survived, if I'm not wrong. Not 1 member this time, Blay. They still have 2 alive, which is kind of contradictory to the normal sense. Uzum is going to make his way out of harm because, well, he was getting shot at. And the Battleground is going to be right for the taking. Reviews, on the other hand, is going to be spotted out by BABLU. Looks like ZEUS are going to be firing on all cylinders. They want to get the kills. They have that taste for blood now, Blay, and it is just going to keep pushing them. And looks like they are making their move. They are going to go from the left side off the circle, hugging the wall, trying to make it a safety. In fact, you know what? They are going to go for the biggest hill itself, which means I8 are going to be their first targets. And judging by how I8 are currently discombobulated, it could be possible. But Crypto from distance could be a problem, could be a thorn. However, for now, he is suppressed. Godless is going to get him.
Crypto's just trapped right now, but Godless found by Apex from the distance. The Mongolians coming to the rescue of I8. Uzum's knocked down. There's someone very nearby. Reviews. BABLU must have spotted where the Molotov came in from. Now he needs to be cognizant of the fact that someone very nearby, but he's instead going to go for the finish on the Uzum. He knows where Reviews is. He's going to rattle away a few more bullets. Finds the 2nd kill as well. And ZEUS out of nowhere. It's like they finally charged their phones, XP. It's like they've turned on the screens. It's like they put their fingers, their thumbs, whatever way you want to play this game on their phone, and they're starting to finally play the bloody damn game. And they're looking fantastic right now. 9 kills, or 10, I'm not too sure. They're down to a 2-man squad. The circle, again, favoring Deadeyes Guys. A1 Esports, the final member. Jax will fall eventually, but he did do a very good job staying alive and at least to the top 8 positions. So that's at least 1 extra point for his team.
Now, the only thing that I'm worried about is Deadeyes Guys, if they do that thing that we've seen in the past, right? They try to cover too much ground and try and make sure every single angle is going to be covered. It's going to be problematic. But right now, Stalwart Esports are going to be going up against Wizzes. They need to make sure they deal with each other because only one team can make it to the circle from this end. That is a beautiful grenade. Assassin could be in trouble, but that grenade is just a bit to his left. And for now, he is going to be a lucky man. In fact, he did take some shrapnel damage, but it's going to be Stalwart who are at the receiving end of things, although top is going to be picked up and Pika is going to patch himself up. Now, Prabir is going to crawl his way back to his teammates, but in the distance, Wizzes with Wibbes, if they see a single silhouette on this mountaintop, Wibbes could get a few bullets in their backside. That grenade actually does look good. It is going to be deep. It's just a little bit too short, or else it would have rolled down and would have spelled trouble for Stalwart Esports. Lovely, lovely decision over here coming by Stalwart's play. They are getting out in the nick of time.
The nick of
Deadeyes,
time,
guys.
and then DE, they strike onto a member, and they're just taking shots at everyone. Vibes and Stalwart Esports are prey for Deadeyes guys right now, and even though they have only 3 kills in their name, looking at the position, XP, they can easily quadruple the scoreline. Stalwart Esports in a very rough spot. Killer, the only man standing for Vibes. Goodbye, Vibes. It's going to be ZEUS. That is going to be their 10th kill. This 2-man squad, this army of 2, still very much alive, and Stalwart Esports, it's an uphill battle. And that nade, oh, it's a little too deep, XP, but considering he knows exactly where Top and Pika are, he's going to be tossing a couple more.
Now, the only thing is, have a look at how Future Station CY standing for his team. He is, of course, going to be in a position that's going to be quite problematic because now we only see ZEUS on our screens. You've got to keep in mind, BABLU is still alive and kicking kind of behind Future Station right now, and that could be problematic. For now, every single member has to hold their ground. They can't budge at all, or Deadeyes guys or T2K are going to be dishing a lot of damage. But looks like Top is going to go up against BABLU, and BABLU does get the better of them for now, as Pika is now going to be the last man standing, going up against 2-man ZEUS. ZEUS is going to be on a sliver of HP. BABLU is going to be down to half as well.
12 kills.
But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. ZEUS Esports, the gods of Olympus, have touched ground on this earth once again. A 2-man squad, 12 kills. These guys are here to play.
Well, it took them 4 weeks. It took them 4 weeks, but all right. I'm slightly excited right now as On Top is going to get a vehicular kill onto a player there in what was, I think that's a 4 team getting knocked out. That's sorry. Yeah. And now Future Station, they're done for again, always guaranteeing a top 4, top 5 finish, right? This is so impressive from that team. But here we go. 4 versus 3 versus 2.
You know what I love? I love the teams. T2K, man. We were talking about them.
Yeah.
Here they are. Deadeyes guys, they are on top of the game, and ZEUS making a little bit of a comeback.
Absolutely, and there we go, replay it's on top. Oh, you absolute bastard. I love it. I love it. BABLU's been knocked down, however, and ZEUS, the lone man standing for the Mongolians. If he takes this fight, he's going to get peeked by multiple players, and unfortunately, there's not much cover. Oh, he's got the tiny little gap. Is ZEUS going to swing wide? That's the question. He's not, XP. He's paranoid. They don't want to give these fights, but on
Beautiful.
top, what an aid, Kobe! And it's going to be 2 kills for Deadeyes guys. It's going to take the total up to 7. And now the 4v3, and Deadeyes guys right now, XP, the kings of the hill are going in for yet another chicken dinner, and T2K, they have the odds firmly stacked against them.
If you look at ZEUS' point of view, wait a second, as Sanhok is going to be brought down with a flurry of bullets from that M4. From ZEUS' point of view, they shouldn't have taken that fight with T2K along the slope of this mountain. However, what is said is it's already done. It's done and dusted. It is in the past now. Now, On Top needs to be on top of his game. Grenades are going to be flung from both sides, as they are going to miss them just narrowly. Now, all teams are going to be coming so close to one another. Sanhok is down on his knees now. Frag could be in a wonderful position, but Shifu with that MG3, impeccable rate of fire, is going to put Gene on the ground before Jane even knows what hit him. And wait a second, that's a snowman. You're supposed to be hitting real people.
Oh, ZEUS gets another one, XP. This is getting a little hairy for T2K, but Deadeyes guys will ensure that ZEUS doesn't get the 1 versus 4. And DE, yeah, you deserve to cheer for yourself with that particular game. Played it so very well. A bit of a lower fragging affair. I mean, 10 is still impressive. It's a low fragging affair, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, XP, and they are going to extend their lead right now. I have to say, okay, after the next game, we're going to be exactly at the halfway mark of the South Asia finals. And the lead they have right now, I got to say, it's looking a little insurmountable for even the second place team.
34, 35-ish, I'd say, something like that. It's probably even more.
Yeah.
Again, they did get 25 points from this game. What a way to get the victory. And I like that little jiggle dance at the end. That was pretty sweet. I mean, of course, they are going to be elated with that wonderful performance. But again, a couple of mistakes made in the game as far as ZEUS is concerned. But boy, oh boy, did they kind of just show us.
Are you a believer? Are you a believer? I'm not.
What we expect.
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not. I don't
if
think
they do
so.
what they're doing right now, again, like I said before this game, they need to forget the peripheral gameplay. They need to go in the center. They need to thrive in chaos like they have done in the past. And you know what? That might actually be the little ace up their sleeves.
My moment of that match was, I forgot who the player was from Deadeyes guys, but just driving over C-Wine
See mine?
Yeah, he crunched him with a buggy in the final circle. That takes balls. I appreciate that. Shout out to Deadeyes, guys, for giving me that particular moment. But we're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. After that, of course, we have the analyst desk to break down this game and, of course, present the next game.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the finals week. Day number 2 is where we're at. We just got done with the second game of the day, and what an amazing performance. A smacker of a game coming in from these teams again. I mean, DE, they are just surmounting that lead, and there is going to be a real tough task for the lobby to try to overcome that.
I don't know if I can do this on camera with the headset, but this was good. I loved it. This was good.
That was the best, and that was needed.
From on top, this was good. I mean, the lads leading in the kill department, he is leading in the MVP department, and now obviously, you know,
The moves
lads
department.
and the moves department. The team's leading up, and look at exactly this guy, guys, this guy.
6 kills, along with that assist, 901 damage, but only 55 healing done.
I think we have a contest going on for the player with the least healing.
I mean, if that is the thing, then I would say the previous game actually just won it because 0 healing done, right? But
how do you get negative in this game?
I don't know. It's like your HP should increase by its own self. That would not happen, right? but so you know, the best part is this time DE they are cementing themselves. That's again really important. We've seen this team, this name, in fact, in the previous seasons as well, doing really good. But now, finally, I don't want to jinx it, but finally they are doing incredible. And hey, ZEUS,
Talk about incredible.
Exactly. Guess
But
who's back?
again, I mean,
No.
what Ocean said. Let's not jinx it.
No. So exactly, ZEUS. The players are here, but it's just the opportunity is knocking right in front of them. They are getting those opportunities, but I don't know.
Oh, also talk about players being here. There's this one lad that is missing from this list, but he was still pretty incredible. Zivyan. That chase against DRS. I mean, DRS were the ones chasing him, but all of a sudden the tables were turned, and I was loving it.
That's true.
So true. I mean, throughout the game, right? Throughout the game, there was some incredible moments that took place in this one. And in fact, the day itself, it's just been a wonderful start to day number 2, where we talk about the teams that are making a comeback. We talk about teams that are creating a massive lead. And we talk about Ocean's, spoiler alert, that is looking like it is going to be turning into reality, maybe. Because DE is creating a massive lead.
Yeah.
They are with 25 more points this time. So here's the thing, right? We saw DRS and Raw. Johnny, we saw DRS and Raw at the 2nd and 3rd position in the overall, right?
Yeah.
But those teams were taken down a bit early. So whatever happens, whatever, jiggle happens in from 2nd to 16, it's not going to affect DE because the teams that were close to DE, they were eliminated. So again, DE, they have a lead. It's just looking really good for them.
Exactly. I mean, it is looking really good, and even on the match summary, we see on top appear again and again and again, as he has 2 grenade kills, 6 kills in total.
ZEUS.
Yeah, and both players of ZEUS are doing really well. Zeol, in terms of utility, IC is going to be there as well. As we see him with the grenade kills. Yeah.
So what I was saying is, from on top's 1 nade, both players of ZEUS were taken down in the final moment as he just lofted that one. That was so good.
So here's the thing. I mean, we were talking about the game as I was just having a conversation with Necro as to how good that final position from the side of Deadeyes guys were, and the decision from on top to actually rotate to ZEUS's position and stop there in their tracks was actually taken very early by them, and it was so important because had that not happened, ZEUS would have gotten to the flat area of that small little hill, and then it could have been an interesting situation because then they would be isolated. It would have been ZEUS versus DE and DE versus T2K, two separate fights instead of like one big brawl that happened.
Well, that's correct. Now, right now, talk about the rankings, right? 25 points for DE and then 22 for ZEUS. They were around what 14 points before this game. Right. Now they have 22 points. That's really good. Obviously, they surpassed R3D in the middle of the game only. Now we'll have to see what the other teams are, like where the other teams are with respect to ZEUS right now, as they are just getting those numbers, those points for themselves. But well, overall, I don't know if it's a bit too late. Just like Blaze said, right? As soon as the next game ends, we will be, halfway through the entirety of the final. So.
Oh yes, that is true indeed, because after all, it is going to be 6 games played tomorrow and 6 games played today, of which only 2 have been played, so we still have 4 games remaining. But yeah, this is getting trickier and trickier for the teams that are at the 14, 15, 16 on this storyboard.
On a different note though, just riddle me this. Is today a day of like multiple chicken dinners? FS first game they get their second, DE this time they're getting their second. Is it a day for like second chicken dinners for the teams? I don't know.
You know what? Another thing to actually go along with that conversation is going to be what casters said in the first game itself. Blay, I think, was the one, or maybe it was XC. I think it was Blay who mentioned this. Who
said that no team has had 2 chicken dinners.
No team has had 2 chicken dinners. So I think it was just their blessing coming in from the casters.
Or is it the actual casters curse? They say none has had 2, and then they have 2. They're like it's like
you get
Uno,
2 chicken dinners.
Reverse Uno card or something.
It is
you get 2 chicken dinners. You get 2.
Definitely, but with that, let's move on along our conversation and have a look at the rotations that were made from the side, and of course, the rain is off to you, Ocean.
As much as we'll be just looking at this DE's rotations and everything, I want to see we guys can create some really good memes overall. But well, moving forward, right? Look at the way the players were just situated around the areas of power grid, and obviously on the backlines of RC and the Delpatron, like. This is where the players have split up for themselves. That's a rectangle, just ignore it. But this is where the players have just split up for themselves, and now they're just accumulating. They're just gathering together. Being in the center lines, it's a really good thing because they have a lot of area for them to play around. Which I would say, Johnny, this is where they had the comfort zone overall.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And while all of this was happening, I was pretty much worried about the other teams because Deadeyes guys, as you said, they were in a comfortable position, but the other teams that were closing in from the southern side of the circles, well, there was a massive cluster just moving up, and there were a lot of fights breaking out in that direction. We did see the collision that happened with ZEUS, I8, Stalwart chiming in, but while all this was going on, look at Deadeyes guys. They were just trying to... It is like a spiral, right? It's going all over the place, but I mean, as you get to the center of it, I mean, Deadeyes guys, they were just being really good.
Yeah, so the circle helped them. First thing, that's important. But then, just like you said, right, there were a lot of fights happening. So DE had a really good chance because of all those fights that were happening. They could just stay there, wait, as the teams and players are just trying to get inside the circle with the man advantage, disadvantage, whatever it is, they can capitalize on it. And that solely just helped them in the entirety of like after the third circle. It just helped them.
Exactly. I mean, again, Blade did kind of mention this. When it came down to the zone just shifting onto itself and definitely favoring DE. By the end of it, DE walked away with 10 kills, but it still seemed like a low kill affair from the side of DE. But 10 kills, of course, is going to help them out with the 25 points that they've been able to accumulate. But in all, there were so many fights. Let's move on to the OPF 9 performance.
And quite a lot of vehicle usage as well by the players. Look at Jiggle just getting the first kill on blah 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 from Raw. And this, I mean, no one thought in the early stages like, alright, this is going to backfire on DRS, because now after this they go on to chase Zibian for his life, and well, we do see him going for the punish and taking off 2 players, in fact, from the side of DRS.
Yeah, the chase did happen. That's what you were saying, right? We don't have Zibian there, but we saw that impactful performance. Well, okay, so this is the thing. We see a lot of, I guess it's Glacier M4s being used by the players, and whenever a player gets taken down, you see that snowman's crate just being popped up. In the final moment, well, that snowman's crate kind of played against the minds of these players as they started shooting those. I get it. From higher area to lower area, you would want to just maybe shoot something that you see is moving, and that kind of had created a bit of a kerfuffle in the minds of the players.
Exactly, and also I have to say, I'm quite upset with I8. They Esports, it was not worth it at all. We saw Uzum wait in the tracks of ZEUS Esports, just waiting for them because exactly, but the fight that they chose to take against the players of ZEUS Esports, it was not worth it at all. We saw Uzum wait in the tracks of ZEUS Esports, just waiting for them because before that they were fighting between their decision with Esports. Uzum was waiting right ahead of them. He was there, I believe, for like 2.5 to 3 minutes. Combination of as soon as the fight breaks out, his teammates are all over the place, split between their decision whether to take the fight, whether to rotate, and well, we do see ZEUS Esports and Stalwart, well, a combination of the two take down I-8. So,
everything has turned down. Stalwart again.
Had they not done that, I believe they could have challenged DE.
Which again was their element. They love those kind of situations for them. True. But right now, looking at the damage and the way, BABLU clarity turned down. Stalwart again. This time specifically, we saw those a few bolt action shots here and there being taken down, which again, exact element. They love those kind of situations for themselves. But just like the conversation that you had, Blotter, before the match started, BABLU clarity. The momentum stopped. No doubt they had 3 kills, but it looked like they were not in that exact element.
True, definitely. On the other front, I mean, that momentum that you're talking about, I do want to see that sort of a momentum working in favor of R3D as well.
Yeah,
amazing.
And well, these
can as well, but it's okay. We still are at the middle grounds. There are still opportunities for these team
marker in total.
Storyboard. It is going to be dictating the lead. The lead.
Sports and
been able to dictate.
Yeah,
amazing.
And while DE is doing that, we do see the other teams just struggling to cross the 80-point marker in total.
And the lead that DE has is almost 1.7 times that of DRS.
Yeah.
It's not double, obviously, because
as it was before, it's just the order of the teams that's going up and down.
Yeah, and rival games now 1 or 2 just to test out the waters. If they want to experiment on those games, they can. But I guess they just need to have, if they want to, they can have Survivor's A1, the rematch in Paradise. How it comes down.
Perfect segue.
And train to kill, but I want to see ZEUS versus A1.
Zot is going to be contested once again. Can we anticipate Dante to
do
what he did yesterday?
If
Hawk and also perfectly cued in by Ocean, that Paradise does start.
Both of the things can happen. Otherwise, A1 Esports, well, they have had the upper edge now with Dante's 1v4. That was. They are not, then I believe they would go aggressive right from the start.
And taking the fight head on, and based on what we've seen from them today, maybe we can expect an incredible run on this. But it is going to be the latter, ZEUS going really aggressive and taking the
right. That aggressive stance that they would end up taking from IC from BABLU, it is definitely coming back along as well. Godless trying to go. Used to talk about from the side of ZEUS Esports, it's certainly coming back along. It is time to move on and get this show started off with this game. 3rd game of the day. XP and play.
Thank you again for that, Blotter.
Good, entertaining Sanhok. With that, let's move on along and get this game started off.
I mean, let me just adjust the brightness so that I don't.
You look like a
basically have
ghost.
googly eyes right now. Yeah, I do, kind of. Again.
Yesterday, Sanhok was, holy hell, a bloodbath.
Plays and how this is going to happen. It's Sanhok. The moment they drop down, we all become Neanderthal-like, right? It's like, here. I like how, the analyst desk, they are coming up with how teams are going to make plays and coming in. But once those bullets are rattling out of your rifles, and everyone's going to hear it in pretty much 700. Basically going to be as simple as that, because you are going to have some game plans come. We're going to do something different because Blake, we are going to be flying over the tropical island, and it looks like we're going to be dissecting the map. So expect a lot of that this time. But again, the question is, where is ZEUS going to drop? Are they going to do something different? Because Blake.
What's Camp Bravo? We did see that fight breakout at Paradise, excuse me, at Paradise Resort yesterday, where it was ZEUS goes any other way, and yeah, it's gonna be over ruins, heading towards Camp Bravo, right? So
Kind
ZEUS.
of feels like Paradise Resort was Dante's Inferno yesterday. All right.
lovely, lovely. In the blink of an eye. In fact, it was a 1 versus 3 if memory serves me. In the previous game, ZEUS, they're no longer at the bottom of the table. I mean, it's still a long way to go, XP. It's still a very long way to go. And a team who has been on point, at least in the previous game, ability for a lot of these teams, and this zone, it's uncharacteristic of Sanhok. Else, but a battle for the top 6 is very much still within the realms of possibility for a lot of these.
From because the most common places. Let's have a look at it. Quarry coming in just northeast of boot camp now. Especially on the eastern front, trying to figure out where they want to enter the zone from, because all they have to do is posture up and shoot in the right direction. Now that is going to be problematic for some teams, but again, we've seen hoping and in fact anticipating that someone is going to be coming outside the zone, and between Camp Bravo, Mongnai, and even Tat Mok as Legend is dangerously close to the members from SEAL. Are you right off your screens? Of course, T2K are spread out far and thin between Camp Bravo.
It could be possible. Love to see it, but then we all know how high risk that can be. They could try and skirt the very edge
And try and traverse all the way around. It could be possible.
It could, wherever you're standing, it can deal quite a lot of damage. You saw a lot of teams yesterday fall to the blue. Right now, it's Sanhok, although once the blue starts to encompass wherever you're standing, and ZEUS are like, nah, not today. We're going to take it a little bit more safe, though.
Well, let's see if the safe route for them is
all right, where are you? Are you gonna dare dropping on in our position? And ZEUS are like, nah.
It's a mountain just south of the boot camp from where they want to, try and articulate their strikes and see what is to be done. But right now, it kind of around the quarry. They could move inland, possibly towards Painan, or that mass. Careful, because Sada could have an angle on him as well, or maybe he's just leaning to the right, looking at his teammate, trying to. We did see some movement there early on, and now I like the fact he is being careful, because RAW Sada definitely knows exactly where Malik is. Question is, does Malik know that he has been spotted? Early, and it might be between Wizzes with Vibes and RAW.
That a couple of bullets could be whizzing past him, but I don't think he's aware of the other player. If you look at the minimap, you can see a pink dot, which is another member of Sada, so very well aware of the fact that Sada's alone is lying prone. They know where he is, right? They have to know where he is, and Sada, UMP up close. He's gonna strike, grab a couple of. Here we go. I like it. He waited for it, and then look at this pacing from Rules, and now Sada's alone is lying. Guaranteed 2K, but he doesn't find it. But a well-placed nade here from blah, blah, blah could do the job. Rules taking the XP, one more bullet, and he would have got. And in the meantime, blah, blah, blah is going to be knocked down by another member of Wizzes with Vibes and RAW. One by one, they are hitting the ground, and the instead it's going to be what he's going to be tossing in. It's going to miss its mark, and in the meantime,
Beautiful restraint shown by Malik over there, making sure that his teammate comes in, and was a little bit of a distraction. But what
Good vibes. 2 quick kills early on, and they keep all 4 alive, up and running.
And although his teammate did go down, I mean, you just caught it out. He was almost taken down as well, but with Vibes are going to survive. Had a visual confirmation that yes, there is someone prone behind him, because from that position, him coming up the slope, his position was given away. That Molotov, had it hit its mark, it kind of help his teammate out, but again, that was kind of inevitable task. But this time, I8 has all members close by except Crypto, of course. And well, this attack similar situation is going to be where Smokey is going to face an lines of their houses. So again, they don't really need to move out. But because they're outside the circle, I would prefer a different move. Because if they go or a bit further back in the, you know, confines of the house.
And the 2 teams we're thinking of. There we go. It's Deadeyes guys.
guys.
Not DRS, not T2K, DE, the undisputed. Show the minimap because we see rotation taking place in the water, XP, and it wasn't the 2 teams we're thinking. They're alight right now next to Camp Alpha. They're going to be fine.
They could be fine. Now, see, again, the whole purpose of them taking the boat.
Are they going to be coming in next? Because High Voltage and BABLU can definitely see them.
Island so that they, you know, do not conjure up any heat on the way, because High Voltage, as you did mention, could spot them. But again, hitting the edge, they're trying to stay as far away as possible from the island so that they, you know, kind of risky driving a car in Sanhok, especially since, you know, everyone can pretty much hear you traversing around. But coming back to my High Voltage, Jiggle over there moving in his vehicle again, kind of risky driving. Well, he's going to get out of there again, mind you. RAW down to a 2-man squad, so
They don't want to
chances are Future Station, but CY Noob, he's definitely noticed him.
BABLU not really showing much. They're going to be very quiet. A bit of a lull in the action. High Voltage and BABLU in the meantime. BABLU provide a bit of covering fire, but I love how BABLU, they didn't waste any time in eliminating Veronica's Pika has spotted Extreme. Havoc is going to provide a bit of covering.
I think that's the right call as far as Havoc is concerned, because have a look at how BABLU regrouped in the blink of an eye. Now Zibian
just run off to the distance and find themselves in a much more safer position.
unnoticed. Nobody knew that someone's going to be coming down below them. Now, if BABLU has that little presence of mind, if they are keeping an eye, like I said, Deadeyes guys, they're going to come in unnoticed. Nobody all together. But as of right now, Deadeyes guys, all they need to do, play, is hold down to the new location. As once again, we come back to Future Station. Sneak on in on BABLU's location without giving themselves away. It could be a different story altogether. But as of he saw him. Visual confirmation.
Yep, that's all he wanted to go for. He didn't want to go for the full commit, right? He spots him out, drops down, and both of them push into. Yeah, Vibes have a lot of avenues available to them as we take
Check
a
out
look
this
at
jump.
that was Delta X providing covering fire, calm taps on the M4 as well to confirm the kill. So those are the 2 kills we've seen so far in the onto RAW's blah 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 from the distance. Yeah, that was Delta X provide AFK. Everyone just waiting for someone else to make him. Can you say it's AFK because of mobile gaming? Is it like
yeah.
it's lying dormant? It's like almost everyone's just AA.
Anyway, we had like a major argument about 2 years ago. Is it AFK? No, you're wrong.
I'm kind of a little sad.
go.
Yeah.
AFK is our preferred to term play.
Fine.
But anyway.
On a triangle, what's the thing? Where like 3 different streams meet?
Oh, you're gonna love putting us on the spot. It's not a delta, but
It's not Delta. Bootcamp, you see all that the not a triangle. What's the
the thing is, this kind of map actually makes it interesting because now, if you want to traverse from one island to the other, you got to make your move. Either you're going to basically things of touching each other, all right? There you
Things
have
are
it. Two
touching
water
each other.
bodies
Yeah.
are meeting. But now, Blay, all eyes are kind of going to come down on 2 locations: the ruins and Pioneer. And speaking of ruins, it does. Deploy some smoke grenades. So again, tactically speaking, it's going to be exciting. But now, Blay, sports look like they could be in trouble because early on it was ZEUS who did find a knock on them, but right now it looks like DRS are going to be unleashing on them, and looks like 7C Blay are going to be joining that fight as well. But right now we're focusing on Wives up against ZEUS or Stalwart Esports. I think it's Stalwart Esports. There you go.
Yeah, it's all downhill. But Vibes, we saw them on top of this little hillock, and they really haven't budged
Good
yet.
position.
And I like how they're being very mobile as well, right? They're not just holding an angle, they're making sure, and they're working in groups. It's not like one player on for each of the 4 different Cartesian coordinates, right? They're all grouping up together. A seal, oh no, XP, they're caught out in the open. There's no cover. Wally and Zake, they're the days, their hours, the seconds, the number, they're going to be found out. And this is in the blue. Mind you, this was a very late rotation from Seal Esports, and they weren't expecting anyone to be nearby, anyone to be still outside the circle. But they walk up against the DRS. But with all the commotion taking place here, XP, now DRS, they need to make a move. But unfortunately for them, those gunshots have been heard by 7C, who are inching towards the zone. But now they're going to be aware that DRS are right behind them, and they're going to ensure that it's not going to be an easy entry for DRS into the safe zone. Another member of Seal will be dropped, and this time it's by Zol from ZEUS, and that is going to be it. Seal getting eliminated by the countrymen.
Well, for those of you who don't know what SEAL is, it does stand for Sea, Air, and Land Special Ops Unit in the Army. I was kind of thinking that, since it's Sanhok, they'd be closer to the waterways.
True.
And, traverse through them in proper SEAL formation.
Clutch
but
Baba.
right now, it is going to be a different kind of story. Clutch Baba finally gives his position
Oh,
away.
no.
Ozem had no idea
Oh,
that anyone was
no.
there as he went prone. Last second, he realizes, I hear footsteps. And, well, he has paid a heavy, heavy price with that. I8 are going to lose their first member. But as far as Painan is concerned, pretty much the same as we left them early on. Future Station do have a good control on the city. My only concern is Magnet's position. Now, yes, Magnet is going to be the first in line of defense for anything coming down from that mountain south of boot camp. However, if he gets taken down, man, Respite coming in is going to be kind of tricky because for that distance between his teammates.
He had no idea, right? And that's a compound where like everyone seems to be AFK, and he's like, yeah, there's no one there. And unfortunate for Ism, but DRS are being very paranoid. They're like, all right, 7C, and rightfully so. If you can take a look at the minimap real quickly, production. There we go. Thank you. 7C, look at them. They're still waiting in the blue. They're waiting for DRS to come in.
They have the high ground right atop the cave. So again, it is a little bit of a high risk, high reward maneuver because if they get taken down, it's going to be problematic. That is why if you have a look at Fair, he is kind of like the insurance policy for the team. But again, I do believe all these teams need to move in because the next zone has kicked in and the damage in the blue blade is going to just rise exponentially.
Oh, absolutely. And this is something we alluded to initially as well. Once the blue moves in, it takes a while, but once it does move in, it just chips away at your health so very fast. So 7C, they decide
I love this graphic.
that their patience has run out, and okay.
Man, they really love taking production to an next level.
Listen. Listen.
this.
Shout out to Nodwin. The stats in the production
absolutely.
so far for season 4 has been out of the world, absolutely world class, and it's given us so much information to work with, not just us as well.
Everything is real time. That's what I love about it.
Absolutely, and even for the analyst desk as well. We have those rotation paths as well. It's like just really cool nerdy stuff, which I personally
Is this the
adore.
future?
This is indeed the future, as Stalwart Esports are gonna get a knock onto Vibes. Remember that those were a fight we saw was potentially gonna happen, and they are just getting murdered. And it is actually Wizzes with Vibes taking the opportunity, and Assassin so lucky to just be tagged by the bullet, and Top is gonna come charging in. XP, one well-placed nade He could find 2. Oh! Finds 2. One
So
left
one is going
standing.
to be thrown in the cross right in front of him. Killer has been spotted out, and with that, Wives
That's
have
it.
been eliminated in the blink of an eye, and it all goes down to one man top on top of his game, getting the job done. 3 kills for him in quick succession, and now we have a new king of the hill, and Stalwart Esports are just going to take the position of the fallen now.
DRS is still in the blue, dude.
I mean, that's their game. That is their game. They love coming in late.
This
but
is
again, they
classic
have taken
DRS.
a lot of chances, even 7C, to be honest with you. They love hanging out in the blue for a long time. That is a good grenade. Crypto could be in trouble. Does takes a little bit of damage, but now Top's position is given away. However, the fact that it's only Crypto and Blade on our screens, mind you, they still have one player a little off our screens, but they are going to go up against a 4-man Stalwart Esports, who, again, they do have that hill. But in my opinion, Top should not be pushing in further, even if he gets a knock, because once he does, his teammates play are going to be unable to cover him. I
Okay.
thought Johnny was on this side of the road. That scared me for a second.
All right. Well, this road could be littered with bodies very quickly. But yeah, as you said, for Stalwart, there's no need whatsoever to come downhill, right? Like, it's a great position to be in. For I8 as well, they have that side of the bridge opposite Painan, right? So if T2K or Future Station want to make a move via the bridge, which is really unlikely, they should just be crossing through the water. But if they do so, they are in a good spot to get a couple of free kills. So it's going to be a bit of a stalemate here between I8 and Stalwart, as Johnny is playing a dangerous game. He's being the scout for his team, but that also means he could be isolated, but he could find Action, who's moving in, and Stalwart Esports, they're taking the fight to I8, which is curious.
It is curious. They do want those kills because it does look like Wizzes with Vibes are going to have a little bit of a say in this little movement because they are kind of pushing up on their position. Now, Top is going to be given some backup by Action. Now, mind you, Pika and Apex only have a few angles on that house where Blade is in right now. You saw that we just had like one window where they could lay down some lead, and Johnny's position, like you called it, could be instrumental in getting this flank to succeed. Because if anybody else comes down, especially Apex, have a look at this. He has a clear view of what's going to happen up top. In fact, he's going to spot Pika right now. All that information is going to be related, and there you have it. He's going to let loose a few shots. No, he isn't. Some triggered discipline coming in. I thought if he was a little confident on his accuracy, he might have gotten them, but now Stalwart Esports are going to be making a move. In fact, they're going to be driving right past. If Action and Top run across on foot, it could be problematic. There you have it. They get opened up on and almost getting knocked out themselves.
This is ruthless aggression coming in from Stalwart, but yeah, 2 members kind of low on health, but the 2 players who are right next to Blade and Crypto's position, Apex and Pika, we know how deadly they can be, as Action's going to be crossing the road and joining the fray as well, and IA, they are in a bit of a pickle here. Nice shots being rattled off by Crypto, tagging down Apex a little bit more, but slowly but surely, they are trying to flush him out from this house. Molotovs being tossed in, Crypto's going to burn alive, XP, and that is just clinical. It's like they had nowhere to hide, nowhere to sit, nowhere to stand, and fresh human bodies just burned there, barbecued alive inside of that hut. That was such a good take coming in from Stalwart Esports, and with that we say goodbye to IA, but Wizzes with Vibes now, going against 7C, and they're making quick work of them. Ale, the last man, or Ali, I do believe is how we pronounce his name, is going to be the last man standing for 7C, and it looks like his days as well are looking quite numbered.
Well, let's see if he's going to do something right now, because Ali is up against the world in the form of Wizzes with Vibes. He is going to shoot a few bullets, but it's not going to be enough when you have a Tommy gun in the other side, because, well, Wizzes with Vibes are going to come out on top, and Reaperbot is fragging high, getting 3 kills for himself in the blink of an eye. Now we are down to 12 teams, 40 people still in contention to be crowned the victors, the winners here in Sanhok. And right now, I love the fact, I wish we could actually pause the game, but wait a second, DRS over here coming under fire from the Lone Wolf on one end and his teammates at the other, as it does kind of seem like Gyalzin and Nima could be pinched in, but however, there's that little cover that road has a little ridge on the other side, which is definitely going to be helpful. Now, grenades is going to be the meta that is going to be used right about now, but that kind of bounced up on his own ball, and AJ, had he not jumped away, he could have gone boom, he could have been flown a massive distance because of that, but they are going to survive for now. I was going to bring one thing up, Lay. I did have a look at the map. Maybe we should pause the game and somebody should send someone at Painan to see if RAW are indeed AFK.
No, they're
finally moving because the circle is going to force them, but boy, I mean, if we had a timer for most time being AFK, they definitely win it in this game.
Absolutely. And in fact, I'm more impressed that DRS are in this position considering how long they were in the blue XP. But right now, things looking a little grim here. DRS lost another member. Gals and Nima having a lot of work to do as R3D. Oh boy. They are getting harassed. They are getting besieged by T2K, a team who have looked a little rough so far, but this finally seem to be waking up, trying to recreate all that nade find. The nade should be it if Jane lobs it in that direction, but Hassan is patching himself up. It's just bandages, XP? Are these just bandages? Yes.
It is bandages, but Joker has been taken down, which means Hassan is now all by his lonesome. Remember, Adil is miles away, but looks like Adil is going to be taken down by Zeol from ZEUS, which means Hassan is now the last man standing. Everything is going to be on his shoulders as he's going to take one. He takes two. Now it's going to be a 1-on-2 situation, but it's not enough. He almost got a knock on Jane as well, but he goes down fighting a valiant death indeed. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, R3D are going to be bidding us adieu in the 11th position with just that one kill to their name.
Future Station, though. Future Station. It's a two-man squad. Don't adjust your screens. It's CY Noob and Clutch Baba. Two of them are alive, XP, not just one.
I'm pretty sure by the end of it, it's going to be one man standing. His action is going to get away in his car, but he is going to be taken down by CY, who is going to be spotted by the enemy. He hits the deck in the nick of time. Good reaction time. Relentless fire, but finally Apex's UMP, I was going to say Oompa Loompa, does find him out. And with that, CY is down. Well, I guess Future Station Blay down to one man, and it's Clutch Baba, who's never going to give up because he sees Sayog. He lets loose, and Sayog is taken down as well.
He's going for the confirm. He's going for the kills, and he's going for the kills, and he just found them. He just found, I do believe, all of them. Was that it? No. They still have Jane. They still have Jane XP, but they lost so many members, and that is a huge nade as High Voltage are gonna finish off BABLU, if I'm not mistaken. Not Wolf is still alive.
It was Deadeyes, guys. It was Shifuso who threw a grenade, took out Clarity, BABLU, and with them, one of the members from High Voltage Blade.
Dude, how many people are still in the blue? DRS, I think that's it. They're going to be eliminated in the 10th place with 5 points to their name. And amongst all this commotion, ZEUS is still in contention. ZEUS is still there. They have 6 kills. I've barely seen them in the kill feed, but they have 6 kills. They have 4 alive as well, XP. I'm not going to say it. But
ZEUS have been actually, of course, the rotations when the analyst desk is going to bring it up, they're going to be focusing on ZEUS because their rotations have been phenomenal.
Shifu.
But right now, Shifu up against Havoc.
Goodbye, Havoc. Goodbye, Havoc.
Patch himself up. He realizes he can't do that in time. He goes down. Now, YDG is going to take cover behind smoke. He might be given away. However, his HP is way too little for him to do anything. But talking about ZEUS, Icy is going to be caught out, and we are going to have a mad skirmish everywhere. This is what Sanhok is. Utter chaos.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quiet start, but finally we do have the bodies hitting the ground, dropping to the dirt and Stalwart Esports. Oh my lord, 2 players knocked down, actually barely alive, able to patch himself up. This is a battle of attrition between ZEUS and Stalwart Esports. Dari, Icy on 1 point of health. ZEUS are basically right now a one-man squad, but they are being helped out by Joker from the distance. He gets another knock. Zeol coming in for the finish. I think he got the kill there. And ZEUS, 2 members still alive. Somehow Zeol running around with blood just pouring out from every orifice and action. Yeah, he's just going to try and heal himself and try to stay alive for as long as possible. But that should be it for Stalwart Esports. They're going to be bowing out. I do believe in the 5th place with 8 kills to the name. ZEUS, just a 2-man squad right now. Deadeyes guys and Wizzes survives as well with 7 kills apiece. And RAW, 2 members still alive and kicking. XP, you thought they were AFK. They're not. They're very well alive. But with the zone shift again on Deadeyes guys, with 3 alive. Can they get the back-to-back?
Not only do they have the zone, they have that wonderful sloping the hill towards the backside. Goes in the water, but ZEUS is going to be spotted out by Bishol. He does see a glimpse. He sees a couple of pixels in the distance, and he lays down some lead in that direction. And guess what? Those shots connect as they are going to go down. And with that, ZEUS Esports, who were looking phenomenal thus far, have been knocked down in the 5th position with a good 6 kills to their names, which means we are now down to the final 4 teams. But it is going to be Shifu and the boys from Deadeyes guys who have the maximum number of people. But with those grenades, it could be problematic. Oh my goodness, Waiting Sir has no way of escaping that barrage. Forget it, that was not an artillery strike. It was a goddamn nuke that was dropped on them. And right now, Wizzes with Vibes are hungry. They are going to go around the knock. And there you have it, Deadeyes guys are going to bid us adieu, but they still go down fighting.
What was that? That was just tactical nukes, as he pointed out, XP, just getting bombarded. That was insane. They were like, what, 5, 6?
Wow.
There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They just get wiped out. And DE, XP, that's 3 alive. They had a zone, and Wizzes are like, yeah, no, not going to happen. And right now, Wizzes with vibes, 10 kills. Stalwart Esports, 1 member
He's
left
still
standing.
in it, Blade.
He's still in it. It's too far away, though, but the guy he's a warrior. But right now, it's basically a 3 versus 2. Joker and Bishal from RAW, and that is a beautiful nade being thrown in, hurled by Joker, finding rules. So for the time being, it is a 2 versus 2, but Bishal needs to be careful. He's gonna get shot by action from the blue. He will finally fall, but he's done his job. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Is Joker having to go up against Reaperbot and Malik, and the res is taking place. A well-placed nade could find him, but it's gonna go out in the open, looking to take the fight, and it's gonna be shot at by 3 members simultaneously, and Wizzes with vibes will get their chicken dinner.
Boy, oh boy, all these teams at the end really playing well with vibes, with a tremendous amount of kills. 12 kills, I do believe, are going to be walking away the winners. But kudos to Stalwart Esports Play for putting up one heck of a show. But again, those grenades, I mean, I'm pretty sure Deadeyes guys would have been asking themselves the question, hey, wait a second, are we playing another game which has tactical nukes at the end of it? But it is, of course, going to be PUBG Mobile. But what a game. Again, this is what Sanhok is. You think something's going to happen, but the opposite almost always happens. I just love it. I love it. I love the unpredictable aspect of this map.
Listen, man, I want to sign. I want to create a petition for people to sign to have Sanhok played more than any other map, because it's just so fun.
It's fun.
It's just fun, right? Like, it's literally action happening from the very beginning.
It's fun for us, and it's definitely fun for the viewers. But if you put yourself in the shoes
as a
of the
player,
players,
yeah,
they're gonna hate it.
They are indeed gonna hate it. But you know what? Wizzes vibes are definitely not gonna be hating it. A very well-deserved chicken dinner over there. They cracked the 10 kill barrier as well, looking incredible. And right now, I mean, I actually want to see the analyst desk break down what happened, and also look at the overall table, because we've seen a couple of teams really stepping it up as well. And I gotta say, XP, apart from DE being like being in a spot which seems too far to reach for anyone else, I think the top 6 position is available for almost every other team.
It is, and even Deadeyes guys could be at the receiving end of things. Again, it's all in the mind, ladies and gentlemen. But this, of course, is going to be the midway point on day 2, which means we still have
midway
3 more
point
games
of the entire finals.
The entire finals. There you have it. I love the fact that I've got this guy with me, but it is going to be the end for Blay and I, because we've got another couple of casters coming on who just love doing what they do, and they do a good job. But of course, that is going to be on the other side of this little break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the finals week of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are, like I said, in the finals. Day number 2 already upon us, and this is where third game has come to an end. And what a fantabulous Sanhok this was. What do you guys think?
Oh,
We agree.
Such a good one. The way Play said he wants that petition to be made and said, I'm in, because this was so chaotic with those nades. Oh my god, that was so good.
Not just that, I mean, look at how the game started and how it ended. The same
Yeah.
team all the way throughout. It was an incredible run from Wizzes Vibes, and talk about comebacks. Straight up to the 5th position in the overall rankings. Wow.
Indeed, I mean, day number 2 has certainly been a day of comebacks, but we still do, of course, have 3 more games remaining, so we'll confirm that theory if that sticks till the end of the day. But right now, it's time to move on to the most valuable.
4 kills, 887 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time. That's pretty good. 3 assists as well. I mean, it's Sanhok, you get it. This time you have more healing numbers.
I mean, definitely. This map is very chaotic, and talk about the chaos that was being brought by this team versus with Vibes, and not just them, Deadeyes guys as well. That early rotation through the water. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
True that. But it's not just one man affair. If we just talk about it, there were many that were just showcasing themselves. In which we have Joker. All right, Reaper coming down from the same team. If you talk about Wizzes with vibes from Rules side, Top again. Just we see him. If you talk about Stalwart's players, like we see them back and forth.
Yep.
And then there's Frag as well from DE. DE they did good. Till one point where they were shut down by Wizzes with vibes, and that was indeed amazing. And Raw, if we talk about Joker, right? He had a really good off angle from where he started punishing the lads of ZEUS as well at the end, because they were unaware of him, to be honest, at that moment.
Exactly, but still his performance, I believe it holds a little bit more significance, because Raw lost 2 players as soon as the game started. Joker was stuck in an awkward position and still managing to survive 24 minutes from that point and getting those kills, dishing out the damage, doing all of that when you're down in numbers. It was just an incredible performance and a display of his will to survive.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the head-to-head right here with the Chicken Dinner Winner team and the second team. What a play.
14 minutes of survival time by Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Just 14 minutes. That shows, and even with that, they did lose their players early, and it shows how after losing their players, they were not a part of. They were not being part of bad fights. Look at only 597 damage received. That shows it that they were taking their fight smartly. But Wizzes with vibes 1139. That's a lot of damage.
And again, a key part of the stats and why Raw was able to accomplish what they did in this game was based on where they started. The 2-2 split that happened early on did not really work out, but then Joker and his teammates position, I believe it was B-Shawl. Yeah, it was quite close to where the game ended, and all they had to do was, as Ocean said, be smart with how they were taking their fights.
Definitely, but right now look at 1590 to almost 1600 damage in by action. Obviously, one lad surviving till the outskirts of the circle, just trying to get inside, maybe just trying to get to the top 2 position. Obviously, that did not happen though, because Wizzes with vibes, they did spot him out, like Malek did spot him out though. But still, it was a really good effort.
It definitely was, coming in from so many of these teams as we move on to the match ranking, where, of course, Varun was talking about comebacks. Wizzes with vibes are looking pretty confident with this game. 12 kills, 27 points is what this team is going to walk away with. Along with that, we do see a consistent play being showcased from the side of ZEUS Esports as they are bringing their level of gameplay up a little bit.
I'll say this is consistent if the same happens and continues till tomorrow. Then only, because it has been just 2 games right now. Exactly. It might just be ZEUS's day of consistency. You never know, right? These things happen. But I'm really happy from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors again and again and again.
Absolutely. But on the other front, as we move on to the second page of the leaderboard, now this is where, again, Varun and Ocean, you guys did mention about I8, you did mention about Seal Esports in the previous post-game analysis as well, and these teams are still lacking.
I mean, Seal Esports, they were going to have a pretty weird time inside the game based on how they were, how they began their rotations, and also, I mean, just getting picked off in an instant, you can't really do anything about it. The entire team just getting decimated right there.
Exactly. But along with that, again, I mean, it was Sanhok, of course, so we do know that there are going to be those water rotations being made. There are going to be some crazy rotations that were being showcased from the other side, and thus implies that let's move on and have a look at the zone analysis. Ocean, takes through this.
Johnny, I want your voice over this one, right? Look at DE, look at the way the lads have moved down. I mean, just walk me through this one. I mean, or swim me through this one.
that is the correct word right there, because, I mean, so, Deadeyes guys, I mean, it was incredible what they decided to do. They went far, far towards the west.
It was from this direction, from this direction.
Even that looks small, man. They went around the entire map, basically.
From this direction. so yeah, but look at 7C, right? We saw this team. We saw this team just staying at a really, really good area for themselves for a long time. I mean, a lot of teams were outside the circle, but ZEUS, all right, we almost thought that ZEUS will be taken down though, but well, they did manage to survive till those top 5 positions for themselves. That was really good, but the circle moving around the areas of ruins where high voltage was already just having their own area. And DRS, the best part about DRS was in the situation, look at where DRS is. No doubt, they did take a fight against BABLU around after they just rotated, but a late rotation for these lads did kind of help them just cement themselves to this particular area where BABLU wasn't. That was a good fight indeed. Exactly. This moment you see BABLU and DRS pretty close to each other. each other.
Yep, and I mean the collision was imminent between the squads, but while all this was happening, look at what Deadeyes guys were doing. They were just sticking around, just getting all that information, and as soon as they felt comfortable, they would just start to move in.
Yeah.
And also the same being done by the players of Raw, because again, a reminder. 2 players down as soon as the game started. I mean, Sada was I believe he was the first blood in the match, and soon after,
Yeah.
blah blah blah, he was taken out trying to salvage the situation. But
Yeah.
still, these two teams meet again at the very end of the game. That is the best thing I wanted to see in this match.
True, and look at action, right? We saw from the
Yeah.
previous circle only he was just trying to heal himself, and this is where it was just about who shoots whom first and what happens, and obviously the numbers advantage. You see, action is the last one surviving. Obviously, outside the circle, there are 2 players, and then there are 3 players on the other side. So 3 players obviously can just 1 player from this direction, 1 from this direction. They can just try and pincer you down, and that's what they were doing, no doubt. The players were being taken down from with Wizzes' side as well, but they were quick enough to actually retaliate on the action.
But you know, the biggest pickle in all of this was action. Action definitely
Action,
was the
action.
biggest pickle, you know, because the way he was able to, we'll see that I believe in the OPF9 Pro moments as well, because it was that dude who was able to just rein in as he was just being brought on down, his health was brought on down from that blue zone.
Yeah, and right from the beginning, this was a really good skirmish against Raw's players. One mistake that Raw's player did, blah blah blah, did was his Molotov. It just overshot right in the beginning. Otherwise, had the Molotov been onto that area, onto that place, obviously the players would have jumped down in chaos, in panic maybe, and then the fight would have gone the other side.
Well, I completely agree with that, but apart from that, I mean, the rest of the game was played out incredibly by Bishal and his teammate Joker, and Wizzes Vibes, they were there to capitalize on every single mistake that was being made by their opponents. I mean, this team has done an incredible job in this matchup, but then again, I mean, 3 more matches to go for the day. I want to see that consistency, and it needs to be there if they want to compete for the top spot. Although they are still in the 5th position, so if they manage to stay there by the end of the tournament, I mean, you get to move on to the next stage of the tournament, which is going to be the MENA and SA Championship.
Yeah, that is important, right? Being in top 6. But this is what I was talking about, right? Vishal from one side and then Joker from the other, but then these nades. Otherwise, the game would have gone DE's side, but they had so many nades that they used, and it looked like these players, they were kind of unaware, because it was not just one nade. One nade just deafens you up, and then there were multiple.
Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed is what this has turned out to be. A perfect day, a perfect play being showcased from the lobby. But again, there are those few teams that are not looking too good as we move on to the damage drop. We shall see once again. I mean, on to the right in front, we do have Sealy Sports, we do have I8, we do have R3D, 7C along with that. The conversation for them is a little tricky for now. As we had mentioned earlier, this is the middle ground of the battlefield when it comes to PMPL South Asia Season 4.
I mean, and especially Seal and I8, because they were doing so well for themselves yesterday. The loss of momentum, it is going to be brutal on these teams. But again, halfway of the tournament, halfway of the day as well, if they recover right now, we might just see them finish off in the top 6, in the top 3. I mean, depending on how they perform in the rest of the matches. But still, it needs to happen in the next 3 matches.
Definitely. Along with that, let's continue and have a look at that storyboard, which is going to be confirming and dictating what a massive lead has the team been able to create for themselves.
Oh,
wow.
I just wanted to talk about it, right? The only 2 teams having a really good day overall is the tournament. Nay, not just the day. DE and Stalwart. Now Stalwart needs to just gather those chicken dinners for themselves, because DRS, right? They were at 2nd position. From this game, they only get 6 points, but they drop down because of the early elimination that they have for themselves. Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, no doubt they are having really good momentum for themselves, but they also need to jump on that chicken dinner train if they want to just move forward. But Stalwart looks like a team that can challenge DE right now, but if they don't get challenged by other teams, maybe in the rotations, maybe in the fights or any other thing, but DE looks like I'm not gonna say it.
No, they are definitely nailing it.
Yeah, I think I'll disagree with Ocean. I think Raw is a team that has been really consistent as well since the last game yesterday. I mean, when we saw blah 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 do really well for his team, and since then Raw has picked up the pace quite nicely in the matches today. 89 points on the 3rd. maybe, but we're gonna have to see Deadeyes guys at their worst for that to happen. At this point, that is a really big advantage that they have for themselves.
True, and you know, the best part right now is the fact that we have just been confirmed that from Deadeyes guys, Shifuso is going to be joining us after this for an interview. So we can definitely throw all the questions to him because the lead that they've been able to create, I mean, yeah, the momentum is definitely working in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And I mean, it is going to be incredible to know exactly what is going on behind the minds of the team that is leading the charge right now. Because again, that is a massive advantage.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on through and have Shifu sir join us for a call right here, for an interview right here. He's going to be joining us. I certainly hope you're doing great, mate. Congratulations for the lead that you have been able to create. A 57-point lead. You guys are on the top of your level, or is there more to climb? What do you think?
Hello, namaste. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me. Of course, I mean, we are not able to execute, some of the fights, and we're currently working on our synergy because it is not, to say it's not our full potential. I mean, we can do far
Right.
better than this. Yeah.
Come on, I mean, Shifu sir,
Yeah.
talk about humble as well.
Yeah.
57-point lead.
Wow.
And
Wow.
he still says synergies like an ocean. What do you have
Wow.
for him, dude?
So I have a question, and that is, after missing out on third Super Weekend, right? What were the discussions? What were the discussions that went through everyone? Like, what is it that you guys focused on more and more?
To be honest, even during the second Super Weekend, we were still at third position. We
Yeah.
had the same point with DRS. I mean, I knew we could do better than this. We just lacked chicken dinner, but our rotation and everything was perfect. But we were lacking on taking fights. That's where we were lacking. And then during the time we had, we played lots of scrims. We took fights, lots of fights, and then through that, our communication and synergy. I mean, it became a bit, good, a bit better. So yeah, that's what we were working during the Super Weekend 3.
Well, with that, Varun, what do you have for Shifu sir?
I mean, my question was simple. I mean, you guys were doing so well in week 2, but you said you were working on improving yourself during the third Super Weekend while you guys were missing. But my question is, why did you guys miss the third Super Weekend? Like, what happened? Because like me and Ocean were sitting there and we were like, all right, they're gonna do it in the last game. They're gonna make it in the last game, and then did not happen. What happened?
Actually, we were a bit what to say. I don't know. I mean, what happened is just. I mean, we gave our best, but we couldn't. I don't know what was wrong, but definitely I can say it was because of lack of synergy. Because my team. I mean, it's like newly formed again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I play with
Right.
new rosters every PMPL, so because of that, yeah, I can say.
See, that's another thing. That's another thing to
So-
congratulate to you, Shifu sir, right? I mean, the dude has been there from the Deadeyes guys since the start, since the actual beginning, and you are the root for the side
Yeah.
of the Deadeyes guys, of course. With that, any final questions, Varun and Ocean?
I mean, I have one. I have one small question, one tiny
Alright.
question. That's going to be, Shifu, DE, they won PMPL Season 2's league, right? And after that, again, you guys are looking really strong. Anything that you would want to say to your fans in your language?
Okay. सबैलाई सुरुमा त नमस्ते एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सपोर्ट गर्नुभएकोमा एन्ड थाहा छ अब हाम्रो चाहिँ त्यस्तो पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो गएन लिग स्टेजमा तर फाइनल्समा चाहिँ हाम्रो आफ्नो बेस्ट दिएको छौँ एन्ड अफकोर्स अझै पनि बेस्ट दिनेछौँ गेम अझै चालु नै छ होइन सो होप सपोर्ट गरिदिनुहुन्छ माया देखाइदिनुहुन्छ अन्तिमसम्म एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सबैजना ख्याल राख्नु होला है त
Well, I'm sure
Believe
the
in the-
fans are very happy. The fans are definitely very happy, Shifu sir. And of course, with that, congratulations from the desk. And of course, best of luck for the upcoming games. Thank you so very much.
Thank you
for
so
tuning
much.
in,
Thank you
mate.
so much.
And
Thank you so
we
much.
certainly do hope that you guys do proud to the Nepal region. But boy, what a play. What a play. And Ocean, dude, that was
Thanks
not a
so much.
question.
Yeah, that was
I
not
mean,
a
so that was a demand. That was a demand that I would say. And all thanks to Anj, I understood what he said.
In fact, I was thinking, because you know a little bit of Nepali, I thought that you would probably be bringing in a little bit of that. But never mind, never mind. Let's get the show moving on along. Our banter will continue on. Let's move on to the schedule and get us rolling across to the next map, which for the fourth game is going to take us back to Erangel. So, Ocean and Varun,
Yeah.
Do we see an FS come back again?
Oh.
In my mind, it is whenever we see DRS just dropping down, they try to just change their pace of games, right?
Yeah.
So I feel for this game, DRS would want to reclaim their second position. It's not a lot of difference though, and I want to see now because in Miramar we saw ZEUS popping up, in Sanhok we saw ZEUS popping up. I want to see what they do in Erangel because most of the times their Erangel strategies get to the center. Today they did not start with getting to the center, but to the sideline. So maybe this time they might go for a central approach.
Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see. Along with that, let's have a look at the map chance, which is of course going to be dictating what the stats are going to be bringing to the table for this fourth game.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see, I mean, how the other teams are doing. A1 Esports, as Ocean pointed out, they had a pretty nice time on Erangel DRS as well, just with the changes that they brought into the playstyle. BABLU Clarity starting off really nicely in today's matches. But, Ocean, I need your help, man. I'm still wondering, like, where can I find the maximum masala at this point?
I guess for that, we will be having that lad coming up.
Yeah, that's it, right? Because he's
So
gonna be
people-
mad at us if we
People
don't deliver.
do treasure hunt. This lad does masala hunt or something. I don't something like that. But maximum masala again will be if DRS starts their climb again with a really good thing. Because right now, first position, even if they have a bad game, DE, nothing's going to go wrong for them. They still have that safety cushion by the end of the day. But second, third, fourth is where teams can just pop up slowly and steadily with their good games. Maybe chicken dinners in second, third, and fourth position. So I would want to see what happens in those games right now. So that's where masala lies.
Dude, I am being reminiscent of week number 1 right now. I do want to have a comeback from T2K actually. Because that team is a little lacking right now. That team is a little missing from the action. But overall, I do hope that Panda Bros are going to be bringing in those awesome energies. And along with that, when it comes to the fourth game, well, it is going to be starting off just in a few moments' time. But before we get into all of that, viewers sitting back at home, I do want to let you know that there are giveaways that are taking place. But for that, you are going to have to go down to a specific YouTube page. And that's going to be, of course, PUBG Mobile South Asia Esports YouTube page. That is where the codes are being shared in the chat itself. And that is where you can get, well, some awesome skins as well as some parachutes for yourself in the game. Along with that, it is time to jump into the action right away with the Panda Bros on the other side of this virtual awesomeness. It is going to be, of course, Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through.
Well, thank you so much. And there you have it, Necro. What an evening are we witnessing, right? Deadeyes right off the bat. They are absolutely, just tromping ahead with the lead. 57 points ahead. And in day 2, wow.
Man, Deadeyes guys definitely are one of those teams that we had our eyes out for. Even Shifu mentioned, right? I mean, somewhere down the line, because that new roster, they felt like even the synergy was lacking, but still they were doing so great, even in the Super Weekends, right? Just because they missed out on Super Weekend 3, but it's fine, they made it to the Grand Finals, and all they need to do is just stay on the top 6 up till now, even in the Grand Finals, so they can make it up to the South Asia Championship in Mina. But again, I mean, they already have like a 57 points lead. That's huge. That's insane. But I feel like one team we really need to touch up on here is going to be I8. Now, in the day 1, they were all the way on the first page of the overall rankings, and in day 2, they're missing their fixes. In their first 3 games, they're not in the first page of the overall rankings.
Well, because they are definitely looking lost, especially that one game in Sanhok where they had all the players. I do not know what was the intention behind, just isolating everybody, and that is a cause of concern, 100%, because that is not how you're supposed to approach Sanhok in the first place. So you've got to work on those basics a little bit, and Erangel has been one of those maps where I8 have definitely figured out their rotation. They tend to get really up close and personal, but we haven't really seen those hardcore 4v4 fights between them going up against the enemies, and it has always been those loose pickoffs that have been hurting them, right? So if they can engage in some more team fights and go ahead with that, I think they might be able to recover. But talking about recovery, I really feel that the Pakistani counterparts, Team Clarity BABLU, have done a really good job at that. Had a really good start to the evening.
Yeah, Clarity BABLU definitely is one of those teams that we've been talking about, how safe they like to play, how survival tactic, kind of like survival heavy game they play. They focus heavily on their rotations as well. They want to make sure that they're at least trying to stay alive to the late game situation, and that's just how in general Clarity BABLU plays, right? their main focus is survival, and then later on they can go ahead and take those fights. Yeah, in gunfights as well today, they have been, kind of showing themselves up, and that's what I'm really liking about them. But also one more thing that I feel like we need to talk about is ZEUS. In the first 3 games, they've been doing really good. I mean, in Erangel, they got 5th place. Then again, in Miramar, they got, I think so, like 3rd place. And then again, in Erangel, they got themselves like a good placing. So in general, I mean, ZEUS in Sanhok, my bad, they're doing a good job up till now. I mean, if they just keep on doing it, so even in the future matches, at least till today, they can make it a top. They can make it like top 8 at least.
Well, they certainly can make, but it's still a long way to go. They still need at least 2 chicken dinners to get back inside inside the finals. But here we have the game going live, back again with, of course, another Erangel. Now, we've had so many teams performing out of their minds, right? A lot of unexpected teams that were somewhere down the middle levels in the league stages, but have really picked the pace up. I'm talking about Team Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, which sort of takes me down to the Erangel game that they did play yesterday, blah, 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 going out of his minds. But, on our left, we do have those overall rankings again reflecting, and ZEUS, they definitely have made the climb, but they need to make a steeper one at that, because they need to get a few chicken dinners, because 49 points, it's good, but you need more to enter the top 6 at least, because that can be a more achievable target. But talking about this particular game, we've got a rather certain flight path trajectory that's going to set off a lot of different teams, to try and go for the vehicles, and what follows, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this plane fly path, I feel like we've already seen it yesterday, right? The circle kind of was on the right side. I think so. Instead, we saw the plane fly path starting from a little bit on the left side and then ending it on the right side. But this one, it does feel like we have seen it in the past, so I do want to see where the circle is going to be panning out. And this kind of a plane fly path also puts a lot of pressure on the teams, especially teams like DRS that want to go towards Yasna Polnaya. Now, as you were talking about ZEUS as well, and as I was also talking about ZEUS, they definitely do need to keep that consistency factor going. I mean, they're not doing bad up till now, but they also need to add on a little bit more points. Not just that is enough, considering the fact that teams like Deadeyes guys have already gotten themselves a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so difficult even for the likes of Stalwart to chase down such a humongous lead. I mean, they've been both efficient in terms of their positioning and in terms of their kills, right?
Yeah.
And this is how you play PUBG Mobile. I mean, they've been having the perfect run. All they need to do is just hold on to the lead. And we've got Otzi, who apparently has been spotted by 7C, who decided initially to maybe just go after him, and then they realized that they need to focus on their own loot, as Havoc, well, still gliding.
Wow.
Is he stuck amongst the trees, Necro?
Yeah, maybe, like a kite, it did seem like he was stuck, though. But maybe he should be free anytime soon now. But yeah, he was taking a few shots, just kind of like whizzing past him, didn't really connect. So he's good for now. But again, another team, even Blotter mentioned about TDK, and inside the grand finals, it does seem like they're quite missing here fixes. They need to do something. And the problem is, look, now we've been talking about the TDK, they have been performing phenomenal. But I feel like, again, this is where the difficulty factor kind of comes into play for TDK, is that I feel like they have revealed quite a lot of strategies just in those super weekends.
I mean, that can be, but there's this choker tag going along with T2K, right? I've got to be blunt over there, because during the finals they always tend to mess up. During the league stages, they're so good. But somewhere down the line, even the English, even the other casters, Blay and XP, did also talk about it. It's not a marathon anymore; it's a sprint. You've got to give your best every single game, and T2K certainly haven't been doing that. And I really expected T2K to start off really well, right? Because they had something to prove, but hasn't really been the case. They've been left out of the competition, and well, they're pretty mediocre at that. Now, now we've been talking about a lot about ZEUS staging a comeback, right? But for that, they're getting good in terms of their positioning points. They're having really good rotations. We've seen them, trying out different stuff. Because earlier, if you remember, yesterday they were playing a lot around the center, but this time they're playing through the peripheries. But one of the thing that is going wrong, I really feel that they're not taking a lot of fights, right? They're trying to avoid a lot of them, and in turn, they're getting the position points, but the kill points is somewhere where they're certainly lacking on. Now that is not how ZEUS like to play, right? They like to go hand in hand with with both their possession and kills points, and they specifically went more towards the kills, and that sort of an element missing from their side is sort of stopping them from going all in.
Yeah, definitely. That element is missing, and that's a pretty crucial element as well. But I feel like in the map of Miramar, they got quite a decent amount of kills for themselves. Now, I do understand just performing inside that one single map and getting yourself that third position, it's not really going to be putting you way much more higher. But I still feel like that kind of a performance can definitely be a confidence booster. And ZEUS, I mean, yeah, as I mentioned, the first 3 games, definitely, they have been really consistent. But it just really comes down to if they're going to be able to do so even in the future lines or not, because all the other teams, I mean, considering the fact that one thing that is really standing out for me, I don't know if you've noticed, but always Godless is the man who just moves away from the rest of the pack, and sometimes it can pan out good, but most of the times what is exactly happening is Godless gets caught off guard, and well, he gets taken down because he's separated, and there's no ways he's going to be able to get back to Godless and get the res up.
I mean, it's perfectly understandable, right? He's the flanker for their team, and he's supposed to, hold on to his marks, right? And that's his job, right? That's what he gets paid for. And the only problem is that staying aloof from his team, that's not something that I'm worried about.
Exactly.
But staying aloof and then getting caught off guard, that is something that can definitely be worked upon. Because when you're going for a flank, when you're having a different position, your positioning in that particular moment has to be so perfect, so precise, that you need to make sure that you've got adequate covers. And the moment you break the silence, the moment you step on the guns, you've got to make it count, right? The moment your enemy knows about your whereabouts, you've got to knock one down. And if that is missing, then well, you haven't really particularly done the job. So that thing hasn't really been seen. Now, Godless is again one of those players that is really good in those 1v1 skirmishes. So having those little bit of changes here and there around with their personal roles kind of has been not so welcoming for ZEUS, I must say, because I believe IC has again been one of those players that likes to take those fights, right? But yeah, there are a lot of things that could be worked upon in their department, which I pretty sure they are, right? But Stalwart, let's talk about this team. They've been pretty good during the last time as championships. They've again secured their slot for the next one, but now just playing for the prize money. And how do you feel about them?
I mean, Stalwart Esports, they are pretty strong. I mean, they have been kind of one of those teams who are doing good, even in that placement points, even in that kill department. They're not the best, but at the same time, they're doing pretty good. So it's just one of those teams that you're probably going to be like, all right, we don't really need to worry about them. They're probably going to be making it. They're one of the best out there. With that being said, we also do have a graph of Crypto on our screens with total kills of 8 and total damage of 2060. And longest distance skill, again, 117 meters. Crypto, I mean, we definitely do know what this man is capable of. But again, as I mentioned, they had a great first day, but second day, they do seem to kind of vanish off.
Yeah, they certainly did, but Deadeyes, well, I've been loving every little bit of movements they've been making. They've been so clinical, right? So precise. Every small decision really makes sense. And this is one of those teams that is sort of avoiding those initial fights, and they're focusing a lot on their positioning. And once they get into position, they take a lot of fights. But we've got A1 Esports going up against 7C, as Alex Jack seems to have drawn first blood over here, and 7C in a world of trouble. But Dante, he's quite alone.
Yeah.
And the question remains, are 7C going to capitalize on that situation? Because A1 seems to be a little bit scattered around.
Now, if I'm in shoes of 7C, I would definitely make a push on to Dante because he's the only man alive. Most damage he can do is take another player out. All he can do is knock him out. He cannot confirm the kill. So we can afford a little bit of scratches. But again, they're probably going to be finding one confirmed kill on A1 Esports. That means even they will be handicapped. The situation will be equalized. And also the threat will be neutralized. So pushing onto him, I feel like that's the best thing they can do. But again, the problem is we know that there's only one player in those compounds, but do they know? That's the question. But with that being said, now Future Station 1952 spotting out I8, a team that's already been having a rough day, and Future Station are looking to capitalize onto it. I8 though, they are pretty scared off this fight, so they're not really looking to kind of challenge it that easily. Instead, we did see Crypto trying to make, or at least trying to form an off angle onto them. But 1952, they're quite clever. They're not really going to be falling into it.
Yeah, I mean, Future Station, they have been the most impressive, right? Getting the first chicken dinner. Magnet has been in a stellar form today. And, well, I really hope, they go big because they certainly are the ones the Bangladeshis are having a lot of hopes from. And let's be honest, they've delivered. But hasn't really been a good start, I must say, because they've already lost out on C-Wine. And that hurts, right? Early on, you start off, you think that I'm gonna do this, then followed by this. You go for objectives, but when your teammate gets down, it sort of hinders your approach towards the game. And Future Station, now this is one of those teams that know how to really survive, right? But what we have seen, the improvement from their side is that they've been really good in terms of the kills that they're getting. Now they're not shying away from the fights. The fear has certainly been lifted, the veil completely gone, because now they're starting to feel confident now. They've understood how the lobby works, how to go against the big guns, and they're bringing the fight right at their face and succeeding. Now, what I would really want is for them to attempt more of those. But, with limited number of games, the risk is way too high.
And while it seems like 7C have pushed against Dante as well, Fixes now, again, A1 Esports is only left with a two-man squad, and 1952 has found them in their front line. Sinister was down quite low, but he's finally met himself up. So he's looking good, at least in this situation. But again, man advantage not really favoring them. So it's a 2-on-3 situation against 1952. A1 Esports, they're pinned down inside this little compound. Magnet is the only man who's quite separated a little bit from the pack, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure the rest two guys do have a clear line of sight onto Magnet and even the surroundings. So even if he does get pushed on, or at least if some unfortunate circumstances do happen, he does have the backup right in his back. So he doesn't really need to worry about. All he needs to do is try and scout, or at least try and pin them down as much as he can. And he's doing a good job into that. He's trying to form some off angles. He's trying to find some new cheeky angles to at least find an opening. But A1 Esports as well, they're doing a good job at keeping themselves as hidden as possible.
This is the moment I start pondering, do they not have any grenades at all? Because all you need to do is lob a few grenades, a few molotovs, flush out your enemy, take them down. Easy peasy. I mean, if you can form a crossfire, even better. But I think, well, they do not, because if they had, they would have, of course, done that. They're professional players, but there comes the curveball. Now, this is what ZEUS have been doing really well. They've been waiting for those hard shifts. Now, this is where they start taking a movement inside the circle. But what I'm really getting concerned is if T2K hold on to the Everest, it's going to be so tough for ZEUS to climb up the hills. Now, considering Deadeyes has also started rotating, I believe they're going to contest those buildings below T2K, those compounds over there, as Blade seems to have his hand rather on the AUG. Or has he not taken it? Because I know it's not the most desirable airdrop weapon, but a few teams really like using that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is, as like Ocean likes to mention, it is a luxury weapon, right? And if you find it, then hey, why not? Just use it. It's pretty good. I do understand a lot of people are used to the M416, but, AUG is always kind of like a better option, I would say, in my kind of perspective. But again, everyone has their own opinions. But for now, again, 7C seems like they have locked their horns against Vibes. They do realize there's one team right next to them. Memo is the man in the close lines, but he has realized maybe staying over here is not really a good idea. But still, they don't really have any other option. If they decide to move, there's just so many teams that at least like they're trying to surround this area with. Because 7C has found themselves, at least for now, a safe spot inside the circle, which probably I'm pretty sure in the future lines is not going to be safe anymore, because we do see a few more teams just, rotating inside from that same direction. And I also do like the change in the pace coming in from the side of ZEUS, right? As you mentioned, they're hugging the edge lines of the zone. They're trying to play things out as safe as possible because they do realize they only have a few more games left in their hands, considering the fact that it's the second day. Oh, hold on. Joker with a beautiful knock on to Baron. That's going to be opening so many opportunities. At the same time, that's going to be putting so much pressure on the Seal.
One more knock and they might want to go in. But what on earth is he doing? No, it's not separation really, because they're kind of forming distance amongst each other in the sense that they want to have that high ground coverage for them, right? The spotter guy has to stay behind, and if you've got a higher altitude, it's even better. But what really concerns me over here, Necro, is what is it doing so much out in the open? Because if you have segregated yourself from your squad, you're supposed to be hidden, right? You're supposed to strike where no one's watching you or when no one's expecting you. But staying out in the open, giving away your position, that's not really ideal. But either ways, they're still safe for now, and C will definitely get the rest back on teammate, but ZEUS. Alright, they have finally managed to take a compound for themselves. Now this is something really promising. They're playing the game in a safer manner. But look at the zone shift. It's gone right out in the open, in the fields of Katka. And it's so confusing. Now it all comes down to how good covers you are, how creative, or rather how crafty you can get with your vehicles, right? You've got to play around those hay bales, you've got to play around those haystacks, because the number of compounds, well, they're really numbered, and I think we're going to witness a few fights happening for their contestation.
We might as well. I mean, TDK do have a great positioning inside the zone, as they did have, like we saw in the map feed, as they did have like that 2-2 split coming in through. Two guys were all the way on top of the Big Boy Mountain, and the rest two were in forward, kind of out in the open. But the circle shifting out in the open like that, that's going to be inviting so many teams inside. But at the same time, those open fields, that means a lot of prone people. That means a lot of people probably will also get caught off guard. With that being said, Vibes now do spot out I8s in the open. They're making that crucial rotation happen. Vibes, they do realize they do not want to get spotted out like that. So Vibes as well, they're trying to keep themselves as hidden as possible inside this scenario. If they do give their position away, they also do know there's one more team in the back lines, which is 7C. There's a massive chance that they might just be sandwiched.
Well, there indeed. And Team Vibes, they're somewhere down the middle, right? This team has got the potential to win the title, but they certainly haven't been living up to the expectations because of a lot of reasons, right? One of them being primarily it's new being formed, but Jiggle, well, he's going for a few shots, has managed to take down Zeke, and will get the kill confirmed as Baron falls down as well, and Seal just rotating amidst everybody. Get caught off guard and now reduced to a two-man squad as Deadeyes, they somehow hold the ground against Clarity BABLU, but did come to contest the compound and have been eliminated at the 15th spot.
Them getting eliminated. Clarity BABLU, we literally had a conversation before this game started about them. But this time it seems like the positioning didn't really come in through that great from their side. But hold on, ZEUS charging against R3D. Godless is the man at the clotheslines. Hassan is all the way on the top, charging in forward with the barrel, finds a knock. He's going to be backing off now. He does realize he's done quite a lot of work. Icy's knocked out. He needs to play safe. If he goes down, that means ZEUS are going to be in a lot of pressure, but Godless still putting a relentless amount of pressure onto them. R3D, they are just so not happy with the position that they have. Yeah, I do understand they're on the high ground, but the nade from Godless again. This man is single-handedly taking them all down. 3 kills all by himself. Godless is an actual god.
Now this is understandable, right? Godless leading the charge. Now this is the position he's most comfortable in, he's the most deadliest in, and given the opportunity, he has definitely delivered. But again, barrage of grenades coming out from Wizzes with Vibes, this time from multiple directions, and 7C Look at them. They're not really shying away from the fights. They've built those smokes for themselves. As Wizzes with Vibes, they are showing intentions of forcing this fight, just waiting for this thick cloud of smoke to dissipate. As Memo, he's going to reposition himself as Reaperbot slowly but surely closes in. Does he have the vision on LA? As the nade falls in, the door does break, and Reaperbot, he's waiting for the right opportunistic moment as Delta has already gone in.
Delta, look at this. Wizzes Vibes looking to contest 7 seed down. Ali is the only man inside the house, and while he will fall down, Reaperbot's the man who charges in forward. That Tommy gun in close range, we do know how detrimental it can be. From the outskirts is the final man of 7 seed. Delta is on fire. He needs to drop and roll, but instead he can't really do that in the given amount of time that he has. Memo, he has found himself one, but that's a good jumping shot from Mully. Capitalizes onto him instantly. Finds that kill with that MG3, and that fire rate, it was just so quick that I didn't even notice like how quick he died.
I mean, that had to happen sooner or later, because with Vibes, we've been seeing them improvement from their side, but Suyok, that grenade just barely missing its mark as frag. He somehow has managed to patch himself up, but the nades, they aren't really stopping. Deadeyes taking some heavy contestation against T2K, who seem to have been holding their ground really strong. And now it's going to be so difficult for them. Now my eyes are just, looking out for the third player of Deadeyes. Where on earth is he? Because, if they sort of stay in that position for a little bit longer, they're going to get sandwiched. And again, a very disappointing outing by these lads. What on earth has went wrong again? I must start figuring out, but this is exactly what I was talking about, Necro, because Deadeyes, they seem to have been surrounded and have taken too much on their plate. They need to commit.
Deadeyes pretty gathered up together, but the problem is the only cover they have are those smokes and a little bit of vehicles. As soon as the smokes fade away, which is probably in a few seconds, they're probably going to be in such a huge trouble. They need to find themselves a safe way out, but probably seems like right now there's no safe way out of that situation. They just need to take those fights and try and win those individual duels. It's going to be so difficult for them, considering the fact that TDK from the back lines is putting in relentless amount of pressure. And how are they going to win these fights? Is that it? We'll take a look at that. Frag Boy, though, finds the opening frag on Raw. This might just change a lot of things. They really needed this desperately. And Frag Boy, we do know what this man's capable of. He does show his skills a little bit there. But blah, blah, blah. Now, he's going to be back on his feet. So Raw should have a little bit of more sigh of relief. Raw, they do have the edge lines of the zone. All they need to do is now hope that maybe zone's probably going to be shifting somewhere closer. But no one's going to be the answer instead. Now Raw are the one who have a lot of pressure on themselves.
They certainly do, but look at Deadeyes. How on earth are they still alive? The T2K not really forcing it out on them. As Sada is going to take a lot of beating up until the point he's going to be knocked out. And Deadeyes, they know that the zone is definitely not favoring them. But what can they do is get themselves some really juicy kills. And that is exactly what they're going for. As on top apparently has been taken down. And well, Joker is doing a really good job at that. As Deadeyes, they're not going to be overstepping even a little bit longer. And now he's going to patch himself up. On top, he's bleeding on his knees, but now finally, there you go, Shifu sir,
oh my God,
finding the final kill. But can they go for the revive? Yes, they've done it somehow, but now they've got to get inside the circle. And a frag, he's got a big job on his shoulders.
Oh man, just in the nick of time, gets the revive onto him. Oh, so lucky to be still alive inside this game. I also do like the rotation coming in from the side of ZEUS. Right now, they're all the way up north. If you can take a look at the radar, there are so many teams just surrounding all across the map, or all across the field, as we like to call it. Stalwart Esports getting pinned down between High Voltage and Wizzes with Vibes. Didn't really have a lot of kind of ground to move around, so they are probably going to be suffocating down to death. They go down as well. And then now Vibes, they're on a crucial rotation. They're on a crucial move. They don't really have any other option. Jiggle is the man who's driving the vehicle. As they find themselves a safe spot, no one's going to be the answer. They're still taking quite a lot of shots onto themselves. Jiggle will probably go down soon. He's getting shot at from all the different angles. Jiggle's down low. Prabeen, the kill will be confirmed onto him. Jiggle is just on 1 HP, but now he's finally got himself patched up.
But you know, DRS, they're looking deadly. Now, this has been customary, right? You've got all
Oh.
4 players of DRS in those final circles. They're bound to take a chicken dinner, and that is where we're looking at. But Deadeyes, somehow, the boys still survived. 3 of their players. Now, Sandesh has definitely fallen down, and it's
Oh
fight
my.
against the Mongolians, as Jane also goes down along with him. This is the queue where Deadeyes can certainly go in for the push, because she knows exactly where the other players are. But ZEUS, they spot them out, and Deadeyes, now they're in a whole world of trouble. They need to get those rares back up. They need to get inside the circle, and T2K, they're waiting with their arms wide open as Suyo goes in for the push and will get the kill confirmed.
But Fixes, in that initial moment, so many things happened. ZEUS just got so focused on the TDK is that DRS decided charging forward onto ZEUS, and they're also getting shot at from the backlines from ZEUS. So now, so many things happening at the same time. So many third parties. ZEUS as well. They're on the receiving end. Suyok, no, that's not the way you use the Molotov. It bounced off the window. And Suyok, well, with his own Molotov, gets knocked out. And he's not really going to be staying alive in the game anymore. Burns himself down. He's like, all right, well, maybe this is the time I do want to go down. And unfortunately, didn't really expect that Molotov to just kind of like bounce on the window and just blast it right in front of his face. And now that leaves TDK with just that one last man alive. It's going to be Legend, the IGL. He can make a lot of things happen. We have seen him stay alive in the past as well. We do know he does quite a great job, especially when he's the only man inside the team. He can try and get those positioning points.
Well, he certainly can, but you know, Suyok did say, only I kill me. Nobody else does that. And that is exactly what happened. But you know, regardless, this game pretty much is DRS's, right? The way they control over the entire circle. And this is something that we're all privy to, right? This is not something new. Have all the 4 players of DRS alive. They never mess up on a chicken. Then as Delta from the backline spots out Havoc, now in a collision course against Wadu, but somehow gets backstabbed from behind as he falls down. Wizzes with Vibes taking an elimination though. Now in with the 3 teams just surviving, we've got T2K going up against DRS and High Voltage. Well, it's a Nepali trifecta.
Oh man, DRS are the dirty criminals inside this. They have third parties, so many teams Fixes, including ZEUS. I feel like in that individual scenario, it was ZEUS' fault. They were way too tunnel vision. And just like that, Fixes, DRS found themselves a lot of kills from the backlines. In this kind of a scenario, I would actually blame ZEUS as well, because it's that they just got so focused on the TDK that they didn't even focus on the DRS, and DRS easily were able to grief ZEUS' game. If ZEUS was well aware of the surrounding, at the same time taking a fight against TDK, things could have been different. Maybe it could have been ZEUS who got the chicken dinner.
You know, let's cut a few slacks off ZEUS, right? They've been recovering. They've been doing really good. But the team of the DRS, a perfect gift for Nima. Must say that for sure. The way he's been playing the entire team over there had been really impressive because their decision making was perfect, right? You could not expect anything more. The way they took over the circle, of course, ZEUS had a lot on their plate, right? A lot of fights happening here and there. They just couldn't do much, but they still, you know, did manage to wipe off a lot of different squad, and this would definitely bolster up their position in the overall standings. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to head in for a short little break, because coming right after is the Deadeyes to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm pulling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the finals week, day number 2 of the finals. This is the crux of the moment. And for now, the teams are trying their level best to up their game. And it is certainly looking like they are doing pretty good. But on the other front, the real soldiers back in action. Ocean,
Well,
call for it.
yeah.
Right here.
I call for it because, staying at the second, third, fourth position, it
Right.
just gets, exactly, the masala. It just gets them. They love to play those kind of gameplays because, again, they give masala to the audience. They're like, hey, they are getting a lead. No, we'll try and catch them up. And if they have 2 more good games like this, by the end of the day, we might see a really, really small difference. But then that's a different story.
Indeed, that is something that will be speculated as the games progress on along. But right now, what is not going to be speculated is the MVP, where it was Icy
Wow.
from ZEUS Esports. Again, I mean, the ZEUS Esports, they are definitely bringing in that consistency now. I would like to say that. Would you agree?
So 3 kills by Icy, 2 assists coming down from this lad. Godless had 4 kills already when the early fights were happening and all. This shows that the maximum amount of damage from the entirety of the team that was done was by Icy itself, and that's a brilliant thing.
I mean, but it also makes the possibilities of the future very interesting. Like, exactly where is ZEUS Esports going to end up by the last game tomorrow? Because, as you said, Blotter, we are seeing a little bit more consistent performance from ZEUS Esports now. But they have to make sure, as Ocean mentioned, after the performance, after the run on Sanhok, like, you can't stop. You have to make sure this goes on till the last game tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, of course, when we were talking about it, Fixes also did mention during his cast that when it comes down to the play that is being showcased from the side of ZEUS Esports, well, they need to be right now working towards being a part of that top 6 teams, right? That is going to be the most important thing right now. And for that, again, consistency is the only key that I know of. Along with that, talking about the real soldiers, they are back in the action, but high voltage also chiming in along.
For the first time, we have a team that is on second place.
True.
And only 12 points is what they have. Those are the entirety of the placement points for them. So I get it, a few of their players were being taken up, but still they did deal 600 damage. This shows that they were trying to be part of the fights, but not having their back for themselves is something that just went against them. The amount damage received that DRS has is even more than damage dealt by high voltage at this moment. That's DRS having all the players surviving is just so good for them.
True. Fixes called it. You called it. As soon as we have a zone like that, DRS have all 4 players alive, is bound to be their game.
Exactly. I mean, it was a wonderful run from DRS, and I mean, we were talking about the teams that are making a comeback in this, specifically in the matches that we have had today. But let's not forget, I mean, they also survived for quite a while. I mean, we do see Shifus with 19 utilities used, and it was an incredible run from them.
So,
but yes, as Ocean and Fixes mentioned,
Godless has 4 kills. He was not even in top 5 players. That shows the least amount of damage that he did, just because the player actually today, since the day has started, you've seen Godless playing support role more as compared to that entry frag, that assaulter role. That shows the way these lads have. Their thinking capability is changing right now.
Yeah, I think, Ocean, you will agree with me on this. This is the Godless that we saw last year. This is how we used to see his performances.
This is
back in the days of From Hell.
No chance Godless. No chance Godless. The PMWL times. From Hell. I get it. From Hell, because he had a few more players. Because I remember it was who? Heineken.
Another
Heineken,
you know what?
who used to be the assaulter from that team. Yeah,
true.
I remember.
But I really do want to bring your attention to third position holder. TTK.
I get it. But I'll bring your attention to the 6th position holder because of no kills. They have dropped down.
Yep, that is the irony right there.
Let's not forget the team on the 4th. They still walk away with 13 points.
Well, let's talk about team at 7. They have 4 points. They were in top 5. Let's see where they go.
Well.
I mean,
it is certainly the best.
It's very hard to predict.
Second day.
Yeah.
Indeed, again. But as we move on forth, another team that we are not seeing a glimpse of hope from is going to be R3D. I mean, they are trying. They're kind of trying, but they are just being hunkered down again and again. But along with that, when it comes down to the rotations that were made from the side of DRS, Ocean, take it away. Take us through this as what this team was doing.
So most of the times today, I believe, like before we even begin, right, I want to draw a couple of things. Yesterday, we saw a few circles just ending down to this area. Right? Today we saw a circle, the first circle is coming down to the areas around Gakka, right? And again, this time we see a circle around the same that ruins Olympus Hill and all those things. So it actually shows that most of the times it's these Gakka-ish circles that we are just looking more and more. But now look at the flight path, look at where the players drop, because no matter, even if I'm telling you, even if we see a flight path from here, even if we see a flight path from here, this team would end up on this one area. They don't have any other place to think forward. So they have that critical thing, this is where we'll land down, this is where we'll take up a vehicle or maybe move forward, because we've seen this thing happening back and forth from this team.
Yeah.
So it's really good. Just sticking onto their area and always marking supremacy that no one else can come to Yasna, even if the fights are not there, even if the circle's there, anything, but you cannot enter Yasna till the time DRS is. And this time that northern rotation, something that Seal does, DRS did that, and well, they enjoyed it, Johnny.
I completely agree with that. I mean, this team will not sway away from the plan that they have set for themselves. And it actually really works out, because I mean, Ocean, you, me, we have been talking quite a lot on the day, especially about teams failing because they second guess themselves. They try and they somehow end up doubting their own decisions. And if you don't have a doubt in your mind, if you are going to be like fixed on your plan, like, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to rotate from the north. We're going to close in, slowly transition. Do not climb the Everest. That was one decision that was a little bit questionable towards me, but it did work out for the team, because as I always say, I mean, getting the high ground advantage of Everest, the information that you get is always going to be crucial, but then it does become a challenge to get down. So yeah, it was worthwhile trade for them.
That's true. And whenever these players have all the 4 players surviving for themselves, whenever DRS has the entirety of the squad for themselves, they play so freely. It's just so good to watch.
Exactly. Indeed, again, I mean, there was just so many fights. There were so many fights that did end up taking place throughout the entirety of this. Thus, it is time to cue in, of course, the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Oh, this one right from the back, right from the get-go, we saw the fights happening. But then obviously after that, it did take a while. But after that, when we saw the kerfuffles happening, they were multiple.
Yeah, indeed. Completely agree. There were multiple skirmishes breaking out all over the map. And again, I mean, we do see this happen quite often whenever the circle is going to be towards the Gutka side, because, I mean, teams are going to be trying to rotate in early, and plus the terrain in that part of the map, it is quite exposed, so it's really tricky to move around, with as much safety as possible. So you're going to see those fights break out in the middle of nowhere like this one.
True. But, just after these fights were happening, you would see those open area skirmishes in which DRS, look at this, they were being pushed down, but as soon as, ZEUS had other options for them to take up, especially that T2K rush that ZEUS did, right? After that, everything changed, because just moving forward, T2K, they also lost their players. Then ZEUS, they lost their a few of their players because from the backlines they were being pushed down. But DE, look at this. One nade from IC takes down one player from T2K, and then DE tries to move in, but that was such an open movement that ZEUS's players do shut them out. But then after that, from the other lines, it was DRS just maintaining their comfort.
Yeah, I mean, they kept their distance from the opponents and just took them out from safer distance, basically. And it was a wonderful job being done by DRS. But as we were speculating, but that exactly where is this game going to bring them as far as the storyboard is considered, that is something that we're going to keep our eyes on.
Absolutely. I mean, that was something that, of course, Ocean did mention as well, that the side of the DRS is definitely going to be trying to climb up to reach Deadeyes guys' points. And they are doing so phenomenally with 11 kills in this game, along with that chicken dinner. Team is looking pretty good. But on the other front, as we move on down through the list, we've got 7C right there. Talk about the damage, 798, but only 2 kills. Seal Esports, 503 damage, but only 1 kill.
And Raw.
Exactly, 888.
888 and just 1 kill for themselves. And then there's high voltage. We talked about this, right? 604 damage and no kill coming down for these lads. But BABLU Clarity, again, we are missing the same BABLU Clarity that was at the second position in the first game. They are not just, they're not giving that kind of gameplay to us. And Future Station as well. These two teams were kind of at the lower area in this one game, and these two teams were there in the first game till the final circle.
Absolutely. With that, it is time now, Warren and Ocean, to move on to the storyboard and find out what bigger leap has the side of the real soldiers made when it comes to the point catch-up game that this team is on upon. Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough fight, but, well, apart from one game, I mean, we've had those double chicken dinners for a lot of teams, and DRS, I guess, just being able to cross the 100-point marker it was looking like a challenge, but now that they've finally done it, I think, as Ocean said, they're going to look to keep on moving forward, and if they can have 2 good finishes in the next 2 matches, maybe we're going to see things change.
Johnny,
You know-
I'm gonna
yeah.
tell you one simple thing. If
Yeah.
DRS has a really good game, the next one as well, not the chicken dinner, but
Yeah.
but a top 2 finish, and DE does not have a good game, DE will end around 170 points by the end of the day, and DRS will be around 130 points. I guarantee you that. If DE has a really good game in the next one, DE will end around 190 points by the end of the day, and DRS will then they'll have to capitalize on the lead tomorrow. Otherwise, it's DE's tournament all over.
Based on what I've seen in the matches so far, I think it is going to be Deadeyes guys moving up to 190. I agree with you on that. They've been looking, they're
But so-
looking really good,
so
even in this match.
I'll-
Yeah.
So the next map is actually Miramar, in which Stalwart pops up, and that's at the 3rd position.
Oh, more masala.
On
I
the
love
Masala
it.
front, we
I
started
don't
the day
know why
off
I laughed
with
like that.
ZEUS Esports on the 16th position, right?
Oh yeah.
And now they've reached all the way up to 11th position
And
with
it's-
61 points, 1 point shy of that 10th position holder I8. I8,
Yeah.
another team to bring up, that was on the first page of the leaderboard, but slowly but surely has
They-
brought themselves down quite a lot.
Zeus had 14 points when they started today's day.
Yes.
But, alright guys, so it's not just Juice. Look at Train to Kill as well, sitting on the 9th. 64 points. And these two
this
teams are
is the
doing
day
a
of
wonderful
comeback.
job.
That's
Yes.
as simple as that. But let's move on along. Let's allow these opportunities to be shed for these teams. Let's bring up the schedule as now. We move on to the 11th game, and that will be on Miramar. Now, of course, Ocean did just mention a few minutes ago, Stalwart. Maybe we can anticipate that team bringing in a chicken for themselves, maybe.
Maybe.
We are still looking for one Mongolian team to just open up their
Yeah.
chicken dinner
Yep,
movement for themselves. So that maybe, otherwise,
Alright. So
if that doesn't happen, I want to see DE versus DRS in the final circle.
I have a strategy, guys. There's 3 of us. There's Stalwart, Zeus, and Seal Esports. Pick one.
Stalwart.
Zeus.
Alright,
That's an
then
example,
that
all
leaves
right.
Seal Esports for me. It works out.
Perfect.
So it was like, who has the smallest stick? It's pick a stick.
But all in all, when it comes down to, of course, the map chance, we do see DE domination, and that domination
Yeah.
is still being continued on that storyboard as well, with what 54-point lead that team has already been able to accumulate for themselves. And every single game DE moves on from one to the next, they are accumulating points. They rarely end up having those really bad games, and that is something that is definitely pinching with a grain of salt to the entirety of the lobby. But it is enough banter from our side. Let's move on into the game. It is time to introduce, of course, the Panda Bros, who are going to be taking you through this 11th game.
You know what, Necro? I'm sort of unhappy with what the desk states say. You know, we're Indians, right? We love our masalas, we love our curries, and you know, one important thing has sort of been ignored: the fact that Deadeyes, they've built up such a huge lead. Are we gonna anticipate some potential targets, though?
I mean, I feel like on the
their
final
heads?
day. I feel like that might just happen on the final day. Honestly saying, that might just happen on the final day. But again, final day is still yet to come, right? This is still the second. This is still the second day. The third day is probably going to be the final day, and that's where I feel like targeting is the thing that might just happen. But as you mentioned, Deadeyes guys with a huge lead, and still teams like Stalwart Esports, in general, any kind of Mongolian teams, they're looking to get themselves a chicken dinner in the future line. So I don't really know what to expect going in forward inside this game of Miramar, but hopefully crossing my fingers over and hoping that maybe one of those Mongolian teams will finally get themselves a chicken dinner.
I mean, well, the Mongolians, we're still waiting for them to really go big, because the ones that were playing really good yesterday, Seal, they've fallen, and their place has been taken by ZEUS. So that's a different story altogether, because ZEUS, they definitely are recovering. I like this. I like this ZEUS that seems to have gotten back to their old days, where they have Ruthless, leading the charge from the front and delivers, right? But taking a look at this flight trajectory, it's pretty much standard, nothing out of ordinary. Not a lot of teams are going to have any trouble traversing around the map, unless your high voltage and Erangel still gliding 5 minutes after over up into the game, and we did see what really happened. But on that note, we were having this conversation around DE. Now look at the lead they've amassed, right? It's 50+ points. Now DRS, yes, they are staging a comeback over here. They are competing for the first spot. But how do they do that, considering the fact that Deadeyes, every single game, they're so consistent? Now, Miramar has been one of the best games in the final so far, right? And they did manage to get a chicken dinner, a very clean chicken dinner at that. And all comes down to how well they're rotating inside the circles. Now, this is again another of those zones that somehow tends to favor Deadeyes because they seem to have somehow cracked the code. Now, that sort of worries me because for DRS, Stalwart, for Wizzes with Vibes of Raw, for them to have a chance at the top spot, they need to ensure that Deadeyes goes down early. Not just in one game, but every game that they are playing against them. And right off the bat, we've got some freebies for Wizzes with Vibes, and they say thank you.
This is where we might just finally see a Los Leonos circle as well. I mean, it's been called a long time, you know, we haven't really seen one of those. But yeah, this circle, I mean, it's definitely is favoring teams like Future Station, even Esports, that are right in the center. Deadeyes guys, I still feel like they're going to be having a little bit more difficult time going inside the zone. But as you have mentioned, they do know their routes to go inside any kind of situation. They seem to have cracked the code. So we're probably not really going to be seeing that kind of difficulty being shown from their side. But Stalwart Esports are only the close team that is quite next to Deadeyes guys, and they can be the one who can try and grief Deadeyes guys' game, but I'm not really anticipating that happening, at least today. As I mentioned, it might just happen tomorrow, because that's when most of the teams just go guns blazing. They just go all in, and that's when they do know it's the final day. It's a do or die moment. We might as well go out with a bang.
And, that's what every other team who are on the other half of the table, they're definitely going to do that, because today is where you recover. Tomorrow is, either you start spoiling others' games or just play for the prize money. Right, but looking at the overall rankings, right, on our left of our screen, it's still possible, right? I mean, all the way up until high voltage, you still have you do have a chance to fight for that top 6 position, and I'm pretty sure teams haven't really given up. The competition is so fierce, so strong. And talking about the competition, what happened to i8? Even in the last game, I could not see how did they go down though, but that has not really gone well, right? Because they're the ones that the Pakistanis have a lot of hope from. They started off really well, mind you, with a chicken dinner, and that's when we started counting them in, because even in those final days of the Super Weekend, Crypto was in such a good form, and suddenly the ground beneath them has kind of shaken loose, and they're getting sunk beneath the earth, and they need to find a way back, and they desperately need a chicken dinner, Necro. But apart from all those statements, what technically do you think has gone wrong for them?
Honestly, I don't really know exactly what is going wrong for them, right? They're playing the same way as they used to play, even in this Super Weekend. I just feel like all the other teams, they have done a good research on teams like i8 and stuff. They just do want to make sure that they're trying to capitalize onto them. And i8, I just feel like they need to bring in something unique inside this grand finals, considering the fact, yeah, they did have a good Super Weekend, but they just can't move up with the same kind of strategy inside the grand finals as well, right? They need to bring some kind of uniqueness in to try and catch some teams off guard, because yeah, most of the teams, they do know where they like to drop off, and that's where they kind of try to counter them in their rotation paths or even their drop location. They just try to counter them, and this is where i8, they need to do something unique, right? They need to come out with a new strategy, or at least a new way to make it out of that situation. And I'm pretty sure they do have the firepower. As I mentioned, even in the map of Sanhok, right? For example, Uzum was the man who went in forward to scout out Picado, and then he didn't really expect anyone to be there, but there was a man of Future Station just lying prone in that house, and he just got caught off guard.
I mean, yeah, Uzum has always been that sacrificial player for his team, right? He is always not shied away from dying, right? He's basically what No-Tail is to Team OG, and yeah, I'm talking about a different esports title altogether. But now, what I really feel is going wrong with Team i8's department is the approach towards the game. But All right, a replay in front of us and the first blood being drawn out. And look at this, R3D completely not caring about anything on planet Earth, just dropping right in front of Wizzes with vibes. And, well, they were bound to be punished. But considering, Necro, this particular circle, right, I8, they did change their drop location. They had realized that it was very busy around the
Los Lunas.
big town over there. And they realized, we got to do something. They did go on to its eastern side, but have they capitalized on that? What they're really lacking on is how they're engaging into fights. The positioning of the players. Yes, we have seen really good performances out of Crypto. Yes, Blade did perform out of his mind during those initial phases of this tournament, during the league stages. Johnny, however, and Reviews, I really felt they've been a little bit under the weather because I've seen them in those NCs, I've seen them in their respective regional tournaments. These players play a completely different ball game over there. They're so aggressive, they're not scared of anything. But now we're seeing them, or rather watching them, taking the second thoughts. And, well, that certainly is not really going well for I8.
It definitely isn't. I mean, yeah, as you've mentioned, Johnny is definitely one of those players inside the I8 squad that has been really great. And he is the man who is kind of like the aggressor, right? He always likes to go inside the fights pretty early off. And now, as you were also having a conversation about Crypto and Blade, I mean, yeah, these two lads are definitely pretty phenomenal inside the squad. But again, this also leads us to the conversation is that you cannot always rely on someone's individual performance, right? You need to always work out together. And this is where I feel like it's somewhere down line in some fights they do tend to get caught off guard. They need to kind of get themselves as much as time to settle down. They need to give themselves a few more minutes before a fight to try and understand how can they at least go and engage fights, especially in the grand finals. They were doing a great job in the overall super weekends and league days, but in grand finals, as I mentioned, everything has changed. Even the tempo of the teams have changed. You can take an example of ZEUS, right? Before in the super weekends, they straight up like to go inside the zone, and they just like to contest down the center of the zone. But now they're hugging the edges, Fixes.
Yeah, they're playing from the peripheries, right? And they've been avoiding fights so much up until the point they do not take it if it's not necessary. That sort of a discipline was important, right? Now, heading into the tournament finals, I really did think that they would do that. But, yesterday was sort of an evening that they would like to forget, like we did mention. Because of their approach, right? That was not ZEUS' style. ZEUS loves playing from the edges. That has been working out for them so far. They like taking those fights. They like going up close and personal. That has worked out. And if they continue doing what they're doing today, I think they're still going to be in contention, at least for the top 6 spots, because the climb has been visible. But right now, here we have the first airdrop, the MK14. One of those weapons that have been forged by the devil himself. And now, talking about this circle, right? We know where it heads to. Right? There are 2 ways around it. Either it goes to where Deadeyes are, or else it goes towards those hilly areas on towards the eastern side. The latter being really less likely considering the coverage that it has. But now, a lot of teams are rotating inside the circle. We still have DRS. However, they're trying to make a movement in, but we might anticipate a collision course against Team Seal.
That's definitely can happen. I mean, yeah, Seal right next to DRS, and also at the same time, there's one more team in the front lines. It's R3D. Now, they are trying to make the rotations happen, including R3D. R3D being spotted out, taking a few shots as well. But the shots it doesn't really seem like any of them are connecting. Adil and Joker are a little hurt, but nothing really critical happening up till now. But Seal, they need to be aware of the surroundings. But it's fine, I thought maybe DRS will try and capitalize on the Seal as they're giving away so many sound cues. But DRS, it seems like the main priority for them is going to be the rotation inside the zone first, and then maybe they can try and capitalize onto it. Now, we also do see Seal doing the same thing, but they're tanking a little bit of Blue's damage, but it's fine. They have realized if they try and follow the footsteps of R3D, that will probably not pan out good. That's why they're trying to form out a new pathway, a new rotation inside the zone, which is quite great. They're getting the rotation all the way from the left side, and that's how they're probably going to be moving inside the zone as well from the left side. But R30 is quite close to them fixes still.
I mean, of course they are, and they sort of are aware of it, right? They're going in for those extremities. They want to avoid those fights. Something that T2K just did in the previous match of Erangel, considering the sort of, shying away from the fights, right? Now, this, I do not know if it's a really good decision. For now, yeah, the entry is important, but when we started, just ousting the players of Seal, there you go, the Strike and Anubis. Well, the god of death has fallen down. Now, considering the fact that R3D, we haven't really seen a decent performance from these lads entering into the finals. I'm starting to ponder the reason as to what really went wrong with them, because they were looking so good during the third super weekend. They were getting chicken dinners as I8 now going against 7C's Arley, who's pretty low on his HP, and Crypto. He's merciless, we do know. He's going to cook up that grenade, but Ale makes a run in time.
LA is going to be safe for now. But again, LA needs to realize that if he shows his back to this fight, that wouldn't really be a good thing. Yeah, he does have the cover from the back lines, but as I mentioned, shows his back, gets caught off guard, and I8 are going to be taking full advantage of that situation. Johnny is the man taking a few shots on Fear. And Fear now is getting shot at from the back lines by Uzum. That's a great flank angle being formed for this lad. And no one from 7C expected it. And 7C, now they're on the run. What happened, 7C? They were trying to take a dig onto I8s, but now with that initial play coming out from the side of Uzum, it has made sure that at least 7C is not really going to be bothering them for the time being. The circle shift is quite next to Los Leones as well. That means we are finally going to be seeing urban warfare.
Oh, we certainly are. I mean, 7C, they did not really intend to, go against R8. R8 did bring the fight right at the face. They were rotating in, and they were like, hey, 7C, enemy, let's shoot, let's kill. And that's what they did. Now, 7C had to make a run for them. And now, taking a look at how the zone is really panned out, right? This is where I'm going to love the action that's going to do in front of us. As Wizzes with vibes, they're going to take a lot of shots, and Zeig just gets blown away into the thin air as his vehicle just explodes, demolished by the lads from Wizzes with vibes. As Seal, they're putting a fight back, but I believe it's too late because they've run into safe cover. But, this is where, we did point out the two ways the circle can really shift, and has gone to the former one, right? The first one towards where Deadeyes are positioned. Now, we have yet to see another zone shift coming in. But considering this particular circle, I really love the positioning from Team Vibe. But, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to get your attention to where Team ZEUS are. Look at them rotating all the way from the southwestern side. Now, this is one of those teams that likes to drop at Montenuevo. And look at how they've rotated in, trying to avoid those early collisions as T2K starting to decide to engage in a few skirmishes with the Nepali brothers. Wizzes with vibes. Now in a little bit of a dicey situation. That low ground, I kind of do not like it, Necro.
Yeah, but again, this is where it leads down to the conversation that do they even have another choice? They're just being pinned down over here, right? They also need to make it inside the zone. If they decide to exit that compound, TDK are going to be raining down death and destruction onto them. So, Wizzes vibes. This is quite a tough spot for them. They're taking a little bit of shots onto themselves. Thank God none of the shots are being connected up till now. Legend missing quite a lot of shots on Reaper. So Wizzes vibes, they found themselves a safe rotation right next to TDK. They have found themselves a lucky bunch this time. They're going to be making it out safe with this rotation. It was quite risky. It was quite bold. But they don't have any kind of casualty on their name, and that's what really matters. I8 now pushing against 7C. They already have kind of gotten themselves casualty. It's going to be 2 players down. That means it's just a two-man squad. We did see in the past, these two teams did go against each other. And finally, Ida are like, all right, we're not really going to be letting you guys go away that easily. We want you guys dead. We want those kill points. And they're going to be straight up rushing inside the compound. Memo is being pinned down inside this little building that he has for himself. He's trying his best to hold on, but no, he's down to such low HP. I like the cover fire as well from Crypto from the outskirts, but he's getting shot at from a different angle, and Smokey's going to be the man who takes down Crypto. Gets caught off guard, not really aware of the surroundings. That tunnel vision coming in from the side of Crypto, and he will have to pay the price for it.
He certainly does have to, as I8, the mercenaries from Pakistan, they do manage to wipe down 7C, but with another loss. And the big one at that, Crypto is one of those players that you would want to be alive towards the very end, and being complacent and getting yourself tunnel vision sort of leads to that. And well, they definitely seem to have won the fight, but how are they going to win the war? That's the big question over here, Necro. But now take a look at the zone shift, completely going towards the western side. Now this is where teams like ZEUS, teams like High Voltage want to get inside the zone. But look at Deadeyes. Again, so clinical, so perfect. It's so beautiful to just watch them rotate, right? They know. I do not know what the IGLing department is going on within them, but the reads, the call-outs are so perfect, man. Now, even if High Voltage or ZEUS try to come in, they're going to be taking a lot of shots, a lot of damage, as we already do have the fight breaking down with Otzi spotting out a few players of ZEUS not in a really good position to contest, as ZEUS, they want to take this fight and they're laying down on a lot of lead.
Laying down a lot of lead. BABLU finds the opening frag. This is where the first man falls down. High Voltage now in a lot of trouble. Ozzy's the man who goes down in that situation. BABLU's still looking to get another one. Havoc as well falls down. Godless is going to be the man to find the second knockout there. Oh my god, High Voltage. The presence of mind just seemed lost inside this one. Wadu is the man in the clotheslines. I see now with the vehicle trying to distract as many players as possible. He's doing a great job. Also at the same time, he also helped his teammates out by spotting the rest of the High Voltage players with that vehicle play. Wadu's position given away, does realize he needs to sort of position now. If he doesn't, well, he is pretty much a dead meat, but he's taking a lot of shots on himself. Is he going to make it out alive? Yes, he is. He runs away from this situation. Instead, he's going to be like, all right, I'm probably going to be going for those positioning points, because I do know inside this fight, I'm pretty much gone in case if I decide to challenge it.
Yeah, he definitely is, as we are engaging in another fight as Wizzes with Wives again, lobbing all those grenades at T2K's direction, and have managed to get two this time. However, a few trades here and there. One of their other players is knocked out, but look at A1 Esports. They're quite around as Wadu gets spotted, and
my
John
god,
makes
Zeus.
no mistake in taking him down. But ZEUS, they've taken quite some hefty amount of damage as their players are still struggling outside the circle, and Deadeyes have spotted them mark. They know who their next target is, and they are definitely going to go after them, as Fragboy also does take down Godless as Wizzes with Wives. They would want to force this fight against Jane, who's still, crumbling, bleeding, and crying for help, as A1 Esports right beside them, but they still haven't made their presence felt. The gunshots now did open up on their location.
It did open up. 9boy down such low. Tanking quite a lot of shots. Sinister as well. Challenging two fights at the same time. And A1 Esports, they need to be careful. If they catch a lot of lead onto themselves, that's where things won't really be looking good. But take a look at this. Wives now taking a dig on to Visit with Wives. They're getting third party from the back lines. And Visit with Wives, they definitely haven't really found themselves a good cover. Yeah, they do have a ridge against A1, but their backs are exposed to Wives, and this is where Wives are doing a great job capitalizing onto that situation. Clarity BABLU now going head-to-head against R3D. These two teams as well, they're looking forward for a chicken dinner. They really do want to taste it. But Deadeyes, guys, a team that has been consistent throughout the day, or I would say pretty much from yesterday, they finally got taken down in 13th position. So this game is not really that good of a performance, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. They've already secured themselves such a huge lead that one game they can let it slip away.
Oh, they certainly can. But look at R3D. Well, Joker, the last player surviving, going against his Pakistani brother. and would do some damage, but eventually realizes he needs to look at the bigger picture, needs to get inside the circle, as I8 are exactly doing the same. So many splash of colors around the minimap as everybody needs to head inside the zone, and look at I8 play just absolutely thrashing down every single player up until the point. 6ix9ine shuts him down. Somehow he does save the day, but does not have enough time to go in for the res, as DRS in their own trouble, as mayhem across the map everywhere. Teams fighting against each other. Vishal being really good with the grenades, as DRS finally managed to get the better out of Stalwart and still managed to have all their players alive though. Now this game could certainly be DRS's. Can they recover?
They definitely can try to recover. 3 players were down, but now the 4th man will probably try and get all of them back up on the future station. 1952 Magnet was the man who took down the lad who was trying to contest onto his height that he had for himself. Now Wipes, also with all 4 players alive, this is just looking so great. Fixes. Each and every single team is looking to get this win because they do realize how important this game of Miramar is. And R3D pretty close to ZEUS, but ZEUS are going to be the one to seal the deal onto R3D, but also at the same time, Zeol being pretty unaware of the surroundings. He gets shot at from the back line, but now White taking a few shots on in future station. 1952, they're out in the open. They don't really have a good compound or good cover. Look at Clutch Baba, who's prone out in the open. Vibes took a lot of shots onto them, and visit the Vibes, with that being said, are getting eliminated on 9th position somewhere else. But yeah, now DRS, they are all back up on their feet. And just like that, Fixes, they're looking healthy and they're looking good. And they're ready to dominate the game.
Oh, well, they certainly are. And now, Future Station, I mean, this can also be their game if they can manage to hold on to their players. They are the ones inside the zone, but I've been loving what Ruthless Aggressive Warriors have been doing so far. And they were the ones, I believe, who did shut down Deadeyes. Now, that is a really good start, you know, for DRS at least, because they know that, you know, Deadeyes did not get a lot of points. This is the moment where they need to get the chicken dinner and close in onto its gap, as blah, blah, blah. Spotted out ably in the far off fray. He does take a few shots at him, and the ably knows exactly which direction to avoid taking duels from. But the biggest question is, right out in the open, he's just got those little bit of bridges to play around with. How does he get inside the zone? Now that's a big question over here, and considering the fact that DRS, we do know if they get there if they have all of their players alive towards the very end, they're the ones who do manage to win those chicken dinners, and now this could be a back-to-back streak for them, as Nima does manage to spot Assassin, but it's going to be Johnson securing the knock.
Galzin does manage to secure the knock there, but again, Galzin is the man who has knocked out even from the side of DRS. They need to get the res back up onto Galzin. She should be back up on his feet in no time soon, but look at ZEUS. BABLU is the man who's alive, but he's being held outside of the zone. And take a look at this. Vibes out in the open. They don't really have a lot of place to move around. And finally, BABLU goes down from Raw, blah, blah, blah. He spots him out. A little pixel being exposed from his side, and Raw is going to be the one to capitalize onto it. Now, Vibes, as I mentioned, out in the open, they have the lower ground for themselves. That means they have all the disadvantage in the world. And to get out of this position, it's going to be a hell of a task for them. Pretty much next to impossible at this point. DRS, they're being the king of the hill. At the same time, Raw is right next to them. They need to be aware of Raw's position. If Raw manages to sneak over them, that means DRS. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure DRS is one of those teams that are pretty well aware of their surroundings.
Yeah, they definitely are, because AJ, he was lobbing those grenades over there as blah, blah, blah gets one more. And BABLU Clarity, they do bite the dust, but a 5th position for ranking, I can take that. But now DRS have their all attention shifted towards Team Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Positionally, they are in a better position out there, right? They have that high ground to play around with. They can go in for the pushes. They're just waiting for that one good knock to happen. The Molotovs are tossed out just to flush out their opponent, but Joker doing a decent job in hiding under the smoke, as Sada, in the meanwhile, will have his attention diverted towards the players of Team Vibes, as nades are just flying through the smokes as DRS. They are pushing in tandem with each other, as Sada is definitely going to try to avoid those fights, but blah, blah, blah's positioning is going to be so instrumental, and he definitely has given it away, as Joker has fallen down, and Killer, he is doing all the damage, as Raw, they are in shambles right now.
Raw in shambles, and as we did see, Killer from the backlines was trying his best to take the advantage of this situation that DRS and Raw found himself in. He was trying to backstab, but Sada finds one, looks for the second one. That's a good nade from Gelson, but instead it's not good for the opponent. It's not good for them. It's good for the opponent team as he takes his own teammate down there, fixes, and DRS, oh no, they dig their own grave, and all credits to Nima.
Suicide Squad! Johnson, how on earth could he do that? But that being said, entry goes falling down, and Raw, suddenly, out of nowhere, they have the strongest possibility, the probability to win it all. Now, this is something that's going to buy DRS later on, but now, Killer, he's going in for the push and blah 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 on really low HP in a 2v2 situation. We know Team Vibes are really clinical in such situations. As Jiggle has managed to get one more as another grenade goes flying down, and Sada on really low HP, and Team Vibes, they were outnumbered, they were in such a tough spot, but that did not deter them from getting that final chicken dinner. What a blunder coming out from DRS, and that is where you start questioning their communications, and they're going inside the fight and just blowing down not just one, not just two, but three other players. That's ludicrous. That's absolutely horrendous. But either ways, you know, Raw did take quite some hefty amount of damage from the players of Vibes while they were engaging against DRS, and well, Vibes, they were the smarter bunch over there. They knew the exact timings, you know, to go in, charge, and attack. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They are back with that beautiful chicken.
Exactly. I mean, Vibes, they finally do take that chicken dinner. As we were having talk, right, they had the lower ground. Each and every single team knew their position. But at the same time, they do manage to come out on top with only pure discipline and trigger control, I would say. But also at the same time, they did try their best to, you know, take a few shots on the teams.
Yeah, they definitely did. So, and you know, so much to break down for this little game, because we right now need a little bit of breather. So we're gonna go for a quick little break, because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the finals week of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are on day number 2 of the finals right here, and things are getting heated up, definitely.
Yeah.
Big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. But dudes, that Miramar game, I mean, yo, what a play that was.
Yes. Seriously. I mean, it was a game that needed you to be aggressive. Don't laugh, Johnny. It was a game that needed you to be aggressive, but with a clinical approach. Like that was perfectly explained by Fixes, and that did happen. But yo.
I mean, Fixes explained a lot of things in that matchup, especially what happened to the squad of DRS right there. But
Johnny,
Assassin, yes, 25. I see that.
We are going again to those low healing markers. The way we started up the day.
Yeah.
We just had one game where the healing has reached upwards of 100, but otherwise it's been so low.
And even in that game, it was like 300.
That's it.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, so I want to see one game maybe by a lad who actually, you know, dishes less damage than he heals up and is the MVP. I want to see some game like that. We haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, that's going to be incredible. I mean,
yeah.
But how is that going to work out? Because right now, I guess it is a competition of getting the less heals. But also, talk about the competition. Vibes, they owned the competition in this game. I mean, securing these 10 kills with these 3 players that are present in the top players list. And also, DRS, this was their game to win.
Yeah,
Indeed.
this was their game to win.
Except
That one
been.
fight where they did not win, because Yeah.
The nade parade
Yeah.
showcasing itself against the entirety of your own team is definitely something that you do not anticipate.
But that does not count. But that does not count in most grenade kills. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It does not, of course. Or rather, as perfectly mentioned by Fixes, a suicide squad indeed is what the real soldiers ended up becoming. But moving on forth, we do have the top two teams right here, where Vibes did walk away with that chicken dinner, an amazing game being showcased from there.
Yeah, it was amazing. But Ruthless aggressive warriors. I mean, Johnny, day in, day out, game in, game out. This team is just doing really good. I don't know. Tomorrow, I'm scared they might just even end up at the second position if they keep on playing like that.
I completely agree with what you're trying to say. I mean, Raw has picked up the pace quite nicely in the matches that they played today, and it has been an incredible run that they've displayed. Now, think about this, right? DRS, they were still in a position, when we started the day off, DRS was in a position where they were much closer to the players of DE in comparison to where Raw was sitting at the start. They were sitting on the 8th position for crying out loud, and from there, the climb they've shown was incredible. But now we do have the match summary in front of us, and all right, I mean, it was an incredible game from the players of Vibes. I mean, they're just present all over.
Vibes of the players are, if not at the first position, obviously still, they are trying to make their presence felt overall as well. You see Assassin, you see Killer, you see Jiggle just around almost each and every area, but it's damage and kills that matter, because obviously damage gets you kills, and kills eventually just gets you those points for yourself. If you're eliminating other teams, you are getting closer and closer to the chicken. If it's 2 teams remaining, you have to eliminate the last one to just get on top.
Absolutely, and again, when it comes down to the play that was being created, it has been a chaotic day, is what I would say. From the start till right now, as well as we've still got one more game remaining for the day, it has been a real chaotic day, but the best outing that could have been, because we were talking about as the day started off that we need comebacks, and the comebacks that have been showcased today, they've been really strong. Along with that, talking about Raw, as you were just mentioning, Varun, talk about a debut, mate. I mean, this is their debut, and this is just perfect way that they could have introduced themselves.
I mean, exactly. It's all about giving memorable performances for the new banners. I mean, it's the same scenario that is there for Wizzes with Vibes, that is that we're talking about with Raw, wherein the name that is there, it is new, it is really fresh, but the players are something that have experience under their belt, and that is something that is going to help these names establish themselves in the scene for the future. But as we are talking about these names, I mean, we do have to focus on the biggest name that was part of the conversation. So yesterday and today as well, ZEUS Esports on the 5th position, walking away with 9 points. It would have been decent had it been any other team. But it is ZEUS Esports who are playing on the back foot and are trying to chase down the team sitting in the top 8 right now. So one more game to go. Let's see. I expect a top 3 from them.
Absolutely. With that, Ocean, take us through the rotations that were made from this team, dude, because the way the game worked out in their favor in the end, that was just perfect.
I love the way Johnny was just pointing out the fingers here and there, because he was like, where is the rotation from these guys overall? But yeah, just as we try and start up, look at this. They were already around the area of Picardo. That's their comfort drop, and because we see the areas of Lost, I still remember Vixus and Necro, they were having a conversation of the areas around Lost, if you'll see a circle or not. But then there is an area of Chumasera as well. Like, these are potentially good cities inside the circle whenever we talk about a map like this. And instantly, as soon as these lads started, right, they have started rotating a bit to the southern side, which again is a really good thing. And look at them, they are not at all moving till they know that they have to acquire the center of the zone. They were playing around the center of the zone, which they thought will be the center, but then circle kind of had its own issues here and there. But still, they were really good with their approach, because wherever they were after the second circle, that's where the circle was pushing itself.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I mean, wherever the team went, the circle was right along there with them. But again, I mean, so we've talked about this again and again. It is going to be a really troublesome situation to get away from Los Leones, because, I mean, the teams are going to be following you. And Visual Vibes, as you mentioned, Ocean, there was at one point where they were quite close to the cluster, and then from there falling back, it was going to be a challenge. But Vibes, the squad, Vibes, we know they have been incredible, but it is again about the same performance that we've seen in the league stages that we want to see. The time is running out. They've had a good game. They need to make sure they convert few more matches. I mean, they have one today, and
they have
6
to.
more
I mean,
tomorrow. Yeah.
obviously, they have to. They have to. Every team right now just knows the essence of time because
Yeah.
they need to get exactly, Blotter. They need to get more and more points in less games now because that's the number that's remaining, right?
Indeed, I mean, the pressure certainly is toppling over. But along with that, as we talk about pressure, the teams are certainly doing pretty good as we move on with the Oppo F19 Pro moments. They have just these incredible fights that just took off, and sadly, it is R3D at the receiving end.
This happens, right? Obviously, if you're dropping a bit late, you will be punished for that. And hey, if you're dropping down, the RNG kicks in one factor, and that is if your opponents have already found out the gun, they would want to punish you. Why not get those easy numbers starting up for yourself?
Yeah,
indeed.
And in situations like these, I mean, no matter what happened, it is quite interesting to see if the lads that are dropping, as Ocean said, I mean, your opponents do have some weapons, but if you find those vehicles, will you be able to get away? That becomes a big question because we have seen those great escapes in the past.
Yeah, we have. Here and there, definitely, we have seen a few great escapes, but, you know, it's not like it won't always happen.
Yeah. This was incredible.
This definitely wasn't. There were so many fights. You know, exactly the one that you said from the high ground to the low ground. That's the speciality of Miramar overall. And then the rushes that were being executed, a few failed rushes here and there, but then a few confirmations coming down. But then all the open area fights. Well, for DRS, I would say fights were coming up really good, but then eventually it kind of brought them a bad news because you know that happens.
I mean, and it's not like we can even say, oh, it was a really, I mean, it was a chaotic situation, but it's DRS. I mean, with how the team has been playing and where they were positioned inside the game, closing in from the northeast, I'm sorry. I expected them to walk away with a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Compared to their position, Vibes was actually in a much tougher spot.
True. Today, Wizzes with Vibes versus DE has been a bad news for DE just because of those nades that Wizzes with Vibes have been doing almost in, like it was Sanhok and now in Miramar. Nades is something that I would say DE will have to just know every time will have to counter. They'll have to find us a good location when it comes to those chaotic fights, out of which, you know, they need to move forward or against those nades if the nades are just, you know, arriving onto their directions, and especially if it's from Wizzes with Vibes.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite tricky though. DE, although I have to say, I mean, we have to give them props for where props are going to be due. Because even though, I mean, it's not the same performance we saw from them yesterday, they have been bringing a few points here and there from every single match that they've played so far, keeping them, well, ever yet slowly and steadily moving forward. Like, even if it's just one step forward, it is still going to give them an advantage. And now, the moment arises, there it is, kaboom.
Yeah, it definitely happened. But then this was again just like Fixes perfectly explained, a clinical approach from Vibes.
Yeah.
Like they love these kind of fights for themselves, and well, because they love it, they had it.
They had it, then walk away with that chicken dinner, of course. Along with that, of course, they will also have a lot of points working for themselves as we move on towards the damage graph. This is where we can clearly see that this was an interesting outing for a lot of teams. I mean, talk about Stalwart. We did kind of try and mention, you know, it's Miramar. We know that when it comes down to that map chance, Stalwart is going to be somewhere along that chart in the top 3, top 5, but they were part of fights. They were part of some awesome fights from the looks of it, but sadly, not being able to convert them into kills is where things faltered down.
Yeah, that definitely happened, right? Stalwart 1,257 damage stat for themselves. This has happened for to a lot of teams, and there's always this one team that kind of just falters down in 1 or 2 fights, and well, this time it was Stalwart. So.
Well, the storyboard is going to be fluctuating quite a lot as we move on to the overall ranking. We shall see when it comes to the momentum that has been created from Deadeyes. Guys, it is certainly still working in their favor. DRS are trying to catch up. They are still a few points shy. 40 points, I believe, is the point where indeed, if they end up having some really good games. In fact, this final game that's coming right up, if they end up performing in that one, because Ocean, you did mention, Deadeyes, guys, if they have a bad game and if DRS can capitalize, this Miramar was DRS's opportunity. Would you agree?
Yeah.
It was, and now I feel like DE knows that there's a 40-point lead. Obviously, yesterday it was 30 points, now it's 40 points. DE would want to end this final game maybe with a really good lead. So they would want to play it in a really good fashion.
Ocean, you missed a pattern right there. Deadeyes guys and DRS. Look at that, like perfect balance from both teams. 82,
82,
82,
62,
62, 62. And
You know,
an
for the side
amazing
of DRS, this has been
Yeah.
happening throughout the day. It was 36,
Yeah,
36,
actually, they
and
did-
then moved
yeah,
on to
they-
48,
yeah.
48, and then 66.
Yeah.
Interesting play being showcased. Ocean, I think this is your trickery happening right here, mate. As we move on to the next page, we have another team to bring up, which is, of course, on the 9th position right now. They started on the 16th. So they are also bringing in that perfect, again, talk about numbers, 35-35, working in this team's favor.
They started off with 14 points again. So if they
Wow.
can do it, well, each and every other team can do it. And by the end of the day, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing them in top 8 first
Yeah.
thing.
Perhaps.
And again, I'm telling you, this team, DE, if we just talk about it, well, they're gonna get a really good game in the final one. They will have a really good game.
Absolutely. And again, when you talk about the movement from ZEUS Esports into the top 8, right? We are on the first page, of course, going to be looking on to the top 6. And in those
Yeah.
top 6, we do have a team that has already been invited. So perhaps we should already be looking at top 8, perhaps. Or my apologies, top 7, perhaps, right? Where
Yeah.
indeed you do have Stalwart, who has already been invited to be a part of the MENA SA Championship. But that is a conversation for another date. Right now, we are going to be jumping into the final game of day 2 of PMPL South Asia Season 4. This is going to be a tricky affair, but I'm loving the day. The day is certainly one of masala.
It
Well,
definitely is.
And with this last game, we want a little bit more. So,
Oh, yes.
Ocean, as you said, I mean, DE is going to do really well. I'm going to be rooting for, well, Raw. I want Raw to be the next team to just bring themselves in the competition of
That's
the
a
top
good
three.
one. That's a good
Certainly.
one.
It very well could be. The momentum is in their favor. They could very well capitalize on that and get themselves a chicken dinner. But let's find out. That's only speculation coming in from the desk. It is time to jump into the final game with, of course, the Panda Bros. It's going to be Necro and Pain Fixers.
Well, what an evening have we been witnessing so far. You know, the Nepalis completely just dominating the competition, the top 5. Well, they're all Nepali squads. And now this is where, you know, we've got to call out all the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis, the Mongolians to get themselves back inside the tournament, as we're almost at the end of our, you know, second day over here. This is where, you know, we start building up those gaps, those segregations, those distance in those points, in those overall standing, Necro, as we finally head in the final game of the evening, where we've got the flight path trajectory going all the way from Primorsk towards Mansion. Now, where do you think the circle, or where do you want the circle to form at?
I feel like this is going to be a Southern Circle Fixes, a military-based one. Honestly feel like I have a little tingle, but I also do have a little theory behind that nade from Galzin, right, from DRS. Now, we have known how precise when it comes to DRS, you know, how precise they are when it comes to that utilization. So, Galzin was probably like, alright, I'm going to be missing that nade, so I might as well kill something with my nade. So he just, like, naded his own teammate because he didn't really want his ratio to fall down.
Well, I mean, a nade that could cost him the championship. Galton, I'm pretty sure Galton will have some heavy, well, explanations to give, you know, after the day is over, because considering the chase that DRS are on, and they're right behind Deadeyes tails, right? This was the perfect game where they were all supposed to get the chicken dinner. I mean, well, they did manage to accrue a quite decent amount of points, right? But still, you know, 40 points lead heading into the final day. This is again, which could have been possibly 30 points difference between them, right? Those 10 points could cost them the first spot. But here we have, alright, entry in a little bit of a kerfuffle against Pika, who decides to just get into his own ways, because, well, Entry did manage to get that Baki for himself. So he's going to be safe for now. And, well, I'm surprised. Wow, what a circle, Necro. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, same. This is pretty unique circle, guys. Now, this is definitely not the infinite amount of time we've seen this circle at this point. This is pretty unique, trust me, and Fixes. But now, with that being said, let's get back to reality. We have seen this circle a lot of times in the past, and this is pretty much at this point I would rather just call it a standard circle, right? We have just seen this circle so many times as well. And one thing now, again, the problems is going to be with Southern teams, right? Now I can try and stay over here for as long as possible, but we have seen Stalwart Esports kind of struggling to make it out of that bridge onto the right side. But this time TDK is not really present there. Instead, they went to the shooting range in Severny. So Stalwart Esports is not really going to be struggling. Same thing goes with Deadeyes guys. I mean, they have been pretty phenomenal throughout the days. They will also not have any kind of problems to make it inside the zone. But this time, I mean, we're seeing something interesting fixes, right? We're seeing ZEUS making that quick rotation, even when the game, I mean, just started, right? It just started, and ZEUS are already on a move inside the zone. And they're going towards Georgiapol, it seems like.
You know what? It makes perfect sense, right? They're gonna want to avoid those early skirmishes. They know that, they can have a good, decent loot and have no trouble getting inside the circle, which could not have been possible had they stuck onto shelter, because they've got so many teams to deal against, right? You've got Wizzes with Vibes, you've got Seal, you've got High Voltage. So it kind of gets really troublesome for them. And we've been noticing this, right? They've been trying to avoid those early unnecessary fights. They want to kind of have a good position before they engage into, because they have been staging quite a comeback today, amassing quite a lot of points. Now, yesterday and today, there is heaven and hell difference between how ZEUS have really approached the game. So I'm pretty satisfied with their decision that they've made in this one. But like I said, team Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, I do accept with Johnny, right? I do side with him, because I also want these lads to get a chicken for themselves. The way they have been playing, the way especially blah 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 has been stepping up during those finals. We know this man is a big tournament player. When the stakes are higher than ever, he steps up to the occasion. And Bishal, again, the one of the finds of this tournament, apart from Wizzes with Vibes, apart from Delta, he's been playing really well also. Now, this sort of brings me down to Raw being so far apart. Now, they've dropped down towards their plan B, heading all the way towards Komeshki. Now, the question still remains, how, or rather what, is their rotation path going to be?
That's the same question I'm also thinking about. But right now we have Deadeyes guys showing off a few stunts. It's going to be Frag Boy, who has the steering wheel in his hand. We take a look at Shifu Sir. This man has total kills of 15 for himself. He's been doing a great job inside the team. In general, Deadeyes guys, when it comes to that positioning points, when it comes to that overall aggressing onto the teams, when it comes to that chosen fights that they like to take, and they make sure that they have the most advantage in those fights, Deadeyes guys are just doing a phenomenal job in each and every single fight that they decide to take. And this is where, right, you like to call it as like the game awareness. This is where it really comes into play. And he's even like, there was an interview with Shifu Sir, right? As he said, they were also working on synergy in the past times, and even going. They were also like trying to go for fights inside scrims. They did realize somewhere down line in the back line, especially in Super Weekend 3, it did seem like their firepower is somewhere down line lacking.
Yeah, a little bit, but they can certainly come back stronger. But now, well, DRS, you talk about this team. I mean, I kind of have liked them, the way they've picked themselves up, have been one of those teams that have stuck on with each other since forever, right? The way they've displayed the coordination, and that one thing from Galton was certainly not intended. It just happened at the spur of the moment. And I mean, every single
time. Do you like
time.
my theory, though?
I do. I do, 100%. But like Necro, come on. He wanted to take someone down. He could have just taken down the opponents, not his own teammates.
But it's like, look, he realized, right? He was like, all right, I've already been cooking this NATO for a long time, and it seems like the place where I'm trying to throw it, it's not going to connect. So I need to connect it onto something. I need to do it, man. This is what DRS is known for. They need to kill something with the nade, and instead he killed his own teammates. I mean, they need to kill something, dude.
Yeah, they definitely need to, and well, they did. quite a lot of team kills happening over the course of the evening so far, and well, on one side we did have Sandesh is burning himself alive, and
Yeah,
then we had
it was Suyog.
Gyanzin.
It was Suyog.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
really sorry. Apologies there. It was Suyog who just burned himself alive, and then on the other side we do have. Chaos is just blowing up the entirety. Knowing these lads, we've been around Ansh a lot. He tends to, get on
Yeah,
those
yeah.
video calls with these lads. They're so chill, man. Even after having a bad day, they're happy. They have their juices on. They're with those smiling faces. They're always so cheery, and that is how champions are, right? Ever smiling, regardless what the situation are. Now we've got a lot of teams. We've got a lot of personalities who really love to rage. Now, how on earth could you do that? That's an absolute blunder. That's a mishap. You are the cause why our team lost. You are the reason why we could not win the championship. And next is what we see: team disbanded. And well, that is something that has not happened with DRS, right? They have stuck on to each other like a band of brothers, and they win together, they fight together, they slay together, they lose together. So whatever they do it together.
Just like the family. But now we have Stalwart Esports finally on a move. On the right side, quite a late rotation inside the zone, but it's fine as long as it's working out for them. They are looking pretty. Also, sometimes, Fixes also like the uniqueness that Stalwart Esports brings inside the game, right? They do not take the same way of rotation all the times. And sometimes they make a quick rotation inside the zone. Sometimes they kind of take their own sweet little time. They wait for other teams to move around. When they scout out the area, they're like, all right, the teams have moved in. This is our time to go. And that's when they go inside. But now, I8 and Future Station, guess who's back? Blade is the man who's taking was actually chucking a few nades in their direction. Magnet taking a few shots onto the enemy lines. Instead, he got a little bit of damage dealt onto himself. But Blade, though, Clutch Baba, no, Blade just so fast to react in that individual situation. And Blade is going to be the man who finds the first blood inside the game as well. And Future Station, that's a disastrous start considering the fact that this is the final game of the second day. They really need to back this one home. And Magnet, no, he just gets run over. What's going on? Uzum, no, that's total disrespect.
Wow, vehicular manslaughter for you, ladies and gentlemen, as Uzum just goes out of his minds. As I8, they still do survive with all 4 of their players alive with 3 kills to their belt, as Entry will have to exit from that dicey situation as you realize that fight is no longer his to take anymore. He's going to be in contention for survival, and we haven't really seen Future Station, bagging those survival points anymore in the Erangel. It has been toppled over. Deadeyes, they're in contention. They have gotten those better map chances. Somewhere, comes down to the consistency that they haven't really been able to maintain. And another of those really astonishing things, right? A1 Esports and Future Station drop side by side. They just drop beside each other, and they're very rare occasions where they sort of engage in a fight, and then you have I8 who just comes down and engages and does some massive amount of damage. Now, taking a look at how the circle has formed again, I mean, another really unique shift that I have never witnessed in my life.
I also took out Raw's rotation, right? All the way from the top right of the corner. Now they're all the way near the George Bull Bridge. Seal are the one who have the control over the Big Boy Mountain, so that means Raw will need to watch out from that area, but it's fine. Right now, we have TDK on our screens, and, well, this is how things really went down. Again, it seems like production just likes to add salt on the injuries, man.
Aww.
And they're just showing it on the replay over and over again. Stop it, production. I do understand. They just showed the same POV over and over again. It's like 1952. You guys
Imagine.
hard, man.
Imagine in that situation. He just trampled off over his vehicle and he just flew into the air. I do not know. I mean, Ocean needs to talk about it. The scientific reason behind it. I drive over my vehicle on you, and
someone just flies over
then,
like that.
Yeah, someone just flies over. Physics being thrown out of the window, but well, we're in a virtual world, right?
Yeah.
we're not supposed to complain. But yeah, taking a look at how things have really panned out. 7C, they've of course left Pachinki, and they've taken those southern hills behind that. We've got Entry just hiding those little bit of cover that he has built for himself. But I'm still waiting for the next shift because that's going to be crucial. Now take a look at ZEUS. They've again, being playing around the peripheries of the circle, and this is the curveball that has hit. And they're in such capitalizing position. So many teams just thrown off guard. Now they've got to rotate inside the circle. And for ZEUS, it's going to be a really nice rotation as Mimo, well, he's been spotted down by the players of Stalwart, who are going to be ruthless as they take one down.
Fixes with this circle. I also remember I8s, they were missing on a chicken dinner, and just with this same kind of a circle shift, they got themselves the first chicken dinner in the Super Weekends. Do you remember it? This was the same circle shift that came in forward, and I8 got themselves chicken dinner in this circle.
Yep.
Are they going to be able to do it again? That's the mystery remains. That's where the mystery remains, and we will probably find out in the future lines. Yeah, they can try and play this out to perfection. They have the best compound inside this circle as well, but I do want to see what they have in the future lines acquired. For now, Deadeyes guys are going to be the one who took a man down for themselves. They have one man down, but also on our screens, we're seeing 7C and Stalwart Esports going head-to-head against each other. Memo's down quite low, but it's fine. He's going to be spared for now. Action moves away from that fight, does realize maybe going inside or prioritizing the zone is probably the best thing he can do, but another fight occurring. It's going to be I8 and Deadeyes guys, and this same certain scenario, it reminds me of a situation where Uzum this is the same scenario, right? There was a barn fight going on, and in the end, Uzum just backed out from the fight, and he was the only man alive. This is the exact same scenarios.
Yeah, but the team against was Stalwart as the nades have been thrown, and well, Crypto is gone down, but still does manage to take down Frag Boy. So 1v1 trade happening over here, as we still are in a 3v3 situation with I8 having the positional advantage as they can engulf the players of Deadeyes, but are they going to be forcing out the revives? Because Crypto certainly can be brought up, but the same cannot be said for his Deadeyes counterpart as Blade, where he's getting incinerated with those flames coming in. He needs to patch himself up as Shifu. He's going to be lobbing a few grenades out, and now Johnny has got a pretty interesting position as the fight is back to square one. This time, however, I8 does have the man advantage, the numbers in their favor. And look at these barns. You cannot, lob grenades from the skylights. You've got to go in and up close and personal as these two nades connect, but doing some massive damage as Shifu again gets knocked down. And this is going to be Crypto yet again, doing so much during those fights. Now, this is where I8 start pummeling down Deadeyes as they wipe out the existence. And 15 minutes gone by, 8 kills, and Deadeyes again going down early. And, well, they were a little bit impatient on their zone rotation, and they have been punished as Entry's position has finally been compromised.
Entry's position being compromised. Raw are the one who are looking to capitalize onto it. Entry finds the opening. Sada being taken down. Raw. Joker now is the man charging it forward, but it's fine. Entry was the only man alive. I would say valiant efforts from his side, but take a look at this 7C ramming their vehicle straight up on the compounds. That was an attempt to run him over, but he's not really going to be successful into that. Blah, blah, blah was the man who tried his best to fight back in that situation. Instead, he falls down as well. And 7C, now it's a 2-on-2 situation going in forward. Joker, Bishal versus Smokey and Ellie. What are they going to be able to do in this one? Bishal lobs in a nade on Smokey's direction, but instead Smokey's the man who finds the kill. And guess what? 7C came out on top in that fight. And even though they rammed their vehicles, they took a little bit of damage in that one. Initially, they have a little disadvantage. Still, the third party can be strong.
I mean, we've heard of the Costas curse, but this is Analysis curse going real, and Johnny is not going to be happy about that. And we've seen Raw is one of those teams that really performs out of their minds in those last games of the evenings. But right now, we've got a Pakistani encounter over here as R3D going up against Quality. BABLU Dean was definitely not happy with himself as they've just been blown into smithereens, and R3D's Adil manages to get 3 from around here. And suddenly, I mean, Necro, this is one thing that we are witnessing is something really difficult to digest. Teams are not really shying away from fights. Now, they're getting in themselves up close and personal with each other. And, well, I believe, you know, if things continue like this, if this is how the zone is rotating towards Fairy Pair, I8, well, this chicken dinner could certainly be theirs. But right now, we still have 12 teams, everybody wanting that juicy chicken.
Definitely. Who wouldn't want a juicy chicken for free if you can just play a video game? But now talking about those things and keeping the fun part aside, Fixes, most of the teams are actually getting more kills with the nades than they're getting kills with the guns at this point. At least in this game, that's what exactly has been happening. Even I8, I didn't even think so. They got a single gun kill in that previous fight against Deadeyes. Guys, they used their utilization in that fight, and they took down Deadeyes, guys. But now we have Stalwart Esports inside this fight, taking a few shots onto each other, but hold on. This is Vibes. They're going to be the one to find the opening on the ZEUS. They're not really looking good, but guess who's in the back lines? DRS are in the back lines, taking a few shots onto 7C. They're getting third-partied. Backs were exposed, and 7C will have to pay the price for it. Gelsen's the man. And this time I also do like that how Gelsen is staying away from the teammates. Like, he's like, all right, guys, I do not want to take the chances again. I'll just stay away. I'm just kidding.
You know, that's such an important game for DRS right now, considering Deadeyes is out of contention. And if they can get a chicken dinner, they can certainly close the gap. But now we've got a fight as ZEUS, they go up against Wizzes with Vibes. Now this is...
Oh!
Wow!
I told you, man!
Yeah, I mean, Godless, he certainly is back. That one grenade just wiping out the entirety of Wizzes with Vibes. Now, the hunters have been hunted. We have seen Wizzes with Vibes pulling off such shenanigans, right? Those nade barrages. Now, back at them. And Karma definitely does strike back. A Stalwart, now they're looking hot as they go after 7C. Fear, all by his lonesome. Over here trying to survive as he's on really low HP. Has stopped to press onto him, and he does spot him down, and then does not make any mistakes finishing him off. Now with just 3 players, they've managed to get those 2 finishes, and Stalwart, well, they did start the day on a really good note, but have fell down ever since, looking to redeem themselves. But R3D, they have been looking so promising as well in this particular game.
Yep, Stalwart Esports is continuing to light things up. They're challenging fights on all cylinders, and I absolutely love it. And I told you, Fixes, teams are getting more kills with the nades than they're getting kills with the guns. Yeah, they're definitely getting a decent amount of kills inside this game with the guns, but up till now, you've just seen those nade parades coming in through, and a lot of teams just getting wiped out with those nades, and it's absolutely insane or incredible to see. This game has been an entertaining game so far, if you keep the circle aside, but now R3D, they are looking good, but they still need to make it inside the circle. So I would say no, they're not looking good because they need to cross the open field in front of them. And also at the same time, they need to cross the open road, and that's where things might just be going south. And take a look at this. What's going on? Stalwart, top 2-8. Oh, that was quite a risky rotation onto that island right there. But yeah, Top is still alive. Maybe his teammates can try and swim across towards him.
I mean, right now, all Stalwart would need to do, or what they're really intending to do, is get quite some position points. Now, this circle isn't boring anymore. This is not the usual Gatka circle that we really used to be. We're going to be talking about the pairs over here, and I'm going to love that, right? All the teams have started rotating down south. DRS playing from the edges, and Joker, well, has gone out on this is not the smoke, but right now we've got another fight, and again, R3D get themselves into the midst of action as they push in, this time against the big guns. That's Team Vibes, who pulled off a spectacular chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. But Anubis does fall down as Jiggle, he's gonna get the res.
Anubis kind of unaware of the surroundings, straight up pushed inside without having any kind of info. That nade is quite close. Praveen, you need to move out of that shack. He does in the nick of time, and that's why he's going to be finding himself alive up till now. Hassan is the man in the close contestation, but Praveen takes him down. And now they're looking to find the second one. Adil does realize his teammate's down quite low. and he will stick the res on Anubis. He should be back on his feet, but Wipes as well. They're trying to get Jiggle back up on his feet, but they're also getting bombarded by a few nades. The zone's moving. A lot of pressure on these two teams. R3D and Wipes, they're trying to fight it out to find out who's going to be the one to make it to the final situation. Joker finds that crucial lock, but no, he gets third party from the back lines from another quad, and it's going to be TDK, who's like, all right, guys, we're also joining the party.
This is absolute brutality happening over here as two players of Team Vibes. They've taken the first floor of this barn house and somehow have kept themselves alive as Godless. Well, he's on his knees as Wally has spotted him off and is gonna just blow him into smithereens as nades. They're flying across everywhere as the zone finally shifting into I8's favor, and also T2K has a massive chunk outfit. A1 Esports also having a good part of the circle as Icy all by his lonesome against 3 players of Seal, but he's not shying away from a fight. Now he's gonna show his backs. This is where Wally, he is going for the push. Now, any single moment he can get spotted off as York tries to provide the cover fire. Does succeed though as he manages to drop Zeke to pretty low HP as Icy gets himself out of harm's way. But still, anything can possibly happen as Team ZEUS, they're going to be heading in for the circle. But look at Stalwart, they're still alive.
They're still alive, but I feel like Stalwart, the way they were looking when they entered in the late game zone, and then later on when they just decided to ram their vehicle straight up inside the water, they're definitely not looking as good as they were looking before. But it's fine, we can work with that because DRS Gelson is right next to them. And look at this, these two are friends now. Guess what? I mean, the Mongolians and the Nepalis, I guess, fixers now, they're friends. They're the brothers. And Nima, he's having a fun time inside the water in a car. I don't know if the AC is working or not, but I can definitely tell you that they're having a party in that car. With that being said, Vibes, Jane is the man who's all the way on top. He's getting incinerated, but it's fine. Jane has found himself a safe spot inside this wizard tower. He's going to be moving around. That's why the footsteps are also being given away. But Vibes, they're pinned down inside this little compound. They don't really have a lot of places to move around. Same thing goes with Jane, but Jane's looking to take him down. Killer is the man. He has a clear line of sight onto clear, but all he can do is try and move around in. Oh no, but finally Killer will also be taken down. Unfortunately, Vibes now, they're only left with the 2-man squad. Praveen has been taken down numerous amount of times, so they need to take care of Praveen.
Oh, they certainly have to, but you know, T2K, this is not how they play, right? They love to kill, and their approach has been pretty, to be on the survival-oriented side, right? They're trained to survive for this finals because they have to catch up on those points. Now, they're doing a decent job so far, but this next shift is going to be absolutely crucial. It's going to determine the fate of all these teams, and there you go. This chicken dinner is for IA to lose as Wally. He's gotten closer. He knows that someone is lurking behind those doors, and the nade just globs in, but, well, Icy, he's really fast on the reaction button as he does escape. He does manage to dodge that grenade, but still not out of harm's way. As Seal, they have to get inside the circle, but Suyog, look at him. He's feeling alone because his teammate, he's far off in that visit tower, and he's got his own troubles to deal with, as Zeke does know exactly Suyog is.
This chicken dinner has to be I8's. The zone also shifting onto I8 now, unless this somehow screws some things up. But that's a good Molotov. Might as well force y'all out. Yes, that will find a knock on to y'all. The flame spreading through, and Icy as well, catching a little bit of fire onto himself. And guess what? He will fall down. That's a perfect nade from Wally. And now talking about things going downhill, it's going to be TDK. Jane falls down as well. And TDK now, if I'm not wrong, they're only left with the 1-man squad. It's going to be Suyok, the final man alive. Hopefully this time he's not really going to be burning himself to death. But A1 Esports also still alive inside the game with 3-man squad, and they're looking quite strong up till now. Vibes, though, they're taking a few shots from A1 Esports. 9 going to clotheslines, and no, he's just a proning duck. He gets caught off guard, and they're looking to find second one. Assassin is healthy. Oh, no, actually, he's not healthy. He's down to only, like, sliver of health. But finally, he's patching himself up. He's bandaging himself up. And
look at Crypto.
Yup, exactly.
Just wipes out the entire squad of Seal with just that one grenade. But now, definitely vibes. They're going up against A1 Esports now. Shoykot, being the final surviving member, has been spotted him out. Yes, he has, and did take a few shots at him. But the smoke, just being the soft cover, but the nade, he's not going to escape that. But Grift, third party, he takes him down as well. The big man,
it's easy.
the ruthless killer, he is finally back, baby. As
Here we
now
go.
I8 inching in really close to their chicken dinner, as
told
Suyok
you.
from T2K is the final man to be alive.
Well, Fixes, I do understand now. A lot of, even the analysts say that Ocean gives the spoiler. But this game, I was the one who gave the spoiler away, right? I said, even in the past, this happened. And even now, it seems like I might just take it. And that's what exactly happened, right?
I mean, indeed. I mean, of course, more than the fact that it was a spoiler, it was pure tactical prowess, I must say, from I8 over here. And majority of it had to, again, come down to how the circle did transition. And the best part, they were the nearest to how the zone did form, right? And I must say, those initial two fights that they did engage in, the biggest one being against Deadeyes, wiping them off, and Deadeyes having back-to-back bad performances. That really hot streak going in has finally been closed out. Now, this is where, the other teams are definitely catching up. DRS climbing, not of course getting a lot of kills, but still in terms of position point, they are inching in closer. And with, 2 days finally over, with just 6 games remaining, well, I mean, we're looking at such an amazing finals, Necro. The final day has to be so spicy. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally done with all the matches for the evening. Now we're just going to gobble up to our heart's delight. But right now, what we're going to do is go for a short little break, because, well, we're not still done with the analyst test. They have to break down all these beautiful fights.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. We are on day 2. Rather, day 2 is coming to an end right now. But with such perfect games being showcased from one game to the next, all the 6 games have been just absolutely incredible. With that, dudes, let's move on to the MVP as you guys chime in along as to what do you think about this game.
Johnny, you start.
Yeah, I mean, alright, so this was a game that was set for one of the Pakistani teams based on where the circle was heading. But I8, definitely they know how to capitalize on any situations that's going to be close to the military bridge. This team is really strong in those positions, and especially this. I mean, we always talk about Crypto. I mean, he's such an incredible player, but props to the entire team. They did a wonderful job.
He is one of the best players that the region has ever seen. 8 kills, 256 healing done. I mean, 8 2s are 16 and its square is 256. That's what I wanted to say. Just that's all. Alright, I get
Are you happy?
Okay.
I'm a nerd. Yeah, happy and a nerd. I'm a happy nerd.
That's
that
how
is
it's supposed to
certainly-
be. Yeah.
That's some real good quick calculation, of course, and that certainly is in favor
I mean,
of
2 plus
I8.
2 is 4. That's quick maths.
I was waiting for this one.
But yeah, I mean, coming down to next player, right? Wally coming down with 4 kills, 535 damage. That's really good. Seal did decent for themselves, but I8, they had an impact just because, you know, the circle was already just not exactly on the military base, but already around the peripheral area where they were just quick to rotate around. Seal, more than Seal, I would say Stalwart, the players, you know, moving onto the water lines, and that's also where I8 was trying to pressurize them for a while. So, yeah, good fights.
Yeah. I mean, definitely some lovely fights, especially during the mid-game situations where the teams were actually trying to close in towards the ferry pier. cover positions towards the compounds, and it got really tricky at a certain point. Also, when we are going to talk about Ferry Pier or anywhere close to that Primorsketa, we have to talk about R3D as well, because I mean, for a little while I felt, alright, this might just be their game, they know the terrain very well, but then it was Vibes that were there to stop them in their tracks.
Yes, I mean, Vibes definitely was there, but T2K this time second position. I get it. Every now you know we every now and then we've had this conversation that ZEUS is popping up. T2K, well, they are coming back today. Is the day of comebacks. All right, I get it, but it's just not enough. 2 kills, I get it. 14 points, I get it. Average survival time is low because their players were being taken down in the early of the fights, but it's just not enough. They'll have to, for tomorrow, the entirety of the day, these two teams will have to have good games and nothing else.
True. That's going to be very crucial for them if they want to be moving on along and getting a better half of that prize pool.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the rankings of this game are going to look like, because I want to see like what the point tally is going to be at the end of it. Before this game, we were talking about, we were having a conversation with I8. They started off really nicely yesterday. Today they were struggling a little bit, but is this last performance enough to bring them in a spot for contention of the top 6? That is something that I'm going to be interested in.
Well, they're definitely going to be moving on to the first page, right? Yes, with 29 points, that is a GT play being showcased from I8. Along with that, as we move on along, ZEUS also bringing in that consistent play for themselves for the final game. A1 Esports also walking away with decent points thanks to the basement.
The number of kills that I8 has is the total points for team at second and third. Just think about it, right? The dominating play that these lads have produced for themselves. But moving on for 9 to 16, this is where DE will be losing on maybe a chunk of points, where obviously DRS will be capitalized. Not a lot though, but yeah, they will be captured slowly and slowly. You know, it might just win the race for them, but well, the latter half of this race is going to be happening tomorrow. So yeah,
exactly. Just 6 games remain. And talking about the pressure levels are just getting higher and higher. But with that, now it is time for Ocean to take us through the zone as the team moved on along through their rotations.
Yeah, if we talk about this one, right, we always know whenever we talk about the circles and everything, military base is something like the flight path. Military base is something where these lads always have their eyes on. And look at this already. So this happens more or less we've seen, right? This time one lad goes onto this side, takes up a vehicle. They know obviously military base won't be contested, takes up that vehicle, just moves in and starts looting. And instantly when they loot, they wanted to acquire the bridge area for 2 things. First things first, we know they try and rotate in late. They stay here. They would have stayed here or something, because this guy had the circle been onto a different side, like something like this. You remember they go for the late rotations, but this time they were inside the circle. So I would say this was a really comfortable spot for them right from the beginning, Johnny.
Yeah, it was a very comfortable spot for them. But again, I mean, when it's I8 and when they have control of the military bridge area, you're gonna see them just go absolutely insane. Every single time with those fights, and this time that opportunity arose, like it came for them a little bit later, because they, as you do see, I mean, Ocean, you point this out as well, they shot a little bit further, then they had to fall back because the circle took a very nasty shift towards the side. But again, they basically become Gandalf at that time, and just you shall not pass. That's what they say to everyone before they just finish them off.
And they did that as well. Like, no one was passing around them. And if there was 1 or 2 lads, if they spotted them down around the, like, I believe it was Stalwart, right?
Yeah.
1 or 2 players onto the other side of that miniature island, as it was.
True.
They were trying to apply the pressure as well.
They did, and they did so perfectly as well, as they did not allow Stalwart to then move on away from that water body that they had found themselves in. But as we move on along, there were so many. I mean, this was a chaotic game from the get-go itself. So let's move on along, summarize all of that through the Oppo F90 for moments. Varun.
Exactly, and as we were always talking about it, I mean, they were part of the action. They were,
This is where these lads were just, you know, laughing for a factor. I get it.
Yeah, from his perspective, it did look hilarious.
Yeah, so it was actually a really high jump. I get it, but you know, it just happens. It's just which side of, like, which pixel you're just hitting down. Okay, it's just about, you know, which pixel you're just hitting down onto the lad from your vehicle. If it's an angle, sometimes people do tend to jump, but they eventually do get knocked up. They do tend to jump, but yeah, this jump was a lot. It was something like, you know, all right, Johnny, It's something that we say zyada ho raha hai.
Or maybe I guess you were going to say like what goes up should come down.
Gravity is a thing.
It's a nasty thing.
It's a nasty thing indeed.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a good thing as well. Keeps us to the ground, but
Grounded.
yeah, exactly.
It keeps
Exactly,
us
keeps us
grounded.
grounded as well. Majority of the times it was required from the team because in this position, from this position onwards, fourth to fifth circle transition, it became really tough to actually keep your heads up and get those fights. Every single time you went out to take to be a part of some action, you would end up revealing your position. And we've talked about this. These ferry pier positions, I mean, they get really cramped. So the opponents are going to be really close to you, and at that time, getting naded, being taken out by the utility, there's a very
Yeah.
high possibility of that happening.
That's true, but right now with the conversation of gravity, just like I said, I was just imagining how different the game mechanics would have been if we would have lived on some other planet where the gravity would have been low and the jump mechanics would have been different. But yeah, we're moving forward this time as the players were just trying to take down the players of ZEUS, and a lot of pressure was being put down, which was really good because ZEUS, well, they had less number of people for themselves, and this is the thing, right? For i8, they had a comfortable area, they had the players as well, they could just defend everything in their power, and they did that.
Exactly. Quite wonderfully as well. But it is going to be quite interesting to see where they're going to be able to finish at the end of the day tomorrow. And yeah, that's a perfect message. You can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, they did get the chicken dinner. So, and quite a nice one as well.
That's true, that's true. But talking about that one, right? The damage stats that i8 has for themselves actually showcases the way they've had this game today. Inside the circle, just taking each and every fight. I mean, these 16 teams, these 15 teams apart from i8 are there, but i8, it shows that, when it was like 6 or 7 teams surviving, i8 took fight against each and every individual team at that moment, which is a huge thing.
I completely agree with that. I mean, this team was responsible for making sure that a lot of the teams were not sitting there with a comfortable number with basically full squads in the final few situations, and the responsibility of doing that started a long time ago. It started basically from the point when they have crossed the military bridge and they're already on the main island, and because imagine by the time i8 they turn around, they come back towards the circle, if there are full squad sitting, it becomes a really hard situation for them to deal with actually coming in out from the open. And just because they had taken a lot of fight, they had made sure that all right, we are going to be part of the action, part of the thick and thin from the very get-go. The momentum that they built up for themselves, it looked quite nicely. And plus, they were just bringing the chaos with them that helped them out as well.
And they always do. I mean, this
Yes.
team, they always
Yeah,
do. When it comes down to the kill department, they are always, as soon as that circle is going to be favoring them, they are going to be delivering. No two ways about it. With that, when it comes to the storyboard, well, it is certainly going to be helping out i8. A big boost is what we certainly do expect, with 29 points to their numbers. But along with that, on to the first. Here we are on the 7th position, only 2 points shy of that Stalwart position.
Yeah, but Stalwart, hey, even if they're in top 6, the next team,
Yeah.
it's all about gathering that opportunity with the most
True.
brilliant way. Right now, i8 is one of those Pakistan teams that everyone knows will deliver, and they are delivering. Tomorrow's day is going to be really important for all the Pakistan fans out there, because they are all the i8 fans, to be honest, specifically right now. The other teams are going to be there, but for Pakistan, tomorrow is going to be a really important day.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And my correction there, it was 4-point difference, but nevertheless, as you mentioned, I mean, Stalwart Esports has already been invited, so that is looking okay, no worries at all. But as we move on forth to the next page, that is where I'm anticipating things to get a little tricky and interesting.
Well, they do.
Falling down a bit.
Yeah, they do get very interesting. As we do see A1 Esports, ZEUS Esports take a tumble. Seal Esports, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see where they end up finishing after the matches tomorrow, because now the differences are looking really intense. We have ZEUS Esports sitting over there with 80 points, 79
Johnny.
for train to kill, and the team on the 8th was with 90.
Johnny,
Yeah.
a spoiler. Out of
Yeah.
these teams from 9 to 16, tomorrow one team will make it in top 6, top 7. Well, like depending on where Stalwart is.
Indeed.
Alrighty. Yeah.
There is definitely a possibility, because again, I mean, you talk about those points themselves, right? From that 9th position onwards, all the way down towards 12th position, the points there is a little bit of a stark difference, 18-point difference, but overall, it's not really that big. When you talk about good games and good kill numbers, the teams can very well pick up the pace and jump into the bandwagon of that first page altogether. But in all of that, jump in the bandwagon making things count, making a day completely your own, it has to be ZEUS Esports. They started off, Ocean, correct me, with what, 14 points?
Yes.
80 points is what they're at. Wow.
They did. And right now, all thanks to, well, all these lads, they have had their impact overall. 10-8, 10-8. It's just for today.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, they had an impact only today, so it all makes sense, right?
I mean, but this is the team that we were waiting to witness from day one. That is what we wanted. This is the performance that we were waiting for them to deliver. Now they've finally done it. But now the question that arises in our minds, I hope it's not too late.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah,
there is, and again, I mean, yeah, they have picked up the pace, but once again, to be very brutally honest about the fact, the way ZEUS Esports played in the previous season compared to this one, it's still not the same exact ZEUS Esports that we saw. So there is still a lot more expectation from my side, at least. But overall, things are definitely working in their favor because again, I mean, 14-point to 80-point lead, incredible play from ZEUS Esports, of course. But with that, as we move on forth, let's have a look at the kill leaders coming in for today. And on top, he is just on a lead of his own. The $1,000, he's just grabbed it, put his hands on it from day one itself. Nobody else is coming around it at all.
It's like I'm not gonna leave it. Even if Even if top had more damage than on top, there would still be a significant difference because look at 20 kills, 32 kills, that's a big lead. No doubt it's just 20% of the weightage, but it's a big lead. 21 minutes plus survival time versus 19 minutes plus survival time, there's still a big lead. He has his lead solely on survival stats.
Also, look at BABLU sitting on the third position with 19 kills, 3,790 damage. Decent numbers, but all of a sudden you see his survival time and it's 16 minutes, 35 seconds. I mean, the first day his performance was incredible.
Yeah, so this is, I would say, first day it was BABLU that took Raw at such a safe spot. Today it was every other lad. BABLU was there, but he did try, but today it was every other lad from the team.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I mean, but as we move on to the other side, we do see AJ on the 6th, Joker sitting on the 7th position. Crypto, he has managed to bring himself. I mean, we always see him in the top players list, so I'm not surprised with that. Assassin as well, another player with a similar sort of an aura about him, sitting on the 9th position. And then on the 10th, we have Reaper Bot from the side of Wizzes with Vibes. It's going to be really interesting to see how these players are going to perform because these are basically the star players of their team that are always there securing those points in every single game.
Absolutely. With that, as we have a look at the MVP ranking, where the money is going to be converted, it is $1,000 on the line. And of course, as Ocean was just mentioning, you know, when it comes down to the damage and the survival, both of them combined are going to be looking at 80% weightage, and the kills are going to be 20%. So 40% for the damage, 40% for the survival, and overall, when you combine it all together, as Ocean did just mention, right? Even though on top has 32 kills, and then following him very closely is going to be Stalwart's top 2A with 4,400 damage. Well, again, the 12 kill difference is still going to be favoring DE's play along with that survival time.
Tomorrow,
Ocean, quick math. How much more damage does top need to do?
That's what I was gonna. That's what that's what I was gonna say. Tomorrow, if top has, suppose if he reaches down to like 47, he'll have to go till 50. It's 40%, right? He'll have to go to 5,300 plus damage tomorrow with maybe 22, 23 kills. That's like only 22, 23 kills and a 20-minute survival time. That means he'll have to have first two games at a really good survival time alongside his teammates in order to, for them to have good points as well. Then only top gets the first position.
Wow.
Because it's 20% weightage for kills, so he can just have less number of kills. But damage stat should be 5,300 alongside a heavier survival time for himself.
Dude, I mean, again, it is just crazy affair that is being showcased from the teams in the lobby. With that, as we move on forth, let's have a look at the day summary for the 6 games that were played today.
Oh, DE again comes in pieces. You know, it was actually a day of double chicken dinners as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, and I think it was, well, again, Blay was the man who just called it in the first game itself. And since he called it, every single game that's moved on forth from there, we were looking at those second chicken dinners.
I mean, exactly, and that is the best caster's curse you could ask for, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a blessing in disguise.
It's a caster's curse in reverse. Like Blay would be loved by so many teams right now. IA, DRS, DE. Feels like it happened. Blay.
Well, what a phenomenal day it has turned out to be. But this is not the end, of course, of PMPL South Asia Season 4, as tomorrow, final 6 games are going to be played. We are going to find out the champion for PMPL South Asia Season 4 tomorrow. Along with that, we will also get to know which top 6 teams are going to be moving on forth into the MENA and SA Championship. So, a big day tomorrow, a lot of pressure on some really big names, actually.
Yes, I would say so. Now there's no some big names. All these 16 teams, to be honest, in my eyes, they are big names because Wizzes Vibes, Raw, Vibes. There are names that might have just started up their journey from this tournament, but they have had such an impactful performance that now, well, all of these names are big names. So if teams don't make it, which obviously there will be a lot of teams, 10 teams will not make it, 6 teams will make it, it will be heartbreaking.
Indeed, it will be. Because again, I mean, I did not want to diss out any of the teams, but again, practically, as we do have the numbers guy right here, I do want to lay it out. We got R3D right there down low on the bottom of that leaderboard. You know, even if they have some really good kill departments as well as chicken dinners, it is going to be a pretty difficult affair. With all 6 games working in their favor, still going to be a pretty difficult affair, right? Just based on the stats.
Yeah. I hope they do really good. I hope they do really good. I hope each and every team does really good, but then if everyone does good, then who does bad? I just don't know that. Tomorrow, we'll see tomorrow.
Well, with that, what I do know for a fact is, for you guys sitting back at home, thank you so very much for tuning in. We do, of course, request you to go ahead and click onto that page right there, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page. That is where all the giveaways are taking place. So you have to be tuning in through that page to be a part of the giveaways. And there are so many giveaways that, of course, are going on along. And of course, as you are busy with that, go on to, of course, follow our social medias like Instagram, Facebook, as well as Twitter. And a huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, #WookUpYourFun. With that, day number 2 comes to an end. We'll be back again tomorrow. I've been your host, Gaurav, along with, of course, these 2 amazing personalities, Ocean Sharma and Isubajani. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye.